Got a little soul speak tonight. You know, one of the purposes of Soulogy is to bring out into the open all the things we are sharing. In this apocalypse, everything's more intense even if we don't know what's happening to us all the time. We sure can feel it. But there's a lot of things that we could share. You know, things that we're afraid to share or even embarrassed to discuss. Yet this is the universal paradox. It's how the universe teaches. Soul sense found behind fears. Our highest leaps of light just past the frail walls of a harmless darkness. Possibilities, probabilities, realities. More frequencies and vibrations if we're brave enough to use them. And they all lead to the same place. It's called the Soul Highway. Pyramids, pineal gland, ET lineage. Memories of abductions, angel visits, ascended masters. And who are these powers behind the governments that have begun to fall? Doesn't really matter. What's important is me and you. Perhaps the best thing we could share are the personal challenges, the emotional eruptions, mental and physical shifts come with and to a seeking mind in the golden age we live in. You see, our victories are far more than we know. When we cross the heart to a higher ground, by yielding to the possible impossibilities. And what we find in this shared space contained within ourselves, linked somehow by the same healing power. It's called the gnosis of soul. We have given the world our differences, and the story has never changed. It's time to shine. Ascension is about honoring our sacred space, and when we do, all merges into one. And no longer do we have to point to what's different. No longer do we have to label each other with lies to make ourselves look good, to make ourselves look better in the egoic mind. It's time to shine, beginning with our innermost circles of life. From the innermost circle of what is life, the I Am Soul. So let your soul shine. Live your truth, not what the world tells you is the truth. The soul leads and the ego can only follow.
About energy, I'm also not gonna give you any tips. It's simply a transmission from my heart to yours, and this transmission will hold you and just let you know that it's okay to pause for a moment, to take a break, to breathe, to feel whatever you feel, whatever you're feeling right now, and just be with it. So just breathe, my dear. Just take a breath and allow your shoulders to relax, your whole body to relax, and just be for 1 minute. Just breathe and listen. Arshite ka eyata kete sa te shiara ala ke atiata. Shate seate a ke atiara tara ea shilate aya ke shi ea sate a ke atata. Inhale and exhale. And just gaze into my eyes for a moment. Simply allowing yourself to receive whatever is meant for you right now to support you. always remember that you are allowed to take a break. You are allowed to take a moment, no matter what's going on around you. And you are also allowed to desire and to wish for somebody who would understand you and hold you. It's okay to feel these things. And this transmission will do that for you. Thank you for being here.
Well, we thought we'd just give it a try and do a live video, recorded video. Today's been a great day so far. It's mid-afternoon. I did my own little baptism in the Mississippi. Took a bath, did some laundry. Oh yeah. These little entities, these thought forms that attach to, that feed on fear and suffering, these are beings that attach to the auric field of the human. And if you can get out into natural flowing waters and just dunk yourself, go for a swim, go underneath, submerge yourself for a few seconds, as long as you can. It breaks the piezoelectric connection between you and the entities. It frees you from the attachment of these things that have to leave you until the next time you give permission by moving into judgment consciousness. So it cleanses you. Do it often, because the humans, it takes practice to retrain the mind to stay neutral. But natural flowing waters are the best way to break that piezoelectric connection between these entities and you, and give you a fresh start, a clean, fresh start, to again practice remaining free of prejudice or judgment, fear, those things that you adhere to that give permission for that darkness to adhere to you. So anyway, take life with levity, enjoy every moment you can. It's all happening for you, not to you. So it's all good. Take life with levity. Love you all.
Yes, now, here we go. Praise break. Huh? Praise break. Yeah. I feel like dancing and sending all my energy, all my love energy to you right now. Receive it. This is Mama Eva medicine, don't you know? Get it up in you. Ah! Here we go. Let's move that energy around. Shake your shoulders. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Come on. Feel it. We don't have to wait till Friday. Feel it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Act like you know up in here. Woo! Uh-oh, there go the bridge. Going over to the bridge, y'all. We on the bridge. Hey! I need my tambourine. Feels so good to be alive. Hey! Yay! Feels so good to be one with the Father. Hey! Pull it back. Yeah, get ready. Pull that arrow back and fling it into existence, into the atmosphere. Come on. Woo! You need some money? Come on, pull it back. Woo! Here it comes. You need some joy? Here it comes. You need some peace? Here it comes. Yeah, you need some abundance? Here it comes. Woo! Yeah, you need some alignment, some divine alignment? Get ready, here it comes. Woo! I love you, family. I'll see you soon. Peace and infinite blessings.
Todd Medina, never heard this song. It's got a cool picture on it. Looks like some essays, man. Tequila Sunrise instrumental. And I wrote something. Let's just see what happens. If it's any good, I'll send it out. Alright. There you go. I'm tired of hearing about Bibles, Torahs, Vedas, Talmuds, Korans. I'm tired of cartoon candidates repping one fucking party, posing as two. I know that's hard, but what else to do? I'm tired of listening to the greed, so many mouths to feed. I'm tired of waiting on Jesus' spaceships being fed history from Petro's plastic spoon, giving nothing back to Guy and me or you. I'm tired of watching people fruitlessly fighting each other, sisters against brothers like pawns. Pop another pill, get your rocks off anything so you ain't got a deal. Let's get real, time to fucking heal. That's right. What do you think they were trying to conceal? It's real. Unreal is real. That's what soul is all about, without a doubt. Let's keep going with this thing. Tired of the preconditions keeping us in self-hatred and shame. I'm tired of blaming these popes, politicians, Illuminati, cabals, 13 families, bankers, scams, secret space, Jesuits, CIA, NASA, reptilians, archons, fallen angels, mother, foul, father, child, friend, and lover. I'm tired of watching people enslaved and depraved, saving for retirement, pay for a fucking grave. Really? I'm tired of possession, I'm tired of control, I'm tired of earth taking a beating, I'm tired of waiting and watching, I'm tired of souls thinking they're just lowly sheeple. I'm tired, but I ain't giving in and I ain't giving up. Cause nothing has dominion over you and me. Nothing. Own this motherfucker. The only faith matters is a faith in your divinity. Nothing has dominion over you. Nothing can save or protect you. But you, time to step up. Fear is faithless, faith is fearless. I'm a fucking fearless soul, and so are you. Namaste. I hope.
You know, we are going through an immense transition at this time. It is beyond anything that we've ever had before. And I just want to encourage you and to know that you should rise above it all. Rise above everything that's happening in the old world, in the 3D world. Whatever seems to be churning up now, let it go. Let your emotions go. Let everything that is emotional charges just go. Rise above it. Fly like an eagle above it and get the bird's eye view. We are in the middle of an immense resurrection of humankind as never ever been before. This is not a time to shrink, but it's a time to expand. It's a time to stand in the fullness of your being. It is time to stand in the heart of love and know that you are the love that is changing the world. You are unique and special in your own way. You know, when I do soul readings, I'm always astounded at the caliber of souls that have incarnated. And we came in to bring this transition into being. We came in to bring this resurrection into being of a humankind, a new way of life, the new golden age to rise. That's why you are here on this planet, first and foremost. Don't worry about what's going on around you. Go and fly higher than that. Go and find your essence of your soul, the deepest soul empowerment within you, and then live it to all that you are. Even at this moment, the next few weeks, we are going through an immense transition. You are going to be changed at the core. You won't even recognize yourself from a month or 2 months or 3 months or 6 months from now on. And even the planet, as we are going through a tremendous transitionary stage. It's okay to sometimes just wonder. It's okay to sometimes feel a bit lost. But then surrender your whole life and your whole being to the higher world, to the divine world, and you will be carried through on the wings of angels and archangels and all those beings of light as we are surrounded by tremendous forces, benevolent forces now who are helping us to make this transition. Your ascended masters are there. The whole of the galactic fleet is here. Everybody is here who is bringing in the light. They are anchoring in the light. They are helping us to make this transition. And the transition now is into the 5th to 7th dimensional state and even higher. The higher your soul goes, the higher your caliber soul is. It's not the time to actually buy into fear. Let the fear goes. Transcend it and move into your higher soul selves. And you can do this with love. Yes, I don't quite know what's going on, how this is all coming into form and being. I'm at loss for words. But all I can say is I encourage you and bring that loving message to you. And know that if love fills your heart and your soul and every cell and atom of your being, you will transcend and you will rise into the fullness of your being as a soul. What a gift! Embrace that gift. As I embrace you with love, may you feel the depths of a divine love and light and being fill your being today. I love you and the divine loves you. You will be carried through this time. Go and rise into the fullness of your being.
Todd Medina, Soulogy One Studios, coming at you with a little bit of soul speak, a little meditation, Soulogy style. Don't forget to shine your light. All this stuff going on, wrong and right, dark and night.
We all coming from the same place, trauma central, true and tried. Life slapped us all in the face. But now we awakening, demonstrating esoteric mainstream, killing lies and living dreams. Dark nights brought soul, sacred spirit screams. Not what you think, it's always been what you known. Activation, stimulation, etheric simulation, meditation, visualization, instant manifestation. Come and see, reveal the weak. Fears falling, hear the silent angels calling. Galactic downloads, transmissions, halo highballing. Feel it rising. We got this ship. Get your grace grip. Ego strip. Let this motherfucker rip. Air, water, fire, soul on ice. Stone cold blue, perpetual cycle. It's on the level, don't think twice. Balance, ground, integrate. Guard your space, hells to heavens, holiest place. Grinding in the grace. Energetic, etheric field, shadows repelled, revealed, spirit, science, seven sealing, ark of covenant, divinity dealing, tripping, trilling by the millions, hope ain't healing, got the mojo, magical, senses supernatural, take your hat off to me and you after all we've been through, we're a fucking force, fantastical, mystical, masterful, ancient, alchemical, unifying, untraditional, remembering. Culture conventional, comes conditional, revelational, revolutional, sacred is the solutional. Drop your guard, love don't have to be so hard, we come so far. Super soul gasmic, super sisters, brothers, can you feel me? Mama, can you heal me? World tried to steal me, love has revealed me.
spiraling from water to sky, bones to dust, dawn to dusk, man to mastodon, butterflies chasing the light of time back into empty space. The ocean splits as the blood of love bleeds from the soul of creation. Moses appears. He never left. As we move back into the dark, we remember that we have always been the light.
Lovely afternoon. Today I want to talk about triggers, that intense feeling. Somebody says something, hello. It's a lovely afternoon. Today I want to talk about triggers, that intense feeling. Somebody says something, you have a memory about something, suddenly you just feel this intense emotion. You're angry with them, you're sad, you grieve, whatever it is, What do you do about it? Today I discovered something real cool that could help you, whoever's watching this. When you get triggered, first of all, you gotta own it. You gotta own that trigger as your own. The feelings are your own. The other person didn't cause it. It's not their fault. They just happened to walk on a tripwire, a landmine, and you that showed you something. Own it. It's not you, it's me. And just encompass it, right? And then, there are a lot of feelings going on for you right now, right? There are a lot of feelings. Anger, sadness, it's confusing. What's going on? Just first, get real honest with yourself. Why? What am I really feeling? For example, there was someone I used to have, like, she was like a mentor, spiritual mentor. And for some reason, I was really angry at her. Something happened in the session. I didn't like it. Never paid for her sessions ever again. And I discovered, when I got real with it, was that I was feeling sad because we didn't become friends. I thought she was a real cool person and could actually offer, like, we could, like, share wisdom and stuff, right? And so, so once I saw that, I was like, okay, get real with it, sit with it. And it gets intense in a moment, right? Now here's where you actually get through it. Here's where you actually have the breakthrough, right? Breathe life into it. Treat the trigger as like a piece of yourself that's just crying out for help. It wants your attention, it wants love. It's having a conversation with you. It's a consciousness having a conversation with you. And what you do is that you want to give it love. You want to give a gift to it. So you take a deep breath. But as you're breathing, imagine the breath, the prana you're taking in is filled with light and filled with energy and filled with love, like nutrients. And breathe it into the trigger. I'm giving my gift of you, but not to try and control it. Give it the energy and let it do whatever it wants with it. I'll give you my life. Over and over again. Give it and watch it. And what should happen is, the trigger, it's now been given the choice to do what it wants. Rather than you trying to control the feeling or suppress it, it's like, oh, you're actually honoring me. You're honoring me. And what it does is, as you're breathing into the trigger, breathing into it, giving it life, breathing life, inspiring it, it starts to heal itself. And, within a minute or two, however long it takes, a minute, a few seconds, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depends how big the trigger is, it dissipates and it's gone. And basically all it's just like, recognize the trigger first of all, own it, find out why, like, what's it trying to tell you, what is it really trying to tell you, get real with it, have a conversation with it, honor and respect it, then breathe life into it, feed it the life of your breath and your love and your presence, and it'll come back to you. It'll reunite with you, and you'll both be one in love again. So, lovely day.
Well, hello, and
Hope this helped you.
welcome to the Fairy Glade. Close by the river, you can probably hear the river in the background. Overcast afternoon, winter. But the seasons don't make any difference at all to the unseen forest dwellers. And I have a little routine which I always go through when I come into the forest. Every time I come into this area here, I give thanks to the guardians of this land. I give thanks to the ancestors whose spirits are here. I also give thanks and acknowledge the little people, the unseen people, the patapaiarehi, the fairy folks, the elves, whatever you like to call them, the beings which are here. I also thank every living thing in the forest for allowing me to come to this special place. The birds and the insects, the animals, every tree that is present here, I give thanks to especially. And then I like to say thank you to all the waters that flow around this land, under this land, and flow within every plant and every tree and every living thing that is here. Every stone, every branch has residues of water in it. And this resonates with us as humans, with the water we have within. So when I do this little routine, as I like to call it when I come here, it's not a ritual. I do it, I ad-lib it, it changes sometimes. But it's acknowledging the unseen presence. And the unseen presence is unseen to me physically, but I hear and I know. And other people that I bring to this area here, they see and they hear and they share with me. We've had all sorts of explanations, we've had all sorts of descriptions given for what is here. And it's so exciting, and I know that when I come and talk that there is an acknowledgement, and I know that so often, as a lot of you would understand, that when we go to special places and we take photographs around about and then we put them up on our computer when we get home and we look at the foliage and we look at the leaves and we look at the ground and think, oh my gosh, look at that little face peering out from behind those leaves at me. I never saw it with the physical eye, but there was something there. So this is a place which is part of a fairy trail which comes from up the hill there. It goes right through on the fringes of this area here I've designated or called the Fairy Glade, across the main track there, down and across the river and up the other side. So this is just one of many, many fairy trails that are to be found throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand. And not only in places of forest like this, they're all over the land, they're all over the country. So, if we take the time to sit quietly within nature, or even in our own gardens, down the bottom of the garden, and we just allow ourselves to sink into the ambience of what's around us, we just allow ourselves to imagine, to visualize, and then we will allow ourselves perhaps to hear, and then to ultimately see. In this special place, there is a way that I can often tell when the presence is nearby, and I'll show you how I do this. I have here a couple of very simple dowsing rods. Some of you may be conversant with dowsing. And so I'm just going to see now if there is a presence here, close by, that's observing what we're doing today. Ooh. That's a positive. Is there anything in very close proximity? Wow. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? A very simple confirmation, and it's very heartening because, as I say, I sometimes hear, but at this stage I cannot see. So for all the times I step in here and talk to the unseen, they do acknowledge my presence, which is wonderful. It's really wonderful. So all these things are in the eye of the beholder. And some people may think this is so strange, talking about little fairies and big fairies. And they come in all sizes. I have a book, which I bought back from England a few years ago, and it describes 123 different types of little forest dwellers and the dwellers within nature. And this, of course, includes elemental beings. And elemental beings, I feel, are reflecting themselves and their presence through the music of the plants that I am recording. And I feel that the elemental beings for every plant are helping to express themselves and their being through the music of the plants. So that is a small introduction to the Fairy Glade and the Fairy Forest. Magical place for me and for many other people. And I'd like to think that sometime soon you'll come and visit this glade with me so we can sit here quietly and just contemplate and listen. So thank you very much, everybody.
Hi everyone. I want to offer to you This beautiful light language blessing, this prayer from my heart to yours, coming in from the essence of Arcturus, Sirius, and the energies of Lemurian codes that have been inside of me from the times when I had lifetimes there. I'm offering these at this time to help people balance and restore their energies. And so all you have to do is receive. Take it in very gently to your heart. Ask it to just go in and balance and restore you in any way that you need. And drink lots of water and get lots of rest. Be loving and kind to yourself and others. Many blessings from my heart to yours. Arumai karuma shayatai nyasaturie. Amuka yosoro meshelai rumakoteria masatai nyan. Akurumbai je kamona sayatai uste alayashatai. Anunesera lam urukai jan saryama sotayana. Merakital arukan unsan anchenyanumai. Anu salamuru katu sheyalai ikata. Arapokoi erom aku usal. Uts atshezas ejazai kiaru. Anute kikai tatute yashai. Malupa kode avayara mosata labasheyata. Amoral ai chiaro masaya menejaze. Aku yata urum at ucheya. Karu masataya shemyara la koyeteatal. Aroma semyaroma koezeja sayata. Ananaelaya namodaya rakaya saya shataya no nesea talayo. Ayalo maro hiaro na ya no ye. Halo ya la ya no ya e. Amo ya la ya seria mona e. Amen. Marakuturu Masonai Jizaya Lamura Koyetaya Nia Sataluya Arumako Pe Sataya Shemyaru Kasotaya La Makurumbai Arumasaya Shatai Karumasaya Maze Akurum Valayara Mishite Amusa Shenyan Ansoria Layara Katui Aloe Alia
Okay, welcome everybody to another Advancing Consciousness series. And my name is Franco De Nicola for the people that do not know me. And in episode 13 tonight, we're basically going to be looking at a meditation activation. And it's purposely designed from fear to what we call self-empowerment. Because of everything that's going on right now, it felt very instrumental to do this evening and to have this meditation to kind of support you through the journey. And I know on Tuesday, we had talked about fear itself, kind of expanded to get a deeper understanding of the whole operating system of fear and what it plays out and so forth. And tonight, we're basically going to do the process, or what we can call activation meditation, to be able to, for us to connect in the self-empowered state. So before we get started, I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. But one of the things I wanted to point out, if you haven't done so yet and you have interest, we do have a workshop coming up on this Saturday, which you can attend live and be interactive, or you can get the video and audio recordings. And it should be in the description, and it will be also added in the comments later. And it is about bringing the new you into the new world and being ourselves coming into play in the new world that we've designed. So if you haven't done so, please take a look at it. If you go to the link, it gives you a complete description of everything that we're going to be covering, and it's going to be a walk through type workshop where I walk you through the different stages to help you become more empowered, to help you to bring that part of you that wants to come up as the new you to come out and play in this new world. And what better way to do it than doing a workshop? And now many of us have a little bit more time and would be able to attend. So here we are. We're looking at fear to self-empowerment. What does that mean? So as we talked about fear, fear itself plays a very powerful role. It isn't natural in any way, shape, or form in our natural state. It is a program that has been plugged into our operating system. And it was really to promote the 2D, inverted 3D, inverted matrix way of life, where we experienced separation, where we actually saw that we were not what we can call self-empowered or able to in any way, shape, or form really navigate our life. Now, that was an illusion because it wasn't so. However, it created that illusion so that we actually bought into the idea and had the experience in that way, so we felt the separation. So we know it's not natural. The other part it does, what was the purpose of fear too? Fear is supporting separation, because in separation, promoted separation, and also in that point felt that your creation, your reality, your world, every part of it was separate from you, meaning that I'm here having this experience, but I do not navigate. I do not create or have any effect in what my creation is. I know some of that has started to change over the years, where we started to become a little bit more conscious of the idea that, you know, we do have some more capacities to be able to do this, where we're actually shaping our reality. But for the more major part of our experience, we have always felt separated from that. The other thing that fear does is actually disconnects us from our own intelligence, or what we can call consciousness. Disconnects from our consciousness, meaning our awareness that we are more than this physicality. So in a sense, what we felt is not only that we didn't have any capacities or capabilities or any involvement of creating realities, we also felt a disconnection within ourselves. Because in the state of fear, what we do also, we limit greatly our options, our abilities to shape things. So we basically limit our capacities, limit the options that we have. And so when we are in fear, we not only disconnect ourselves and so forth, we feel the loss of even options, potentialities, choice points, and so forth. The other thing it gives us, when we're in fear, we kind of give our, what people call power, away to either programs, people, situations, and circumstances. So you basically now go into a disempowered state. You're basically not able to say, okay, whatever somebody tells me, that's my reality. That's all I can play with because that's what I have access to. So in essence, you feel yourself in this state, not only giving your power away, you're also stepping into the victim role, which is all tied in together. And what does that mean? Also, if you really look at it, the whole thing is connected to the fact where you don't feel that you can navigate any part of it and that somebody else actually has power over you. Somebody else can have decision over you. And the fact that you have to make your life based on whatever is being projected as part of our experience. So when we're looking at that and say, well, okay, fear does create this separation, the disconnection to ourselves and to all the multiple aspects of ourselves, limits the way we can see things, experience things, and so forth. It's like giving a power away and stepping into a victim state. You could see how instrumental that was as a tool now to move us forward in such a way. Now, some people say, well, fear is empowering in a way too, because if we use fear correctly, and this is kind of an idea, it is a motivator. It motivates us to make change. Well, yes, it does play a bit of that role, absolutely, that it can, create something that makes us make a different decision. But then the decision actually that we make a lot of times is limited, has limits because of the fact that we're not accessing that higher awareness of yourself. Plus, if you're making choices in the sense of a fear-based, then it's almost like a running away, but what are you going to create which is going to still support fear? So that means one choice after the next is going to be all instigated and activated and enticed by this program of fear. The thing is, you want to get into a state where you can move through the different choices and so forth in your own direction of life, rather than having certain parts of it coming into place. So, as we had said, that we're now moving, away from what we call the ego operating system, which perpetuates 2D, inverted 3D, an inverted matrix. This is losing its capacity right here. Inverted matrix. There we go. So we're moving away from all of this. Here, now we're choosing to step away from it. So we're going from a co-creation, have the freedom to create whatever you, that D is not looking good. The freedom to design your life more clearly and more effectively, in a sense. So what you're looking at, you're going into the freedom, so it opens. So it's really the opposite of limits. So you basically see that you're no longer confined and limited. The other thing it promotes is connection. Connection to yourself. Connection to all creation. Connection to source essence. Connection to the journey of life on all aspects of it. So when you're not in a fear, you're able to even much more connect, not only with yourself, with every aspect of yourself. So you're connecting with your soul, you're connecting with your human entity, you're connecting with your physicality, you're connecting with Gaia, you're connecting with all sentient beings, you're connecting on other different realms aspect of yourself in a self-empowered state. Now, the self-empowered state doesn't even have to have the polarity, because in a self-empowered, it has the option to play with it or not. In most cases, in a self-empowered state is saying, I've already maximized my capacities to play with that, and I'm not choosing to support it. The other thing is, you do not even play with the idea of giving your power away, because you feel and know that you are your own power center, your own creator center. So you're basically tying the two together. So you're not separate from it. You're basically seeing that I can't, if I choose to give power away, and which really represents the fact of giving somebody else the choice for you. Now, of course, that's not even so much possible. It just looks that way because, in essence, we would have to tell them, even if it's super consciously and you're not aware of it on a conscious level, at the mind level, that you're saying, you make the choice for me, you navigate. So then we actually step away from the victim state, because as a creator and designer of your life, you're basically can't give any power to victim, because at that point you understand there's no such thing. You understand that I am ultimately the designer of my own reality and my playground around me and the collective playground as a co-creation. So you're now stepping into that state where this wouldn't even be there. And having fear of living, life becomes, what can I call it? Adventurous. Adventurous? I don't think I spelled that correctly, did I? There's a D in there too, right? Hold on. Or T. Well, see what happens when you get up here. You kind of forget how you're spelling. You are? Oh, well, anyways, we know what we're talking about. So we're going into adventurous. I have to have fun because my brain goes into a weird state when I'm doing this. But anyways, so we go into an adventurous, playful state, and you choose now all of this to no longer exist. So in a self-empowered state, no matter what's playing around you, whatever is taking place, you're not in any way, shape, or form dictated by it. You have the option to play as much as you choose with whatever's playing out, and you can now choose what doesn't interest you. It's not a preference. It's not a part of you that says, oh, I want to play that. No, I don't want to play that. You basically step outside of that. So you're much more free to create, make your own choices. In a self-empowered state, you're much more aware of the many, many aspects of yourself, and you're much more in tune with all of that, so that the decisions and the directions that you take actually now come from multiple sources instead of your own mind source, which again, most times, especially with the ego being in the driver's seat for a portion of our time, dictating all that, but you're not going into just one aspect, you're looking at the bigger picture. Because in a self-empowered state, you do look in a bigger picture. And I'm not talking about sometimes self-empowered means, yeah, okay, I have the right to do this and that. Well, yes, you do, but at the same time, it's not in that type of way of looking at it. It's much more open in the sense where, I'm now stepping into the driver's seat. I'm going to create and experience all aspects of my life as I choose to, and not more. I'm completely free to play the game of life as I choose. So right now, many people are experiencing fear. Many people are feeling themselves isolated because of the fear, or the fact that the fear actually runs their life, which is a great experience, and many of us throughout our life have experienced fear. Like I said, it may not be natural, but it got programmed within ourselves. Now, sometimes the program is a carryover through the physical aspect of it, and that can stream through the lineage, coming through the genetic encodements from the family members and the extended families. Other times we bring some of these fears from a human, human entity aspect of it, bringing it in just so that it can experience it and purge it, and also create an understanding of it, and the polarized aspect of it will dissolve. And at times the soul says, okay, we will take it on for us to transmute it so that we become more empowered within ourselves, but we are also creating an open channel to facilitate many, many people at the same time, or many, many aspects of yourself at the same time. So a lot of people go into the fear part just to transmute it into a self-empowered state. And that self-empowered state allows us to really open up. So looking at what's going on right now, and we go all through all stages of our lives that different things are playing out at different stages. But now the movie around us, the tapestry, the unfoldments all around us really do not dictate. In a self-empowered state, do not dictate our experience. We can choose more freely how we want to participate, what role we want to take in, but there's no automatic default. There's not, which this will create a default. And there is no limitation. So, like for example, you can stand at the edge of a cliff and you can look down. In a self-empowered state, you now can enjoy the scenery, but you're not going to fall over because you are the one that is choosing to not have that experience, but you want to see more of whatever's there. Now, in a fear state, you may be so paralyzed you wouldn't even get close. So you get there and then you go into a state of paralyzation or reaction or something of nature, which can also stimulate, the process of falling, if you want to call it that. So it's really not so much that we need fear, because a lot of people say, well, fear is required because that's the only way we protect ourselves. It's not that. It's just awareness. It's about paying attention as the observer at that point. And yes, you will see options around you that says, okay, do I go with this experience or not, or anything of that nature? But there's nothing. It's more of a clear preference point of whatever you want to do rather than a reactive modality that we may have played at this point. So as much as fear and all the operating systems associated with it have served us immensely, we're now going into the state where we want to experience or choosing to experience a self-empowered state. Now, we are going to be doing a meditation activation to kind of basically activate that within you. You already started it even before coming on and either listening to the replay or watching it live with us. So the process that we're going to go through is to really stimulate that part of you, to bring it into alignment so that you can actually go more clearly with that. So any programs and stuff that will keep you from moving forward from fear to self-empowerment, we'll chip away at that. And of course, repeating the meditation is very powerful because each time it will stimulate it and make it even more powerful for you. This is the reason that the recordings come in very handy. And of course, to share it with many others, because right now a lot of people are experiencing fear, are experiencing those intensities within themselves. And look at where the playground that we're in right now. It's all around us, and many people are reflecting it right now. And then, of course, the media and everything else is stimulating it. You see how perfect that is, because the stimulation allows us to go into these defaults. It allows us to really immerse ourselves in it. And then we get to a saturation point where you feel, okay, this is far enough. I'm done with this experience. With no judgment, of course, you're going to say, okay, now it's time to let it go. And you can do it with so much ease in comparison to before. So right now, the climate is perfect. Now, of course, we always have the climate to a certain degree to assist us, but the climate right now on a global scale has brought it to a level where it's everywhere around us. Because many of us that have already gotten to more of a self-empowered state and are feeling much more tuned with themselves, they're noticing that no matter what they're seeing around them, it's not affecting them. They're not engaged in the whatever the mandate is that is being narrated to the public. And in fact, even the whole idea of have to be super afraid or careful will not even be something that they would put focus on. Now, of course, they're going to respect others by doing whatever the collective is choosing to do, but not fueling it. Oh my God, we got to be careful because of all that is going on. It's more like, yes, we see the beautiful dance that's taking place. And this beautiful dance is helping all of us in one way or another to really shift ourselves so we step outside of the old patterns. And this is what's happening now. We're breaking a lot of the old patterns that we're all caught into the fear and many other programs are associated with that, into the self-empowered state. So the more and more you become connected with yourself, you more and more realize that you are the creator that you are free, okay? That you have the capacity to connect on so many levels, that you are very powerful as a creator and co-creator with others, and then you can now play. So let's call that play. Play as we came here to play. Because that's what we are. We're in a beautiful video game, and we're going to play to the max, and we're utilizing it right now. So right now, even with everything that's playing out, it's a beautiful dance, a beautiful play for everybody to experience. Is there any questions, anything to address on that? Okay, so then we can get into the meditation activation. So what we're going to do now, find yourself a comfortable space and make sure. Now, when we're talking about meditation activation, I usually recommend getting in a position that feels comfortable for you, that doesn't strain you. Now, some people can go into a lotus position. Some people might want to sit back in a chair, or you want to kind of recline a little bit in a chair. Some people like to lie down on mats or on their bed or couch, whatever. The key here is to get comfortable so that you are not distracted by your body. You don't want the body to become a distraction where you feel uncomfortable and then you have to move, or you want to allow yourself to go into a deep relaxed state. And that's key, because then we can get into the operating system much more, and you can let go more. You can let go of the reality around you, and you can feel yourself going into that deeper state, which then is even more impactful. As I said earlier, I do recommend it to do the meditation aspect of it. Maybe watch this part too a couple times, but after that, I mean, repeat the meditation activation along the way for the next little while, which will assist you in a great way of moving forward. Now, for the people that want to also go into the deeper part of it and play with some other things, with a lot of processes and further meditation activation, then we have this workshop on Saturday for you, which is like 2 days away. So for you to join in. Anyways, right now, I suggest you make yourself comfortable. If you need to take a sip of water, do so. And I'll meet you back in a minute or two as I set up my thing here so that we can get into the meditation activation. Okay, as you make yourself comfortable, just close your eyes and put your attention gently on the breath. And just be present with the breath. In doing so, as you focus on the breath, just be completely involved in the whole sensorial experience as you breathe in and out. Take as deep a breath as you can without putting any strain on your body. You don't want to stress or strain as you breathe, but breathe deeply. When you exhale, just feel yourself breathing out gently. And just be present with the whole sensation as you breathe in and breathe out. Each cycle of breath in and out, just feel yourself going deeper and deeper in a relaxed, peaceful state. feel within yourself going deeper and much more comfortable. Any strain and stress that you may feel in your body, any sensation that may distract you, as you exhale, breathe it out. Just feel yourself breathing out whatever you may be feeling. We want to go deeper and deeper and feel more and more relaxed. Going into a place where you are completely surrendering to yourself. As you continue to breathe, should any thoughts come into your mind, just observe it without any resistance and just breathe it out. And by focusing on the breath, we're restoring within ourselves our natural rhythm. It's the rhythm of life. The breath is a powerful representation of the cycle and energy of life, the movement of life, the cycle of life. As a powerful creator that we are, as we breathe in, we're taking in the beautiful energies offered all around us, including levels of consciousness. We internalize it, we utilize it, and then we release it. We let it go. We share it with all other aspects of ourselves by breathing it out into the field. And we do this with all of us, as each one of us shares with other aspects of ourselves. We're all powerful, experiential beings, multidimensional in many, many aspects. And each of us are on various different journeys, but each one of us is a beautiful piece of the puzzle that makes up the whole. We're not here to experience everything as all of us do. We're here to experience what we came here to experience, what we came here to utilize as part of our journey, as an offering and of self-enlightenment. Each and every soul in your life is the same. Each and every soul on this playground in physical form is doing the same. This is why we share the energies amongst each other, the consciousness amongst each other, and the breath is a significant way of creating and sharing those energies. As we continue to go deeper and deeper with each and every exhalation, we're accessing deeper and deeper aspects of ourselves. In a way, we start to lower all the facades, lower all the roles, and become just present. To be one with your essence. Present in all aspects. To facilitate at this time, we call in your soul to fully embody, to step into the driver's seat, to make itself present in your whole body, and to be participating at this time through this process that we are doing currently, and each time it's repeated. We now ask your soul to activate your home frequency, the highest frequency that is related to its home state. That represents a collection of frequencies and states of consciousness gained from all forms of incarnation on all dimensions and all realities. The soul is a multidimensional beingness. It's had many, many different experiences on different playgrounds, and it enhanced its energies, frequencies, consciousness on all of those realms. And now that it's embodying in this human form, it has that as an offering. So as we are in that state of home frequency, we also now call forth within ourselves to activate within us the highest source essence that our body can contain at this time. It is the frequency and state of consciousness of source in its highest level that can be contained in the state of your physical body right now. So we're allowing the home frequency and the highest source essence within you to merge and create a beautiful blend of energy throughout your whole body, aligning your mind, your body, your human entity, your soul as one beautiful unit dancing together. No longer fragmentation or separation. This experience is done as a unit. Every part of you, your human body, has a beautiful level of consciousness it loves to share and to support this journey. Your human entity, with all its multiple experiences of multiple incarnation on this playground we call Earth, has a great offering, also with particular skill sets that is also wanting to be shared at this time. And your soul coming in from multidimensional states, also sharing. All of it is communicating, aligning with your mind, which creates the reality around you. It's the reality that we create each moment. And in this alignment taking place right now, we are in the most current state of being that we can be. That means we are stepping into a full attentive moment reality state. We are fully present, fully observant. And in that state, you are more in an empowered creator state because there is nothing separate from it. As we are in this state now, we bring ourselves with the opportunity to let go of fear. We have amazing appreciation and love for the program of fear and its multiple layers, multiple representations, multiple creations, with appreciation for how it served, what role it played, and how it allowed us to experience what we've experienced up to this moment in the world of separation and polarity. To be able to achieve a high level of saturation. And that saturation is so beautiful. For we have the deepest level of understanding because of it. We are now just stepping into a new state where fear that create separation, limits, lack of freedom, disconnect to aspects of ourselves, has also created within ourselves a response that limits our choice and viewpoint, has stimulated us to be in default all times, and not having any of that right now in its requirement. We allow fear to present itself right now. We give ourselves the permission to feel it. But as we feel it, we see it with a new viewpoint. We see the beauty of it, and we see the program of it. We're not afraid of it. We love it. We appreciate it. It is a beautiful gift we bestowed on ourselves to really give us the opportunity to play in those realms while in form, seeing the beauty and the appreciation and love. We now have the freedom to take it out of the equation. I thank you. I love you. I free you. I free every layer of fear that I've taken on from the lineage, from the different aspects of self. I release all of it, for it no longer is required in this current reality and moving forward. I understand that it was only a program that I adopted and utilized. It was never who I was. It was never a natural state. It was something we utilized, and that's all. And it was so perfect. And now, we reactivate within ourselves our true nature, our true state, our self-empowered state. As this beautiful self-empowered state that you are, you now recognize more clearly than ever before that you are Source. You are the very essence of all creation. You are the very essence of creation. You are the observer of creation. And in this state, you realize that you are one and all with everything. Nothing is separate from you.
And I started to have a different view of what I thought God was, you know, and for the first time in my life, I started feeling God was right here, you know, the God within. Right. And my intuition just started kicking off, you know, and...
Well, yes and no, because everything is always that, right? Mm-hmm. It is very important to clear your shadow selves, to heal your past and future aspects within you, so that you can run your energy and make room for more of your higher self to integrate into the body and to ground that energy into the planet. And when you do that, it goes into the collective consciousness stream, or the grid, where we're all connected. And that by doing your own clearing and making room and expansion to bring more of your higher self in and ground that source energy into the planet, it's going to help raise the vibration of this plane or the planet that we're on, and also help other people to have their triggers and awakenings happen, because they're going to, they can't help but receive that vibrational force that shakes things up within them and allows things to start coming into their reality. And it's basically a matter of living their life that does it, because it's unfolding in their reality. It's like when something unfolds in your day that really triggers you to bring up an emotion, that is a blessing. That's what's helping you see what needs to be cleared. And if it keeps coming up over and over again, you're either avoiding it, suppressing it, or there's some other nefarious thing going on in the fourth dimensional astral realm that's tied to you, that's pushing you to try to steal energy from you. So we could, I'm giving kind of vague answers in a way, because we could talk about this for days, as you know. But so I think besides clearing and transmuting, the next thing to make sure that you're doing is grounding the energies as you are connected to your higher self and source. It's not really higher self, oversoul, and source, but that's what I say, because I need to wrap my mind around the levels of expansion that I am on another level. That's what I say, higher self, oversoul, and source. And embody that, be that, and speak those codes of higher vibration and love.
Right. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
As far as the conversation we had in a couple live videos before, there's a time to accept, in alignment with the divine feminine energy, and there's a time to make decisions and in alignment with the divine masculine energies. However, once again, the balance of both is within one's presence, and a sense of being, and a sense of allowance and openness to that which is being presented. From the intuition, there's infinite intelligence, and of course, infinite intelligence is a combination of both energies. It's more so about backing away and being the observer, and using where you are in your spiritual maturity, if you will, to make the decisions as far as what moves to make and which energies to harness in that place of unity. So once again, the divine feminine is arriving in a major way during this transition. Let me digress for a second. It's arriving in a major way in this transition, in this now moment. And of course, throughout the linear experience, it's been neglected to a large degree amongst the societies of the human species. However, once again, it's still necessary to respect and embrace the divine masculine and feminine. It's just that a lot of souls are being presented with the opportunity to embrace the divine feminine energies on a broader scale and from a much more aligned sense of being, based on their experiences. The divine masculine has been very powerful and dominant throughout the linear experience of humanity. However, many amongst this ascension path are being offered the opportunity to embrace the sense of strength, which comes with allowance, letting go, and releasing the attempts to be in control of circumstances and situations. When it comes to fear, a lot of the transitions that we're moving through now have all been about alignment and allowance, where there is no resistance to what is.
Did you feel that you, at this point in retrospect, made that healing occur by your belief, or do you feel it was something else?
I think purely by belief and intent, we make that happen within ourselves.
Hello. Shoba yedida. Such an important message right now for you to take care of yourself, you to see yourself as very important, and to give to yourself, just to embrace the being that you are. We're releasing this self-neglect where we put others before ourselves, and we often abandon ourselves, we reject ourselves, and then we see that in situations outside of ourselves. So this is really coming through very strong right now, is to really give to self, put your needs first, be the center of your universe, and have a relationship with yourself. So important. Tupoko aida shosha shokokoka idada sha shokoya shokoya shaya boko a kobatita. It's time to nurture. Nurture your cells, your inner child, your being, your soul, your body, all of yourself. And just hold yourself through these processes, through these transmutations, through these transitions. Just hold yourself. You're getting through it. Shakaya, Shokoaya, Kepaka. Thank you.
The very nature of politics is dichotomous. Its purpose is to enslave. The intention of this system is to create an emotional attachment through a false sense of self, programmed through thought and bound by energy. Affliction comes by way of pain, antithetical to conviction, who is conjoined with peace. The substantial embodiment of our spirit leads to an unequivocal remembrance, a mental and emotional reframing. We have always been, and we will always be. The nature of the Spirit is love. Love is the eternal essence of all, and love can only love. The conservative and liberal programmed against one another, the white programmed to see themselves as separate from the black programmed to see themselves as separate from the white, the Christian, the Mormon, the Muslim, programmed to see themselves as separate from the gay, the Muslim programmed against the Christian, and the Christian programmed against the Muslim. There is too much noise. The evangelical sees him as anointed. The minority sees him as the Antichrist. And the spiritualists split. The illusion of separation playing out everywhere and in everything. Now, let us all ask ourselves, who am I?
it's so fitting. It's the 1st of December. Snowing outside, beautiful energies. Everybody like attempting to remain warm. And this has a warm tea vibe to it, truly feeling it. Hope y'all enjoy. Continuing to create for yourselves. Let's keep it moving. King Daddy. Bang.
She heard me. Baby. I'm like a superhero in the household, baby. Sunday nights on the patio, baby, the house smell like pine salt for all cooling. The kids have done their homework. It's mommy and daddy time. We about to smoke some. Life is all good in the hood. They told us we didn't know nothing. Made it to the summit on 4 flats. That's how many screens in the back of the Atlas. They watching Ice Age when we go on vacay. King Daddy, boy, you say days the whole way home, baby, on my back, so I can get up in the morning, go and bring my back and make sure God you dope before I show this child I'm everything that you can hope for. Hold up and use a coaster. We come pour a glass up for everybody and let the party go to show. Euphoria, glorious like the Dorian trust. Back to the first, get to the split, yeah. The coolest thing since peas, they leave lipstick prints with me love on me for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, King Daddy, oh. The coolest thing since peas, they leave lipstick prints with me love on me for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, King Daddy, oh.
Right, I got a question. What do you think might happen in your life if you replace the words "what if" with "what's the worst that could happen"? Think about this for a second. Every single time any of us have a big opportunity, a big experience, a big event possibly about to go down in our lives, the choice to move forward with that experience, I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, is preceded by what if? What if it falls on its face? What if they don't like me? What if they don't pick up? What if this doesn't work out? What if? What if is an asshole. How about if we replaced what ifs with what's the worst that can happen? Watch how it all changes from there. What's the worst that can happen? I'll use myself as a prime example. I absolutely hate, contrary to what you might think, hate pressing record or go live or doing an interview because it puts the fear of Christ in me. It actually does. I feel sick. It doesn't make me feel good inside. I think I'm going to die. And then I press it and then I get on with it. And then I'm like, jeez, what's the worst that could have happened there? But how many times have you put yourself in a position where you've said no to you, no to an opportunity, no to an experience because you're afraid of what if? Ask yourself this the next time you're placed in a position where something terrifies you. Ask yourself, what is the worst that can happen? And take the fear out of that situation. Say yes to you and no to anything outside of you that robs the possibility of potential in your world. What is the worst that could happen? That's it.
Hey guys, how you doing? Potent, powerful time, many completions, powerful invitations that we can all feel that things are coming to an end, and there's a ginger cat over there roaming around. See if you can see it. Okay, I'm just gonna leave her or him space. Let it be. So we feel that there's invitation of closure, accepting closure, move on. And what I've been noticing within me and around, it has to do with relationships, and it doesn't apply to romantic relationship only. It can be relationship toward ourselves, relationships towards our family members, or relationship with realities that we are experiencing. And the power that we have is the power to redefine, the power to rewrite stories and narratives within how we give meanings and how we write the stories of our relationship within us and between us and the outer world. So December is surely, this month, surely powerful time because we're having eclipse season, we're having solstice coming up. So use these portals in your own creative ways to be that so-called tickets, so-called permission slip for you all to, okay, here I'm embodying the power within me, and it's not about power of controlling. It's not about the power that we have long been programmed to wield in order to dominate or conquer others, but it's the power within us to take responsibility, the power within us to redefine our meanings, to write our own stories, to dare to be who we are regardless of how other people may judge us, how other people may see us. And it's the power within us to initiate forgiveness, to initiate compassion. So this is just something that I feel drawn to share that is bubbling up. So thank you for being you. Thank you.
New frequency downloading, recalibration of form as the neural pathways are recoding, networks of energy, currents pulsating and vibrating through my bones, awareness arising, constructs dividing, frequency of love integrated and aligning, the sacred space created as a release obfuscated and eliminated at the no longer aligned or reflected the frequency of the divine. Vessels of light ignite the magenta flame, reconnecting, resurrecting as it burns within my heart again. Memories awakening, timelines disintegrating, instantaneous releasing, the shimmering within, crystalline frequency anchoring beneath the skin. Rushes of the static light energy flowing through this avatar soul elasticity. Sensual, elemental, divine feminine vibes arise in this vortex of transcendental.
Hello, Shoba Yedida. Such an important message right now for you to take care of yourself, you to see yourself as very important, and to give to yourself, just to embrace the being that you are. We're releasing this self-neglect where we put others before ourselves, and we often abandon ourselves, we reject ourselves, and then we see that in situations outside of ourselves. So this is really coming through very strong right now, is to really give to self, put your needs first, be the center of your universe and have a relationship with yourself. So important. Tupoko aida shosha shokokoka idada sha shokoya shokoya shaya boko a kobatita. It's time to nurture. Nurture your cells, your inner child, your being, your soul, your body, all of yourself. And just hold yourself through these processes, through these transmutations, through these transitions. Just hold yourself. You're getting through it. Shakaya, Shokoaya, Kepaka.
afternoon. Today I want to talk about triggers, that intense feeling. Somebody says something, you have a memory about something, suddenly you just feel this intense emotion. You're angry at them, you're sad, you grieve, whatever it is, you know? What do you do about it? You know, today I discovered something real cool that could help you. Whoever's watching this, so, when you get triggered, first of all, you gotta own it. You gotta own that trigger as your own. The feelings are your own. The other person didn't cause it. It's not their fault. They just happened to walk on a tripwire, a landmine, and you that showed you something. Own it. It's not you, it's me. And just like encompass it, right? And then, there's a lot of feelings going on for you right now, right? There's a lot of feelings, anger, sadness, it's confusing. What's going on? Just first, get real honest with yourself. Why, like what am I really feeling? For example, there was someone I used to have, like, she was like a mentor, spiritual mentor. And for some reason, I was really angry at her. Something happened in the session, I didn't like it. Never paid for her sessions ever again. And I discovered, when I got real with it, was that I was feeling sad because we didn't become friends. I thought she was a real cool person and could actually offer, like, we could like share wisdom and stuff, right? And so, so once I saw that, I was like, okay, get real with it, sit with it. And it gets intense in a moment, right? Now here's where you actually get through it. Here's where you actually have the breakthrough, right? Breathe life into it. Treat the trigger as like a piece of yourself that's just crying out for help. It wants your attention, it wants love. It's having a conversation with you. It's a consciousness having a conversation with you. And what you do is that you want to give it love. You want to give a gift to it. So you take a deep breath. But as you're breathing, imagine the breath, the prana you're taking in is filled with light and filled with energy and filled with love, like nutrients. And breathe it into the trigger. I'm giving my gift of you. But not to try and control it. Give it the energy and let it do whatever it wants with it. I give you my life. Over and over again. Give it and watch it. And what should happen is, the trigger, it's now been given the choice to do what it wants. Rather than you trying to control the feeling or suppress it, it's like, oh, you're actually honoring me. You're honoring me. And what it does is, as you're breathing into the trigger, breathing into it, giving it life, breathing life, inspiring it, it starts to heal itself. And
So all this is for today is to get perspective. Because we all, myself included, probably more than most, get caught. We get caught in our story. We get caught in our dramas. We get caught in the apparently real world. We get caught in our ascension process. We get caught in our descension process. We get caught in the worldly dramas. We get caught in the things that our body is showing us. We get caught in challenges in relationships. We get caught in having to do something, having to be something, having to go somewhere. We get caught in it. And it wasn't designed for that. It was designed to be your playground. It's designed for the timeless to play in time. And you are the timeless. You are the game. But don't forget yourself as the one in time. Don't think that that's your identity. Play. And cry. And fall. And rise again. And forget. And remember. And rejoice again. And recognize and forget. And remember and realize. And open and close. But never stay too long with the eyes closed. The eyes of your soul, the eyes of your heart, the eyes that see through the illusion, that see through the delusion, that make real in your eyes, actualize your true essence, playing and dancing in form. Your limit.
So things break and we reassemble the pieces that are fractalized patiently with lots of love and gratitude. I am grateful to restore what has been broken with the tools and the techniques. So grateful. May you be restored with lots of love and gratitude.
Unified love taken from soul codes. I desire a man who honors my truth, to never attempt to tame my spirit, a man who is willing to dive in deep to the depths of his heart to express himself freely and fearlessly, a man who is willing to be seen to express from his soul his wildest dreams. To live his own truth and free expression, to be awakened from within, serving humanity, who takes care of his own responsibility and sets into motion the most beautiful love potion. To learn from one another's language of love, to be able to stand in his power, to follow his bliss, and each on our own unique path together and sometimes apart. To never feel shame or condemnation, stuck in the blaming game, to be the change, to make a difference within our global nation. Our love sets us up in motion, to expand the limits of our minds, to express only truth and love, to dissolve the planet's hate, to be the creators of our own fate, to own our own shit and never hide, to express our deepest desires with pride, to never play small again, to continue to evolve, to be the change, embodying personal responsibility. I desire a man who walks his talk, who is sensual and playful, to be proud of our love, to hold me close in a time of need, to be free and without one another, to desire one another with no need for one another, to always be honest no matter what, to be willing to listen and to let go of what was, to be in the totality of now as if this is all that exists, to meet resistance with humility and love, be compassion and understanding within a heartbeat, to see our reflections within one another, to explore the divinity within this divine presence, to join forces for a higher purpose, breathing and being in all that we are, expressing our unique essence within and without, to always be willing to step away, to give space and honor the other, to make self-love a high priority, to keep moving forward, each day a new adventure, a gift waiting to be explored, create moments of eternity, to be willing to grow and to forgive in a heartbeat, to learn from those lessons, to step up and not hide, unifying our love for one another, to to live in the present no matter what, to play in the expanded reality of playing field of unlimited possibility, unleashed, fearless and free to be. Collective consciousness, a gateway of a new worth awaits me. A man who adores and cherishes my soul, willing to dance with my wild free spirit. My spirit will know and my soul is willing to wait, for once we meet we'll know in a heartbeat. Two hearts sink into one, magical drumming sounds awakens the soul's tribal dance. Most vital is what we cultivate, manifest and co-create our unified love within one another, extended out words to all that we meet, purposeful passion, a magnetic force, a gift shared to all we shall meet, a simple smile, a gesture perhaps, guiding lights to inspire many upon their path. Our intoxication of deep pleasure, a new unconditional love, a divine reflection of one another, the natural rhythm of a sweet Mother Earth, the interchanging of Father Skies, our spirit in love, our faithful guide, our mission to rise in humanity's love.
Hello once again, in the forest. I seem to spend a lot of time in the forest, but I guess that this is where I feel I can reconnect with so many things, and I can allow my imagination, as an Imaginarian, to run wild, to think about all sorts of things, to search for answers. And sometimes in searching for answers, we create more questions. Now, let's talk about work in a rather different sense. And work is wonderful as long as you don't try to be perfect or special. Rather, do your best with the job at hand. And when you relax, all that is best in you will flow. The creative forces known in the other realms as the joyful jobbers hover nearby on gossamer wings and are ever ready to help you. Have you ever asked? Have you ever thought about this? You are not limited to your present knowledge of how the job needs to be done. Be alert and attentive, ready for the play of action or whatever needs to happen. Allow the job to surprise you. And as the joyful jobbers dance and sing around you, you become less serious. Routine jobs become enlivened and new, and with cheerfulness, obstacles become challenges. You are amazed by your own ability to develop new skills as needed. The work you do is wonderful. Your inventiveness brings you a great feeling of elation and satisfaction as you turn any job or career into a rewarding experience. Do it for yourself. Even to the mundane, and the laundry fairies say you can find work everywhere. There is no shortage of jobs. Your creativity uplifts and empowers you to be more yourself. Then whatever you do feels special. More pay is on the way. Pay, how do you measure pay? Pay is in satisfaction, is pay with coin in the hand, is pay with a kind word of recognition for what you've done. Do things as they have to be done. Do it in good heart. Whatever job you may find yourselves in, sometimes it's so hard. But this won't be forever, because you have the capacity to move and lift yourself above all these things. What you may look upon as being restrictions at the moment, restricted by where you have to be, where you have to work, give it your all. Be in that space And just believe that it won't be forever. This is only for a time. So there we are. Just look at what's around you. Be thankful for what you have and what you've got. And even though you may aspire to do different things and elevate yourself, that will come. Just be patient. Just do the job at hand and do it so well. Okay. So until we have a chat again sometime in the near future, and I'll just leave you in the forest here, and we just look at the trees and the ferns above. And so I just say farewell for now until we chat again.
I am not concerned with the name of your God. Show me how this God has transformed your heart. Do you meet the spirit of every soul with reverence? Do you embrace all of life with a tender touch of eternity? You say you will only bow before the Christ. To bow before God is to bow before life. Your tongue seeks blood, and your words have become knives. Your sight scarred and bisected, and your actions fed by your wounds and unleashed as animus. Surely this is not the messenger of God. Burn your beliefs, for they have contaminated your heart. Let all desire reveal itself as one in a field full of flowers. You yearn to bloom, to be love, but to only feel one's pain is like a bird without wings, so afraid of the dark, so afraid to enter your heart. There is nothing in this world that will lead you back to God, except for your pain. And then, like the monarch who meets the tears of those dead, a feeling, your breath will recede and your spirit will glimpse grace. Within the raptured heart and mind, the spirit becomes renewed in sight. You have not reached redemption until everything becomes God.
Hello? Hello? Can you let me in? Hey, I'm here. Open the door. Oh, how's it going? Just wanted to wish you a good day. And remember, stay light. All this will pass.
Play the game of creating the greatest life you can create. Play the game of creativity. Expressing an inspired sense of creativity that wishes to manifest through you. We are all creator beings. We're all being inspired from same one divine source, and in being creatively expressive and setting forth in this intention of creating things that we'd be proud of, things that we'd enjoy creating. It's not just about the end product, it's about being enjoying of that creative process, but in having a vision for what you want to create and letting that vision pull you forward. In the creative process, you become immersed into this sense of flow through the creation of your vision, what you envision. So spend some time with this. Spend some time thinking about, reflecting on, what do I really want to create? What do I feel inspired to create? What am I being called to create? It's all these questions and it's all one. it's all the very same question when we tap into that space in us that is the intersection of our highest purpose and our highest excitement. What do you want to create? What wants to be created through you? Once you catch that inspiration, we act. And we let that creative energy through. I know that's what I'm going to do. And I invite you to as well, because it feels so good to express our creative potential.
I'm going to try something. I love Abraham Hicks, and I love her rampages, and I want to try one, and I want to try it with I love knowing that. So today I loved knowing that time just moves and nothing is. And I love knowing that nothing is ever the same. I love knowing that it's always okay. It's simply okay. I love knowing that I am in love with every day, regardless of the memory and the moment that was. I love knowing that I can wake up and choose. I can choose. And all I have to do is choose what I want in every moment. I love knowing that I can do whatever I want in every moment. I love knowing that this is simple and that this can be very simple, this journey. I love knowing nothing some days. That moment that I just had, that space where I literally couldn't think of anything. I love knowing that I have those moments.
Resurrection is not limited to icons, but unlimited to the life of our souls. We have all walked the dark nights when we thought we were in the right, and we have all walked in the light when we thought there was none. Oneness is underestimated because it covers far more than peace, love, happiness, and the trappings of dogmas. Oneness is to understand that all of the dark nights hold the same face and that everyone's pain is equivalent when weighed against their singular life experience. Oneness is releasing every possession which really had been possessing us all along. The old family gripes so easy to blame on another, the religions and icons forced on ancestors at the price of land and freedoms forsaken. The government conspiracies and royalty belied of the dark demagoguery of foolish human pride. The chains and the stains, the shames and the blames, that even if we're true, serve no purpose but to hide us from ourselves and each other. Divinity is always becoming, always on time, leading to the first and last, the end that begins. I am soul.
Hi, my name's Judy. I use Ballymain for my music, and I've been wanting to do a live on here for about 6 months, but I'd been avoiding it out of fear, and so I thought I would just push past that today. I'm going to do some channeled vocal toning, and hope you enjoy. Thanks for having me.
hello and welcome to the Fairy Glade. Close by the river, you can probably hear the river in the background. Overcast afternoon, winter. But the seasons don't make any difference at all to the unseen forest dwellers. And I have a little routine which I always go through when I come into the forest. Every time I come into this area here, I give thanks to the guardians of this land. I give thanks to the ancestors whose spirits are here. I also give thanks and acknowledge the little people, the unseen people, the Patapaiarehi, the fairy folks, the elves, whatever you like to call them, the beings which are here. I also thank every living thing in the forest for allowing me to come to this special place. The birds and the insects, the animals, every tree that is present here, I give thanks to especially. And then I like to say thank you to all the waters that flow around this land, under this land, and flow within every plant and every tree and every living thing that is here. Every stone, every branch has residues of water in it. And this resonates with us as humans, with the water we have within. So when I do this little routine, as I like to call it when I come here, it's not a ritual. I do it, I ad-lib it, it changes sometimes. But it's acknowledging the unseen presence. And the unseen presence is unseen to me physically, but I hear and I know. And other people that I bring to this area here, they see and they hear and they share with me. We've had all sorts of explanations, we've had all sorts of descriptions given for what is here. And it's so exciting, and I know that when I come and talk that there is an acknowledgement. And I know that so often, as a lot of you would understand, that when we go to special places and we take photographs around about, and then we put them up on our computer when we get home, and we look at the foliage, and we look at the leaves, and we look at the ground and think, oh my gosh, look at that little face peering out from behind those leaves at me. I never saw it with the physical eye, but there was something there. So this is a place which is part of a fairy trail which comes from up the hill there. It goes right through on the fringes of this area here I've designated or called the Fairy Glade, across the main track there, down and across the river and up the other side. So this is just one of many, many fairy trails that are to be found throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand. And not only in places of forest like this, they're all over the land, they're all over the country. So, if we take the time to sit quietly within nature, or even in our own gardens, down the bottom of the garden, and we just allow ourselves to sink into the ambience of what's around us, we just allow ourselves to imagine, to visualize, and then we will allow ourselves perhaps to hear, and then to ultimately see. In this special place, there is a way that I can often tell when the presence is nearby. And I'll show you how I do this. I have here a couple of very simple dowsing rods. Some of you may be conversant with dowsing. And so I'm just going to see now if there is a presence here, close by, that's observing what we're doing today. Oh, that's a positive. Is there anything in very close proximity? Wow. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? a very simple confirmation. And it's very heartening because, as I say, I sometimes hear, but at this stage I cannot see. So for all the times I step in here and talk to the unseen, they do acknowledge my presence, which is wonderful. It's really wonderful. So all these things are in the eye of the beholder. And some people may think this is so strange, talking about little fairies and big fairies. And they come in all sizes. I have a book, which I brought back from England a few years ago, and it describes 123 different types of little forest dwellers and the dwellers within nature. And this, of course, includes elemental beings. And elemental beings, I feel, are reflecting themselves and their presence through the music of the plants that I am recording. And I feel that the elemental beings for every plant are helping to express themselves and their being through the music of the plants. So that is a small introduction to the fairy glade and the fairy forest. Magical place for me and for many other people. And I'd like to think that sometime soon you'll come and visit this glade with me so we can sit here quietly and just contemplate and listen. So thank you very much, everybody.
Every soul has got its unique path. Every soul is created uniquely by the divine. Your soul path is there for you to follow. And that is when you embrace the truth of your soul, that which you have been created for. That you live your soul purpose with love and gratitude. When you do that, you are lifted into a higher state. You go beyond the herd instinct. And you become your truth that you walk. About 2 years ago, somebody said something that really triggered within my heart and soul. And it says that if you are called to walk that highest path, walk it relentlessly. Do not look left. Do not look right. Do not look behind. Do not look in front of you. Who is following you? Who is walking with you? Walk that path with love. Walk it with truth. Walk it with integrity. Walk it with the deepest knowing that you are there, ever present in your soul. And in that which your soul was created to become, to be, to bring into the world with love, with a heart fully opened, which is radiating forth like the blinding sun. And through that path, through walking that path with love, with gratitude, with humbleness, you are lifted into that omnipresence, the oneness, the unity which goes beyond any word. I am so experiencing that lately, where I really understand. I'm not understand, but I'm expanding in the love of all that is. When that you expand in that love of all that is, and in the immense gratitude, because the power of love is the greatest there is. Even Einstein knew this. You read his letter to his daughter, and it's profound what he says there. And he says that until humanity has understood the power of love and apply it, they will not understand the working of the omniverse. And there it is. It's always in you. Walk that path with love. If you walk in the path with love, you cannot be any other than love. Judgment has gone. Duality has gone. Polarity has gone. Separation has gone. You walk in the company of heavens. You walk in the highest truth of who and what you are. And you cannot be other than love. Love in the most omnipresent form, which is all-embracing, which walks that path in truth.
We recognize it. We, us, me and you, we're here to break the cycles. We're here to break the cycles of emotional immaturity within our lineage, within our family unit, and the way that people communicate. Not many people are resonating with this information. However, we've been confident enough to trust ourselves to this point, to get to this point and actually be reflective of what's going on emotionally, to take accountability of oneself. That's where leadership begins. And being that we've come to this point of self-realization, becoming mature enough to become emotionally responsible for ourselves, we have the ability, we've been gifted with the duty, with the responsibility to break the cycles of emotional maturity in our families, within our family unit, within the aunts and uncles and grandmas and everybody arguing and tripping. Guess what? We got the responsibility to take hold of those distortions and clear them out. Because if we're going to bring families into the fold, children into the fold, we have the responsibility of fixing the toxic nature of the way in which we approach each other, of the things that we were taught as children. Not necessarily intentionally, but it's an honor to have such a responsibility. We set the new standard. We have the ability to set the new standard. It's our work.
Shokoaya de daba o shoaya bekea. Hepaka yeda dabako o shoa. O kana mai de dabaka. Heba sha'aya. Heba de yakaya kukaya. Shu. Kasha. Tepaka yomoko ida sha tu embaye sha heka okokaya tu shu teta sha.
God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition, angel. God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition, angel. Party. Someone let the cake house in the rain, but it rains roses. Red, white, yellow, orange, and pink. Paper like petals floated in the evening breeze. So nobody noticed. So it didn't really matter, Mr. Language of life, love, and laughter, and happy ever after. Nevertheless, the avenging time stood looking over my right-hand shoulder, talking to me about heroic third participant. Me. Well,
I just listened, looked, acted like I understood. Whatever sense I'd have made of it at that instant, at that moment in time, would have done me equally as good. I sat lost in thought, composing an ode to a transcendent saxophone. My memory dressed for the part in an African tie-dye suit, the colours of my old school tie, call it night sky. Had a purple velvet bow tie, and then like, hey, call me Mr. Nice Guy, me. You wore a black dress and a blue aura as you sat sedately cross-legged at the center of my mind's eye. A jive sambalet fly, a rare Yusuf Lateef flute solo. You swung bolo, around your feet yapped a little mutt called Toto. And I watched from an upstairs classroom window, Liverpool Collegiate, believe it or leave it, lattice work triptych, lead line diamond glass, navy blue stars in the sky, night class, mirror from the depths of the past, vous mon cher, mais oui, voyez at the bottom of the sea. Well, you did ask, time flies fast, but why me the mind borrows, while you merely bask, your bewilderment buried like some long-forgotten dream, along with another blues-based graveyard scene, and a picture stolen from another talk-stuff college scenario, like a vision in stereo, and all I could say was, yeah, you know, open up your heart and listen, angel. You sang an aria accompanied by the photograph of a cello. United powers met and the air was mellow. Was you no regret rien? But then again, that was then. But never again, never against my better judgment. For I lost my reputation for good taste. Or was it merely just my taste for good reputation? Yeah. From a graveyard scene in New Orleans, inscribed in the language of a visual battle card, I faded and reappeared wearing a sequined harlequin's mask, evading cues just in time for the masked ball. Enchanted by your spell, but leaving no clues, I merely pretend to be amused by a name that only you would call. You as precious as a piece of antique Afro-Cuban jewelry, and you thought you knew me. But if loads are pale, then life is a Creole casserole, laced with emeralds and spiced with rubies. And if music truly be the food of love, let me wear its multicolored griot rhythms as the most sacred ribbons of my holy fool's motley. All you got to do is listen and open up your heart with vision, angel. Diamond by design, my disguise became harder while you, triggering the trap you sprung yourself, you became ensnared as you enraptured, captured by the smoothness and the stillness and the coolness of the warm night air. And that's something special that made you say in your own sweetly unsophisticated yet sadistic way, I just don't care. Trick or treat, do or dare, I'm going to have to go there wherever it may lead. Eyelashes plead, a side designs a snare, silver web spun glistening, clinging lace embroidered dream, transparent sanguine chalice spilt to gild the heart with blood and guilt. Serendipity duped us, and we were misled by our own misdeeds. Angel, God's got women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition. Angel, all inhibitions free. Empathy grew from our mutual need. And before either of us had time to really take heed, there you were without a care. Dusky English rose composed of metal petals, polished, relaxed, and in full control you settle as you affect the exotic dialect of an Andalusian muse. fashioning speech from musical notes that floated upward from an ocean of soul. You underlined the feeling with an obscure logic, an ancient wisdom that I've forgotten now, as much as you had even then. I recede submerged in the mystery of your imagination, ood at my side, quill in my hand, parchment on my knee, trying to bridge an affinity to your pre-minstrel asymmetry. But you cannot see me clearly. I'm allowing you to question me openly and freely, but you still cannot see me clearly. And the sounds you make can only be described as, well, give me a word. Angel.
And I'm breathless, waiting for you to save me. But it's hopeless, hoping for you to notice me. And it's only in my dreams that I get to hold you. But I'm patiently thinking that someday you'll want me to. And I've been up my mind for you. I don't have enough time, it's true. And I've been up my mind for you. I don't have enough time, it's true. And I'm breathless, waiting for you to save me. But it's hopeless, hoping for you to notice me. And it's only in my dreams that I get to hold you. But I'm patiently thinking that someday you'll want me to. And I've been up my mind for you. I don't have enough time, it's true. And I've been up my mind for you. I don't have enough time, it's true.
Being, an animal, a world, a tree. You're the architect, you're the planner, you're the builder, and you're that which can enjoy it all, or not. You're the director, you're the script, you're the actors, the actresses, you're the screen on which it all takes place. and you can enjoy it or not. You're the timeless playing in time. You're that which has no description but can be described in any way that you choose. You're that which has no limits but can limit itself in limitless ways so that it can know itself as unlimited. You are free.
And I started to have a different view of what I thought God was, you know, and for the first time in my life, I started feeling God was right here, you know, the God within.
Right.
And my intuition just started kicking off, you know, and
Well, yes and no, because everything is always that, right? It is very important to clear your shadow selves, to heal your past and future aspects within you so that you can run your energy and make room for more of your higher self to integrate into the body and to ground that energy into the planet. And when you do that, it goes into the collective consciousness stream or the grid where we're all connected. And that by doing your own clearing and making room and expansion to bring more of your higher self in and ground that source energy into the planet, it's going to help raise the vibration of this plane or the planet that we're on, and also help other people to have their triggers and awakenings happen, because they're going to, they can't help but receive that vibrational force that shakes things up within them and allows things to start coming into their reality. And it's basically a matter of living their life that does it, because it's unfolding in their reality. It's like when something unfolds in your day that really triggers you to bring up an emotion, that is a blessing. That's what's helping you see what needs to be cleared. And if it keeps coming up over and over again, you're either avoiding it, suppressing it, or there's some other nefarious thing going on in the fourth dimensional astral realm that's tied to you, that's you know, pushing you to try to steal energy from you. So we could, I mean, I'm giving kind of vague answers in a way, because we could talk about this for days, as you know. But so I think besides clearing and transmuting, the next thing to make sure that you're doing is grounding the energies as you are connected to your higher self and source. It's not really higher self, oversoul, and source, but that's what I say, because I need to wrap my mind around the levels of expansion that I am on another level. That's what I say, higher self, oversoul, and source. And embody that, be that, and speak those codes of higher vibration and love.
Right. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
As far as the conversation we had in a couple live videos before, there's a time to accept in alignment with the divine feminine energy, and there's a time to make decisions and in alignment with the divine masculine energies. However, once again, the balance of both is within one's presence, in a sense of being, in a sense of allowance and openness to that which is being presented. From the intuition, there's infinite intelligence, and of course, infinite intelligence is a combination of both energies. It's more so about backing away and being the observer and using where you are in your spiritual maturity, if you will, to make the decisions as far as what moves to make and which energies to harness in that place of unity. So once again, the divine feminine is arriving in a major way during this transition. Let me digress for a second. It's arriving in a major way in this transition, in this now moment. And of course, throughout the linear experience, it's been neglected to to a large degree amongst the societies of the human species. However, once again, it's still necessary to respect and embrace the divine masculine and feminine. It's just that a lot of souls are being presented with the opportunity to embrace the divine feminine energies on a broader scale and from a much more aligned sense of being based on their experiences. The divine masculine has been very powerful and dominant throughout the linear experience of humanity. However, many amongst this ascension path are being offered the opportunity to embrace the sense of strength, which comes with allowance, letting go, and releasing the attempts to be in control of circumstances and situations. When it comes to fear, a lot of the transitions that we're moving through now have all been about alignment and allowance, where there is no resistance to what is.
Did you feel that you, at this point in retrospect, made that healing occur by your belief, or do you feel it was something else?
I think purely by belief and intent, we make that happen within ourselves.
Yo, the work is gone already. The work is gone already. It's Frankfurt this time, though.
Smoke. Yeah. All cleared up. I'm saying. A little eucalyptus and menthol, you know what I mean? Joint, we back. Move through the courtyard, looking at the stars. The stars got eyes, cause you looking at me, elevating in the streets. For the folks that can see us going down in the block. Down in the block where the candy lady rockin', the bones get slammed on the table with fam, let it melt in your mouth and not in your hand. Chocolate, rockin' that. Rockin' that, you know I wanna go. Keep it elevating with the crew. South side of the city, extra really getting busy. Macho man daddy with the flex gang. Thumbs up cause my text flames. He ain't tryna heal a homie that way. They really get you killing, baby, that's lame. Insane to the membrane. No savages, man, we all came. Raw flea, we gon' eat. Watch the blessings of the heavens come spoil me. Act spoiling, I'm on the couch. Get up every morning, man, and make that bounce. You dead. Them baby girls, I'm a pinky ring. Blue britches cuts with the diamond clusters. I relish this. Who need muscle, man? Hot dog, gas, tubby buster. Yo, chillin' with the vision and the pippin'. Ascending on the rhythm, man, you never can be slipping. I'ma get him in a minute, just the brother keep playing. Check it, go, slow this, roll. The brothers and sisters. You can see they clicking, man, but rapper to the bullets. The liver on the microphone, my team up, catch some bullets. That smile, boogie, bright crown on the side, gold tooth, low. My mama don't favor that mess, but the way I did it was so dope. Yo.
Good morning, beloveds. I was up early this morning thinking about each and every one of you. I'm so blessed to have you in my life. And I have a message of love to impart to you today. And the message is, what was done was done. What was said was said. Release the hurt and move on. What was done was done. What was said was said. Release the hurt and move on. What was done was done. What was said was said. Release the hurt and move on. You are loved, beloved. Walk in it and receive it today.
You Messiah, iri kanina, ere grande, llanas, yal yannene, ere sunyana, dal yannedi, yar shandina, al yandi, ere sunyana, nam, dele yannere te sunyan, al yante, ejan ete, sunyan, dal yan, ese, sunyan, arkana, dele yannene, ere kandile, ere zannele te, sunyandan, al yande te, sunyan, al yan ete, sunyan, al yan ete, ere sunyana, nam, dele te, saryan, ele cendan, al yan, ere anjan, darkan, dele yandan, ere sar, arkan, eto, yanhan, yetan, ere sunyanan, dele kanından, al yannete, sunyandan kin, al yannete, sunyandan dele, zandere, kandere, andele, yandere, sunyana, nandele, yan, ere sunyana, nandele, ere kandele, yana, dere kanından, ele sunyana, al yannete, ere sunyana, al yanından dele, te, kufyana, ahyan, yeşana, desoy, nantela, yer kanına, yaryan, yeşana, nantele, tuşana, nantele, şana, dershanından dete, kufyan, alyan, ete, gülşan, nante, yale kandele, ere sunyana, yal şanından, yer şanından, grande yanas, başa yanas, ran yanas, ey yani, yal yanına, yal sunyana, yal yanneha, yal şannena, al yande, el sunyana, nandele, yandele, tesu, yande, yaryan, ete, ere sunyana, nandele, yan, ere şan, el salyan, al yanena, al yanene, el sunyana, nandele, yante, el sunyana, al yan eha, el kuyana, nandele, yante, al yan eha, el kuyha, el sunyana, al yanene, el kuyana, el yanene, yal yanena, yere kandele kan esuşan ante yalhe etu yal şandele tuşan ante dere suçana ar suçana ar şandi dere suçana nandele can ile tesuşana ar candele kinna ar yana del tamena ar şandena ar şandele suçana ar şandele ar şandele ya yar şandele şandal kenan dere kenan dere sanena dere suçana dere şandena dere sunna Arcandele te sunyandan, derikandele te sanyandan.
Hello, Shoba Yedida. Such an important message right now for you to take care of yourself. You to see yourself as very important and to give to yourself, just to embrace the being that you are. We're releasing this self-neglect where we put others before ourselves, and we often abandon ourselves, we reject ourselves, and then we see that in situations outside of ourselves. So this is really coming through very strong right now, is to really give to self, put your needs first, be the center of your universe, and have a relationship with yourself. So important. Tupoko aida shosha shokokoka idada sha shokoya shokoya shaya boko a kobatita. It's time to nurture your cells, your inner child, your being, your soul, your body, all of yourself, and just hold yourself through these processes, through these transmutations, through these transitions. Just hold yourself. You're getting through it. Shakaya, Shokoaya, Kepaka, Tapaka, Shu, Kekaya, Shu, Te. Thank you.
Found a higher elevation. I did a video earlier. Lower elevation. See that? Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. That light's even coming in. At least I can see it. I don't know if it's going to come out. It's a beautiful planet. We're a beautiful species. Everybody's got a role here. We don't understand it. It's time to move away from the lower density vibrations. The veil's been lifted. There's plenty of light beings, higher energies that we don't understand and can never understand as human beings. But we have company here on this earth, and we always have, but now that the veil's lifted, a lot more people are seeing it. Keep your head up. Keep the faith. Most of all, stay in your own power. Protect it. It's yours. It's the only thing you can own in this universe is you. Nobody can own you, and you can't own anybody. And anyone that ever came up with the idea, or whoever did come up with the idea that anything could be possessed on this earth was wrong. There's no such thing as a patent or a copyright or a trademark. There's no such thing as a contract. Nothing. Soul is soul. We're all one. And that's not a cliche. The light has won. We're all going to be part of this mutual rising. It's not just a soul thing. It's not just a Gaia thing. It's not just a solar system thing. Galactic. It involves more than our sun and our moon. All the stars that we can see. It's a big time. Everybody that's here signed up for it. And it's about to pay off. I'll see y'all at the after party. Todd Medina, Soldier One Studios, wishing you peace, power, protection. And big love to you and yours. One.
Hi, this is Shakar Tosha in beautiful Red Rock Country, and I just wanted to share a message of love and joy to you and let you know everything is perfect, everything is divine, everything is magical. It's a beautiful day to be alive. The message for you today is to love yourself and find freedom and expression of who you are, why you're here. And just have fun. Have fun with yourself and your friends and your loved ones. Wala kaito mushiki ti no wala kai no shange. Asamo moshiko ti to wala kai no shande.
Baron, it waits. Without beat, it still breathes. With touch, it does not fill. And it has been years since another has looked into the eyes of this soul. Oh, the many that pray. But what are prayers that dribble down lips without faith? What an act of rebellion it is to say, I have been taken by fear. The only feeling I have secretes my scars. So now I shall sit here and bleed. A snow owl appeared and whispered to the tired one, don't let them fool you. When you hear God, a voice will emerge through a brook of silence, a stream that rests at the center of your heart. And when you see God, you will be no more.
It's an energy a lot like Vibrational Empowerment Network. It's all about the I Am Soul. Been doing a lot of talking about this virus and about this politics and this religion and all this other stuff, all these distractions from what the real story is, why we're all here. I think it's about time we have at least 50% of everything that's put before us be about who we are, and what we're a part of. Conscious colored energies hailing from the other side. Alternating currencies, healing frequencies are alive. Pleasing demons lost and found, angels, pains of angels, thorns all crowns. Light workers, white, black, red, yellow, brown. Self-inflicted burden spark, healing freakish tendencies. I finally found my mark, coded neath the tendencies. I sip and swallow just the same, yin-yang vial of consistency. Come on, baby, play the game. Pop the vein, spirit of serenity, blessed by fear's selling epiphany, fatal dreams found to lose, earth face and anomalies, dirt shines diamond blind, every card's coming aces, one kind, journey to a divinity, shedding skin and conditioned sins, erasing false realities, journey of extremities, chaos in the harmonies, finite to infinities, postulated possibilities. Freedom is fearless, and it is free. Reflection, hear the howling eyes of my ears. Last stand of deception, universal correction. Pass the peace, smoking angel trust. Kiss the sky, crease the magical. Do what you know, universal homegrown.
What a delight, an absolute delight to these senses. Beautiful, expansive energy, this beauty, this magnetic pull, the granite space, the beauty that is here. As I share this with you in exploration, in sheer magnitude of this incredible vibration, this beauty that surrounds this incredible space here. Incredible, powerful, strong, unique in all its glory. The walk, the beautiful walk. I could walk for days, just feeling through all this incredible energy, the power of nature, the delight to our senses. Incredible, vast continent, sheer blessings to this heart. Beautiful as I share this. I know we're in a time of great transformation, transfiguration of this delightful way. We are here as we stand strong, united, combined, truly in oneness and bliss. We are the earth, we are the sky, we are the magic within. We are the magic we hold throughout all time, all eons gone by. We are the breath of life. We are the sheer magnitude of incredible proportional frequency that exists inside. It's all on the inside, everything. And then the outer world shows us of what it is to stand true, stand in the internal flame, take our rightful place, the divine birthright of what we are here to be in this lifetime. I send you great love as you walk your path, walk your day. I send you great blessings of incredible beauty, unity, harmony, peace, and love. Sing your song to your heart's content. Let it take you to places you've never been. Allow the expansion of your true self to shine through in every way. Wow, every day. May you be at peace as you journey through life. I share this message with you as I integrate further through the expansion of the soul of what we are and what we are here to do together. The encoding is within. The truth is revealed beyond all conceal.
Todd Medina, Soldier One Studios, sampling a little bit of an instrumental version of a great song called One Day by the great duo UGK, Pimp C, and Bun B from the south side of Houston, Texas. Yeah. Got a little soul speak. The soul vibration is a slow vibration. You know, can you remember those times in your life, real pivotal? Like when you were a little kid and you fell off your bicycle
And as you were falling, everything slowed down. Or the car accident you were in, and your car's spinning around and everything just slows down. The day you got married, when you caught that Hail Mary touchdown pass, or when your kid was born. Over and over again, this is played out in our lives. We're in too much of a hurry in this world. We got too many worries in this world. We go to bed at night, lay our head down, and we can't sleep, thinking about the bills and the pills and the booze and the smoke. Hey, those aren't the only addictions. Everybody has their Jesus. They're no worse than going to church and paying these people for our sins, telling us what to do and how to live. And what about these countries, these states, with their imperialistic virtues? Yeah, virtue's my ass. Enough of this. What we need to understand is that we have the power. We are the co-creators. We can no longer blame the Illuminati and the dark cabal and the dark principality and these bloodline royalties in the Vatican, CIA, FBI, NSA. We can't blame them anymore because their strongest energy is coming from our very own thoughts, the center of the universe, which is our soul. We can feed this darkness or we can feed the light. Don't focus on that darkness. You just give it power. Don't blame it on somebody else, because that responsibility is on you. That's what this whole trip is about. It's a little soul speak word for the day.
Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Comic hold slowly releases, I lay still, silent. I can feel, help is on its way this time. I died, I came home, I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth, she holds out her hand, I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live, I am ready to heal, I am safe, I am love, I am soul, I am. Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Comic hold slowly releases, I lay still, silent. I can feel, help is on its way this time. I died, I came home, I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth, she holds out her hand, I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live, I am ready to heal, I am safe, I am love, I am soul, I am.
foray into the fringes of the forest at home. Once again, I'm on an overcast day. I'm surrounded by an incredible spectrum of colours. Colours which are just there as I go round this way and that way. They're so constant. But let's see what is further up the little path here. Oh my gosh. Oh. What is that in front of me? Let's go and have a look. As I get closer and closer, it's morphing into something else. Oh. And here we are. An overcast and grey day. No sun, and yet the spectrums here are fully alive at the moment, with an essence of energy, an essence of probabilities and possibilities. And as I walk further up this little forest track, I'm coming up to the little twin kauri trees in a moment. Just look at that light there. It is just there. I turn around this way and round this way. Oh my gosh. I haven't had this much fun for a long time. And here we're coming up to the little kauri trees now. And look at the lights around them. Festooned like a Christmas tree. Christmas lights hanging on the branches. Wow, wow, wow. It's amazing to see. Young cold, such good cold.
Thank you for the light of our unity, dispeller of the dark, so that all may see. Golden colored one, the Christed mind and we, growing like a tree towards the sun, sun, sun. Om Mitraya Namaha, Om Saraya Namaha, Om Hiranya Garbhaya Namaha, Namaha. Om Mitraya Namaha, Om Sarvaya Namaha, Om Hiranya Garbhaya Namaha, Namaha. Swaha.
New frequency downloading, recalibration of form as the neural pathways are recoding, networks of energy, currents pulsating and vibrating through my bones, awareness arising, constructs dividing, frequency of love integrated and aligning, the sacred space created as a release obfuscated and eliminated at the no longer aligned or reflected the frequency of the divine, vessels of light,
Ignite the magenta flame, reconnecting, resurrecting as it burns within my heart again. Memories awakening, timelines disintegrating, instantaneous releasing, the shimmering within, crystalline frequency anchoring beneath the skin. Rushes of the static light energy flowing through this avatar soul elasticity. Sensual, elemental, divine feminine vibes arise in this vortex of transcendental.
Soldier One Studios, coming at you with a little soul speak. I want to give a shout out to my friend Angie Parker and all those other people who've given me inspiration to take this show on the road with no money, but all the energy in the world. It's a new day, a new way of old, not what you think. It's what your heart knows from the space that feels. No frills, a real OG, original guarantee. Universe bringing victory every moment life exceeds. Past the scars and schemes, possession and limited possibilities. By a world we came to thrive, can't survive when you're always alive. Break the beat down, pull the roof back, move your feet to this sound. Soul speaking, soul seeking. Get your serenity shaken, take the morning glory and rise. Stick the holy hand jive, fear and separation. Infinite intelligence beehive, cosmic mind creation, spirit synthesized. Bomb the racists infidelities, release the past, made us cry deprived. We got this new day and new way. Add another frequency, change the hollow histories, erasing monarchy, hierarchy, demagoguery, religiosity. Fade the lawless laws, jaded sinless synagogues, churchless churches. Gods ain't jealous, they never try to sell us and charge us for eternity. That's a man-made thing, free to breathe when we have freed every human being. So take off the mask, take it down, every label. Red, black, white, yellow, brown, come on down to the soul highway, where the beats pray, the guitar sprays life force and chi, and the drums banging meditative kundalini. Drop the good books as far as the third eye can see. This is about you and me, he and she. Soul is not a wannabe. Drop the flags, culture, creed, and countries. Universal, eloquent equality. Unique,
Let your wild free, grease your wheels, shine your light. Be what your heart feels, spilling it. It's a chilling universality. Hell yeah, make up your own words. Leave the sheepish herd and watch the world follow you from the shores of the Dead Sea to the mountains of Tennessee. Move your fire, find your fierce, climb the walls. It's a new day, new way. Break the beat down, pull the roof back, move your feet to this sound. Soul speaking, soul seeking. See you on the soul train, where everyone is God. Left brain, right brain, masculine, feminine.
Yunusai, iri kanina, ere grande, llanas, yal yannene, dere sunyana, dal yanne, yar shandina, al yanne, dere sunyana, nam dere yannene te sunyan, al yan te yan ete, sunyan, dal yan ese, sunyan, al yana, dere yannene, dere kanine, dere sannene te sunyandan, al yannene te sunyan, al yan ete, sunyan, al yan ete, dere sunyana, nam dere te saryan, ele cendan, al yan yan, dalyan dere yandan, dere sar, aryan, etu, yanhan, yethan, dere sunyanan, dere kanından, al yanne te sunyandan ken, al yanne te sunyandan tere, sandere, kandere, andere, yandere, sunyana, nandere, yan, ere, sunyana, nandere, dere kandere, yana, dere kanından, ele sunyanan, al yanne tere, er sunyana, al yanne nandere tere, kufyana, ahyan, yeşana, desoy, nantera, yer kanından, yaryan, deşana, nantele, tuşana, nantele, şana, yarşana, nantete, kufyan, alşan, ete, duşan, nante, yale kandere, ere sunyana, yalşanına, yarşanına, grande yanas, başa yanas, ran yanas, ey yani, yalşanına, yalşunyana, yalşanına, yalşanına, aljande, sunyana, nandele, yandele, tesu, yande, arşan, ete, dile sunyana, nandele, yan, teresan, elsan, yan, arşan.
To Mother Earth, to Father Sky, to all sentient beings in between. We are one, we are one, we are one. Peace, love, and light in every heart. All coming together on this holy, holy day.
Apocalypse. defined as disaster, catastrophe, destruction. Yet the root of the word has an entirely different meaning. Uncovering, disclosure, revelation. I seriously doubt any of us haven't some personal recollection beginning from our earliest memories of divine episodes, be it thought, occurrence, visitation, or other forms of communication, intervention from the other side. The world we live in has conditioned us to reason them away as aberrations, luck, or coincidence. However, we live in an age now where coincidence has given way to the truth of universal synchronicity. The language we all share, a sacred geometric language, a code, the breadcrumb trail home, as fluid as the stars and cosmic alignment of the planets and the galaxies, and as sure as a cycle of seasons. Just as there is a common truth and underlying element connecting the sacred books, also found in the sciences, there is the same thread of divine communication in astrology, physics, numerology, and even in the etymology of the many diverse human languages for most of our history. Much of these ideas, events, channelings, transmissions have been off target of the social norm. All we need do is reference such things as witches being burned at the stake, the suppression and omission of sacred wisdom and abilities, natural cures, psychic healing power and skills, in which such things were given credence only to religious icons and the rarely accepted gifts of human beings served posthumously long after their death. Examples such as Tesla, explained away as freakish, creative geniuses, litter our history, both the known and lesser known. But now, we're starting to understand as the consequences of the veil lifting drive us closer and closer to reality by removing false, historic storylines implanted by the ruling class, but more importantly, by the willingness of those common souls, primarily unknown, to come out with their own stories and details of their own divine interaction. This is new to the contemporary world, and although the mainstream media does not promote these storylines, the information age, powered by the internet, a direct physical manifestation of the ethers, will not allow, by virtue of universal law, the truth to be hidden, surfacing more and more by the day at a wider berth and more rapid pace. Telepathy through imagery, sound, color, frequency, and vibrations taking hold in what can only be described as a mass awakening. Supergalactic Fragilucious. Test, test. Test, test, test. Got it? Ryan Aguilar, the Beast on the guitar. That's his new name. Remember, the road will still be golden, even when your highest faith in something outside yourself is shattered to pieces. The road will still be golden if your prophet's words prove altered with lies applied to serve the selfishness of our minds. The road will still be golden if aliens descend from the skies and we discover that we are born of their light through their seeds. The road will still be golden if and when the nukes begin to fly and electricity becomes a dying dream and a renewed quest for living arrives. The road will still be golden when science and the stars collide with Jesus and the Anunnaki as Nibiru meets the third eye. Certain of nothing but our own divinity. Our place is here and now. We're golden and we're soul, but much more than that. That's where it's at. Breaking through that multi-dimensionality, divinity, infinity, holy triad, the Trinity. We're bringing it down now. This is our time. Time to rise. It's a benediction, coronation, divine demonstration, human soul hybrid. That's right, the whole universe is on the edge of their seat. We're expanding this universe from the inner verse, the outer breath of Mother Creation, taking this universe to places it's never been before. That's a real deal. None of this stuff going on in the world stage, or even in these family dramas with friends. Nah, it's all about you. Keep living to your truth, because then the universe reciprocates, and with these energies coming down, it can be a bumpy ride or it can be a big soul-gasm. Yeah, bring in that eclipse and that new moon. Time to bring the bass down, lower the boom.
Unified love taken from soul codes. I desire a man who honors my truth, to never attempt to tame my spirit, a man who is willing to dive in deep to the depths of his heart to express himself freely and fearlessly, a man who is willing to be seen to express from his soul his wildest dreams, to live his own truth and free expression, to be awakened from within, serving humanity, who takes care of his own responsibility and sets into motion the most beautiful love potion, to learn from one another's language of love, to be able to stand in his power, to follow his bliss, and each on our own unique path together and sometimes apart, to never feel shame or condemnation, stuck in the blaming game, to be the change, to make a difference within our global nation. Our love sets us up in motion, to expand the limits of our minds, to express only truth and love, to dissolve the planet's hate, to be the creators of our own fate, to eat our own shit and never hide, to express our deepest desires with pride, to never play small again, to continue to evolve, to be the change, embodying personal responsibility. I desire a man who walks his talk, who is sensual and playful, to be proud of our love, to hold me close in a time of need, to be free and without one another, to desire one another with no need for one another, to always be honest no matter what, to be willing to listen and to let go of what was, to be in the totality of now as if this is all that exists, to meet resistance with humility and love, be compassion and understanding within a heartbeat, to see our reflections within one another, to explore the divinity within this divine presence, to join forces for a higher purpose, breathing and being in all that we are, expressing our unique essence within and without, to always be willing to step away, to give space and honor the other, to make self-love a high priority, to keep moving forward, each day a new adventure, a gift waiting to be explored, create moments of eternity, to be willing to grow and to forgive in a heartbeat, to learn from those lessons, to step up and not hide, unifying our love for one another, to live in the present no matter what, to play in the expanded reality of playing field of unlimited possibility, unleashed, fearless and free to be. Collective consciousness, a gateway of a new earth awaits me. A man who adores and cherishes my soul, willing to dance with my wild free spirit. My spirit will know and my soul is willing to wait, for once we meet we'll know in a heartbeat. Two hearts sink into one, magical drumming sounds awakens the soul's tribal dance. Most vital is what we cultivate, manifest and co-create our unified love within one another, extended outwards to all that we meet. Purposeful passion, a magnetic force, a gift shared to all we shall meet. A simple smile, a gesture perhaps, guiding lights to inspire many upon their path. Our intoxication of deep pleasure, a new unconditional love, a divine reflection of one another, the natural rhythm of a sweet Mother Earth, the interchanging of Father Skies, our spirit in love, our faithful guide, our mission to rise in humanity's love.
So things break and we reassemble the pieces that are fractalized patiently with lots of love and gratitude. I am grateful to restore what has been broken with the tools and the techniques. So grateful. May you be restored with lots of love and gratitude.
And I'm breathless, waiting for you to save me. But it's hopeless, hoping for you to notice me. And it's only in your dreams that I get to hold you. But I'm patiently thinking that someday you'll want me to. And I'm up my mind for you. I don't got my time with you. And I'm up my mind for you. And I don't got my time.
So just hopped off a client call and something came up, and I feel like the message that came through is one that others need to hear, so I want to recap it here. What she had expressed was she feels a sense of guilt when she wants to buy something for herself, because there's the line of thinking, and this is associated with the line of thinking, that here I am spending money on something that is for me, whereas I could be spending this money on or giving this money towards others that may be less fortunate. See, this person has in their heart the intention of serving others, of being giving, and I know many of you do as well. And for such a person, it can be fairly common, I think, to feel this guilt when something is wanted for self. But here's why this doesn't serve you or anyone else. Because in this notion that there are things that I want for me, and there's things that I want to give to others, that this money can either be spent on something for me or given to others, you're creating separation. Separation between the egoic self and the other. And this separation will cut you off from the experience of abundance, from the flow of abundance and joy in your life. See, that's where the guilt lies. That's where the guilt is stemming from, that sense of separation, this polarity, this dichotomy of selfish and selfless. Rise above this, be beyond these ideas, and play from the awareness that there isn't what is wanted for me and what is wanted for others. There is just infinite abundance that wishes to flow. And that abundance will flow more freely when you allow it to manifest in the ways that is of a highest alignment. That in any moment can be buying something that you perceive of as being for you, reinvesting it in a project, initiative, of business through which you're serving, or giving it away through charitable means. What is of highest alignment in terms of where you direct or where you allow for abundance to flow in your experience can be different at any point in time. And by coming into the heart space and in your knowing of what is in alignment for you, not responding to a sense of scarcity, but letting that abundance to flow to, through, and as you in the ways that feel most right, most true, most exciting, that will allow for a greater experience of abundance to flow for you and for us all, for one.
Every soul has got its unique path. Every soul is created uniquely by the divine. Your soul path is there for you to follow. And that is when you embrace the truth of your soul, that which you have been created for. That you live your soul purpose with love and gratitude. When you do that, you are lifted into a higher state. You go beyond the herd instinct. And you become your truth that you walk. About 2 years ago, somebody said something that really triggered within my heart and soul. And it says that if you are called to walk that highest path, walk it relentlessly. Do not look left. Do not look right. Do not look behind. Do not look in front of you. Who is following you? Who is walking with you? Walk that path with love. Walk it with truth. Walk it with integrity. Walk it with the deepest knowing that you are there, ever present in your soul. And in that which your soul was created to become, to be, to bring into the world with love, with a heart fully opened, which is radiating forth like the blinding sun. And through that path, through walking that path with love, with gratitude, with humbleness, you are lifted into that omnipresence, the oneness, the unity, which goes beyond any word. I am so experiencing that lately, where I really understand. I'm not understand, but I'm expanding in the love of all that is. When that you expand in that love of all that is, and in the immense gratitude, because the power of love is the greatest there is. Even Einstein knew this. You read his letter to his daughter, and it's profound what he says there. And he says that until humanity has understood the power of love and apply it, they will not understand the working of the omniverse. And there it is. It's always in you. Walk that path with love. If you walk in the path with love, you cannot be any other than love. Judgment has gone. Duality has gone. Polarity has gone. Separation has gone. You walk in the company of heavens. You walk in the highest truth of who and what you are. And you cannot be other than love. Love in the most omnipresent form, which is in truth. May love fill you, and may you remember the truth of your soul and live it. And walk that path with love, with joy, with beauty, with gratitude. I love you. Blessed are you this day.
Hello. Something big is going on, obviously, but a new aspect of the ascension, another level up. Anyway, as we all know, manifestation, all that type of stuff, which has been a huge topic, for quite a few years. Basically trying to create what you want via manifestation, but obviously that all comes from what you've already known, what you've already seen, what you decided that you already want. So that's still old programming, even though it is fun. I mean, don't get me wrong. Once you become good at manifestation, like we have been, or a lot of us have been for a while now, next part is creation, which I've noticed that's been a topic, very recently, that has become the next level above manifestation, which would be creation. which is completely new, not the old, not based off of the old you or the old world. So creation, what does it mean to create? Well, I would say that leaving most of your old tools behind that got you to this point, because they're not really tools anymore. They've got you to this point, so they were very helpful, and I'm sure a lot of them still are helpful, obviously. But it's time to open our perceptions up a bit more and start walking into the darkness, which basically, by saying darkness is not a bad thing, not evil, not like that, shadow, not like that. When I say darkness in this, it's basically just saying that you don't know. When you walk into a dark room, you don't know if you're going to bump your leg into a table, or if you're going to run into a wall, or you just don't know. When you walk into a dark room and you can't see anything, you go slowly, put your hands out there, feel around, use your other senses. Like normally if you're in a dark area, you can't see anything, you can still kind of feel if you're close to something, or your other senses become a bit more heightened. And that's kind of, I think, where I'm going with that is the creation is like walking into a dark room, because you don't have a clue of what's in that room because it has not been created. So we're just kind of fumbling around, but we need to remember to don't get stuck with what we already know. So what we already know has already been done over and over again, and a lot of that just keeps you in the old mentality and the old energies. Even if, of course, we have the best of intentions. But I would say that a lot of that is still not at the creator level. It's at the level of, this is outside of me, so I want to bring this to me. So what do I need to do to make that happen? You're still not creating your best of intentions and trying to do everything right, cross your T's and dot your I's, and maybe you'll get what you really want if you put enough energy and you have your picture of it on the wall and you look at it every day and you say your mantras. I mean, all that type of stuff, sure, there's but creating is beyond that. And I think one of the important things about learning to be a true creator, or a co-creator, or whatever terms you want to use, is you literally have to learn how to clear and open your mind, your heart, you, me. You have to clear, you have to open it. And I know that sounds kind of easy. It's like, okay, I can just sit there and just not think of anything and not judge myself or anybody else and not think about the past or the future and just be in the now moment. I'm sure, as you know, that is not as easy as it sounds, and it takes time. It takes a lot of now moments to get there. And of course, a lot of backward, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. You go back and forth enough, you start realizing where you are before you're already stuck in the middle of it. But yeah, so therefore creation, what I've realized here recently is, like I said, try to clear, just have a clear mind, have a clear heart. And if you notice yourself getting off on this tangent or on this, or just thinking this or whatever, to where you're not like that, and you don't have to judge that, don't be like, oh, I shouldn't be thinking this, or why am I thinking about the past, or why am I worried about the future? I mean, we lived a long time on this planet. It's going to take, it's going to take a lot of effort until it doesn't take any effort. So basically all the effort that we put into until now, I notice, is no longer an effort, more or less. It really just flows. Honesty. Being honest with yourself, to yourself, about yourself, is a very important step in the process. Because I've noticed before when I'd walk out, in the public around people, go places, or at least I could, which I'm sure a lot of you people can as well, can sense other people's intentions and energies and honesty level, which in the past was, honesty level was not that high. It was pretty low, because everyone always thought that, oh well, I have to act and be and think and say certain things in order to have people to accept me and like me, and well, that's just more of the victim role, because if you're relying on someone else to judge you and then tell you if what you're doing is correct or not, then you're not in control of anything. Train. I have a train right by my house. Love it. It's freaking awesome. But anyway, yeah, the whole creator thing, that is the biggest topic coming up right now, and what that means to be a creator. Yup. Talk at you later.
Sound okay? Breathe, break all the rules, justify. They came from and turn away. You won't buy to the blind ones no more. But you know, silence like this, mid-time, violence to less, and that's the one goes on. We stand tall and turn to love. Oh, we turn to love. Noise in the sky. See me and now you are be so happy. no more, but tonight silence like that, like silence tonight that we are. We were so maybe diamonds from gold.
Oh my God. Am I supposed to go after that?
Yeah.
Keeps coming. All right. As below, okay. As below, rise above. Heart of hearts can't be contained. Always remain. Never the same. Better than fortune's blinded shames. World house, fruitless fame. So what's your game? Let go. Let life power up. Free up the vortex of reality. Ego burns in effigy. That's you standing right next to me. Clear the lines of differentiality. Oneness doesn't fear individuality. Open to antipathy. Laughing love in heaven's humorosity. I life, I love projectionality, regain personality, human hospitality, found the Tao in me, from the A and Amen to the Z and Zen, scriptures, lectures, lessons, conjecture, rapture, captured, factual, enraptured, love the natural, elementary, heaven, hybrid, DNA, halo, apothecary, always revolutionary, never stationary, uncontainable, always attainable, loving the flavor of the soul, love, spirit, destiny, solution, freedom, penetrate, shadow pieces, darkness, light, ashes, creates the phoenix, light, fullest love, containment, frees attainment, reflame, you, hear you, hold your space, remain, watch the heart space, clear all the same, sacred body, eclectic, electric, hopi, hippie, eclectic, sacred, geometric, powerful, reflective, never neglected, always accepted. I love you. That's it.
We were so yeah, like some diamonds from gold. Some diamonds from gold. Diamonds from gold. Light in the stars of the world, we see me.
Please hurry.
Todd, I believe that Sedona has welcomed you.
I gotta get rid of it.
It wants to go up.
How
come you're crying?
Do boop boo, do boop boo. May you find peace while you eat your turkey. May you find joy now with your family. Boop boo, boop 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 boop.
Yeah, Tsunami Diamond. I am so thankful and blessed right now. Feeling so much love, support, wisdom, and guidance from the divine feminine and all of the goddesses that are coming into my life right now. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for supporting me. The way is ever clear now that I see it. I'm no longer in fear now that I free it. There's only one thing to do, be it now that I conceived it. The truth ever clear as I be it, ever near as I received it. I am light disappeared as I reappear it. The masses are here and they are you. The great ones are awakening and this is true. Thank you for rising from the light in you, lighting up the family tree of star seeds. The true Christmas tree is the tree of Christos, lit by we, light by light I see we see. The family tree of light, of oneness, lit by eternal love, unity of oneness. Light it up, that tree is you. All you have to do is be the light in you. As I take all off that is not me, I rise as the truth, the love I used to seek. I bow to the great one that has caused the love to be found in me, my inner wizard of Oz. Wise as the sunrise, as the sunset, as the rain is wet. Wise to bow to the one, and wise to rise as the sun, and rise to do it again and again. And every single moment I choose to transcend all of my connections, transparent, full of light. Light all I touch and all that touches me, a welcoming to a homecoming. To all that you can be, as I can be, in all I do, in all I see, I will unfold, turn inside out. I am just as I am. What more do I need to understand? Create from this love and be this love. Many a story have been told, many a story will be told, and from here now I unfold. From my love be told, from my heart be told. For as the story changes and rearranges, one thing remains, that I am, and that I is love. The only thing to do is be that love, unfold from there into everywhere. Be as you are, and we're meant to be. How you know in your heart, you are to be. For we are each other's keys, and your simply being can help unlock the we. Everything is far more connected and intertwined than we can even have the capacity to realize in these minds. Realize as you bear witness, may you be realigned to the inner love of these magical times. By the grace connected to the great heartbeat, it's time to unite the tribes and get off your seat. I am as a tree, I work at transmuting density. I anchored into this reality, and my heart field expands from within me. The canopy of I am extends far above me. The roots of I am flow deep, deep, deep. I transmute the densities, I absorb organically. As a tree converts CO2 into oxygen, I turn densities into light with my heart engine designed with this intention. I am a triple of light. Stand with me as a forest of triple, sending light into this atmospheric steeple. A feeling deep, vibrational sensation full of useful information, a physical translation beyond words and beyond temptations of projections from a mental concentration. The feeling and sensing bodies are changing, and it is with great elation that we as a collective endure and ensure this transformation. Always rerouting focus back to the heart gate, stargate, away and the way. Away from the blame game, the me and they fame, the disempowerment chain. It is now time to remain, reframe and remain, growing into the lion's mane. This energy that stands for pride, the type of pride that lays it all on the line. The type that is vulnerable for it works as one pride. You are absolute perfection in my eyes. It seems as though with each passing lifetime that your beauty endlessly multiplies. Together forever, no matter weather, I'll love you for the rest of my life. We can do this, save the world and get through this. You and I can do anything. When our two lives combine, we outshine the sun. When we balance the sides, we come together as one. Your ageless beauty only grows with time. You are a goddess, you are divine. I'll give you my heart for the rest of time. I promise to be a king on your side, treat you as my queen and make you my wife. You are a shooting star. I love you just the way you are. Together we can change the world, care for the planet, the boys and the girls. We can begin to ascend, bring forth the new earth and start to put an end to all of the calamities. Let's unite for the good of all humanity. Yeah, of all humanity. Yeah. You are a shooting star. I love you just the way you are. Together we can change the world, care for the planet, the boys and the girls. We can begin to ascend, bring forth the new earth and start to put an end to all of the calamities. Let's unite for the good of all humanity. Yeah, of all humanity. I have loved you since the beginning of time. Let's join forces once again so we can fully shine. Because the time we have trained for all of our lives has finally arrived. Since the beginning of time, our dance has gone on. An endless love, an endless song. I have died countless times to be reborn anew, transcending sands of time for my rebirth back to you. A creative dance, an endless love. From the ashes I rise, a warrior of light and love. For you, my dear, her life itself, an endless sea of loving help. I bended knee, I vow to serve the divine goddesses who have returned back to earth. Your beauty transcends the seasons, for in you is the seed of all creation. Manifestation without hesitation, a blossoming flower full of divination. Your everlasting beauty only grows with time. You will be our savior and you're right on time. You, my dear, are not the reason for sin. You are the fuel for us to grow and ascend. A divine goddess full of light and love. Our mothers and daughters, you are our beloved. You are our beloved. You've always been there when we needed you, a loving embrace to help us see it through. Let's balance our fate instead of blaming you. Once balance is made, duality will be through. I'm sorry for the times I could not protect you. Burned at the stake, I tried to resurrect you. I'm sorry for the
the times I neglected your needs and chose to be blind to your divinity. I'm sorry for the times I disrespected you, built walls in your mind and helped infect you. I vow this time to love and respect you, a warrior of light to love and protect you, to connect to you and become one with source, to reflect in you and become the force of all existence, absent of duality. 5D is finally our new reality. Heart elevated as if it would explode, shining so bright, no time to implode. It's time to fly, it's time to soar. You are a warrior, it's time to roar. It's time to roar. It's time to roar. It's time to roar. For you, my dear, our life itself, an endless sea of loving help. At bended knee, I vow to serve the divine goddesses who have returned back to earth. Will return back to earth. Will return back to earth. Yeah, a cosmic dance of eternal love, an endless romance which started above. Do you remember our first incarnation in ancient Lemuria, a very first nation? I've loved you since the very start, physical and within, as you help balance my heart. Your soft embrace, your glow on my face. Oh, how I love to smell and to taste the flowers and nectars that your soils embrace. Your wisdom, your laughter, the smiles you make. Isis, Kuan Yin, and Mary Magdalene, so glad to have you back to help humanity ascend. Even when you are not around, I feel you and see you all around, for I am you and you are me. Together we can live peacefully in synchronicity, serendipities and exchanges of energy. Let's become one balanced source of divinity. We've awaited this since the beginning of time, to break free from the shackles and finally free our minds. The goddesses have returned and they're right on time. It's time for humanity to finally fully shine. To fully shine. You've always been there when we needed you, a loving embrace to help us see it through. Let's balance our fate instead of blaming you. Once balance is made, duality will be through. I'm sorry for the times I could not protect you, burned at the stake, I tried to resurrect you. I'm sorry for the times I neglected your needs and chose to be blind to your divinity. I'm sorry for the times I disrespected you, built walls in your mind and helped infect you. I vow this time to love and respect you, a warrior of light to love and protect you.
Relationships is two souls calling out to one another. Two souls, hearts beating in the same direction. A whisper of longing that bridges one essence to another. I want you, not because it gratifies my ego, and not because you are so beautiful, but because your very presence invites my God self out of hiding. I want to touch you with my heart on my sleeve, to know chemistry between us that is not gender identified, but no chemistry that is essence source. Love, liquid love, flowing from my heart to the genitals and to the great beyond. In this love-struck world, relationships will always be spiritual practice and emotional expressions of our God self. I had always believed that sensitivity was impossible to hold in this harsh world. Yet in this moment, I feel sensitive without being fragile. I am still wearing armor, but there is definitely a shift in the direction of my intensity. I can linger in the heart space longer than I once could. I am softening in places. After so many lifetimes with weapons in hand, a tenderly warrior is being birthed at the core of my being. He is confused, but intuitively knows that this is the way home. Please don't give up on me or my fellow warriors. Forgive us our misdeeds, or at the very least be open for the possibility that we will change as the trail expands to meet our shifting intentionally. The day will come when our warrior spirit loses its harsh edge and comes into alignment with benevolent action. Some of us are already there, and many more of us will follow. The road to transformation is dependent on the balance between genders, a benevolent bridge that celebrates our differences with respect and kindness. That work must begin with healing. Working hard to heal the collective heart until one day we can stand on a bridge across forever, hands held together, hearts opened and aligned, embracing the sacred masculine and divine feminine, living at the heart of us all. I will meet you there. Uniting with the breath as the passageway. Breathe.
Allow yourself to be in the funk. Experience the funk. Be there in the funk. Acknowledge the funk. Thank the funk. Be there in the funk. Experience the funk. Acknowledge the funk. Thank the funk. It's like the energy doesn't create funkiness.
Unasai, Erikande, Janas, Dal Jamine, Sunana, Dal Jamne, Dal Shamdina, Al Jamde, Sunana, Jamne, Sunjan, Arjan, Echan, Sunan, Arjan, Sujan, Arjana, Dal Jamine, Erikande, Sunjan, Arjande, Sujan, Arjan, Sujan, Arjan, Sunjan, Arjan, Jindan, Arjan, Ramjan, Arjan, Janan, Dersan, Arjan, Janhan, Yehan, Sunyana, Dalikanana, Aljan, Kandante, Aljan, Kandante, Sandere, Kandere, Kandere, Jamte, Jananante, Jamte, Kunjananante, Irikandre, Jana, Darikanana, Elisuyana, Aljanana, Ersuyana, Aljanana, Kuhyana, Ashana, Ishana, Little Manchana, Yarikanana, Yashana, Ishana, Antele, Tushana, Antele, Shana, Darshana, Kushan, Ashan, Dushan, Nante, Yalikande, Sushana, Yalshamina, Yalshamina, Grandiganas, Vasaganas, Grandianas, Egani, Yalshamina, Yalsuyana, Yalshamina, Yalshamina, Aljande, Sunana, Nandele, Jandele, Jante, Arjanete, Sunana, Nandele, Jante, San, Elfanjan, Arjanina, Arjanete, Sunana, Nandele, Jante, Sushana, Arjan Eja, Pushana, Nandele, Jante, Arjan Eja, Priha, Sushana, Sushana, Arjanete, Pushana, Examine, Yaljanina, Yarikandele, Jante, Sushan, Ante, Yalje, Yalshandele, Kishan, Ante, Sushana, Arjana, Arshanti, Sushana, Nande, Arjandili Jandili Jesu Janda, Arjandili Jinna, Arjana, Ditandana, Arjandana, Arjandili, Sujana, Arjandili, 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 Jandali, Mandana, Dirisanana, Dirisutana, Jalijanana, Dirisuna, Arjandili Jesu Janda, Darikandili Jesu Janda, Junasai.
The very nature of politics is dichotomous. Its purpose is to enslave. The intention of this system is to create an emotional attachment through a false sense of self, programmed through thought and bound by energy. Affliction comes by way of pain, antithetical to conviction, who is conjoined with peace. The substantial embodiment of our spirit leads to an unequivocal remembrance, a mental and emotional reframing. We have always been, and we will always be. The nature of the spirit is love. Love is the eternal essence of all, and love can only love. The conservative and liberal programmed against one another, the white programmed to see themselves as separate from the black programmed to see themselves as separate from the white, the Christian, the Mormon, the Muslim, programmed to see themselves as separate from the gay, the Muslim programmed against the Christian, and the Christian programmed against the Muslim. There is too much noise. The evangelical sees him as anointed. The minority sees him as the Antichrist, and the spiritualists split. The illusion of separation playing out everywhere and in everything. Now, let us all ask ourselves, who am I?
New frequency downloading, recalibration of form as the neural pathways are recoding, networks of energy, currents pulsating and vibrating through my bones, awareness arising, constructs dividing, frequency of love integrated and aligning, the sacred space created as a release obfuscated and eliminated at the no longer aligned or reflected the frequency of the divine, vessels of light, ignite the magenta flame, reconnecting, resurrecting as it burns within my heart again, memories awakening, timelines disintegrating, instantaneous releasing, the shimmering within, crystalline frequency anchoring beneath the skin, rushes of ecstatic light energy flowing through this avatar soul elasticity, sensual, elemental, divine feminine vibes arise in this vortex of transcendental
Vibrational Empowerment Network. It's all about the I Am Soul. Been doing a lot of talking about this virus and about this politics and this religion and all this other stuff, all these distractions from what the real story is, why we're all here. I think it's about time we have at least 50% of everything that's put before us be about who we are, and what we're a part of. Conscious colored energies hailing from the other side. Alternating currencies, healing frequencies are alive. Pleasing demons lost and found, angels, hands of angels, thorns on crowns. Light workers, white, black, red, yellow, brown. Self-inflicted burden spark, healing freakish tendencies. I finally found my mark, coded neath the tendencies. I sip and swallow just the same, yin-yang vial of consistency. Come on baby, play the game, pop the vein, spirit of serenity. Blessed by fear's selling epiphany. Fatal dreams found to lose, earth face and anomalies. Dirt shines, diamond blind, every card's coming, aces, one kind. Journey to a divinity, shedding skin and conditioned sins. Erasing false realities, journey of extremities. Chaos in the harmonies, finite to infinities. Postulated possibilities. Freedom is fearless, and it is free.
Well, hello and welcome to the Fairy Glade. Close by the river, you can probably hear the river in the background. Overcast afternoon, winter. But the seasons don't make any difference at all to the unseen forest dwellers. And I have a little routine which I always go through when I come into the forest. Every time I come into this area here, I give thanks to the guardians of this land. I give thanks to the ancestors whose spirits are here. I also give thanks and acknowledge the little people, the unseen people, the Patapaerehi, the fairy folks, the elves, whatever you like to call them, the beings which are here. I also thank every living thing in the forest for allowing me to come to this special place. The birds and the insects, the animals, every tree that is present here, I give thanks to especially. And then I like to say thank you to all the waters that flow around this land, under this land, and flow within every plant and every tree and every living thing that is here. Every stone, every branch has residues of water in it. And this resonates with us as humans, with the water we have within. So when I do this little routine, as I like to call it when I come here, it's not a ritual. I do it, I ad-lib it, it changes sometimes. But it's acknowledging the unseen presence. And the unseen presence is unseen to me physically, but I hear and I know. And other people that I bring to this area here, they see and they hear and they share with me. We've had all sorts of explanations, we've had all sorts of descriptions given for what is here. And it's so exciting, and I know that when I come and talk that there is an acknowledgement. And I know that so often, as a lot of you would understand, that when we go to special places and we take photographs around about, and then we put them up on our computer when we get home, and we look at the foliage, and we look at the leaves, and we look at the ground and think, oh my gosh, look at that little face peering out from behind those leaves at me. I never saw it with the physical eye, but there was something there. So this is a place which is part of a fairy trail which comes from up the hill there. It goes right through on the fringes of this area here I've designated or called the Fairy Glade, across the main track there, down and across the river and up the other side. So this is just one of many, many fairy trails that are to be found throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand. And not only in places of forest like this, they're all over the land, they're all over the country. So, if we take the time to sit quietly within nature, or even in our own gardens, down the bottom of the garden, and we just allow ourselves to sink into the ambience of what's around us, we just allow ourselves to imagine, to visualize, and then we will allow ourselves perhaps to hear, and then to ultimately see. In this special place, there is a way that I can often tell when the presence is nearby, and I'll show you how I do this. I have here a couple of very simple dowsing rods. Some of you may be conversant with dowsing. And so I'm just going to see now if there is a presence here, close by, that's observing what we're doing today. Ooh. That's a positive. Is there anything in very close proximity? Wow. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? a very simple confirmation. And it's very heartening because, as I say, I sometimes hear, but at this stage I cannot see. So for all the times I step in here and talk to the unseen, they do acknowledge my presence, which is wonderful. It's really wonderful. So all these things are in the eye of the beholder. And some people may think this is so strange, talking about little fairies and big fairies. And they come in all sizes. I have a book, which I brought back from England a few years ago, and it describes 123 different types of little forest dwellers and the dwellers within nature. And this, of course, includes elemental beings. And elemental beings, I feel, are reflecting themselves and their presence through the music of the plants that I am recording. And I feel that the elemental beings for every plant are helping to express themselves and their being through the music of the plants. So that is a small introduction to the fairy glade and the fairy forest. Magical place for me and for many other people. And I'd like to think that sometime soon you'll come and visit this glade with me so we can sit here quietly and just contemplate and listen. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yes! Come on, soul. You can do it. Test it out, chaps. Test it out. Oh, God. Do you know, life's no fun unless you take a few risks. I can feel my heart beating out of my throat. You know, is that a good thing? I don't know. What happens, Joe? If something bad happens, well, there you go. But I've got a feeling that something good is happening.
From ego trip to heart trip to soul trip to just trip in the light. Fantastic. God, I'm on one today. I seem to have been infused with the spirit module, and that's what it feels like. Dimethyltryptamine. How'd you get that? You just open your heart and let your soul sing. Right. But how'd you do it, Joe? Just open your heart. Do something that you love. Right. Do what you were born to be. And then all will fall into place. I had a massive revelation this week, and it was all about, Joe, you created your dream before you came here. This is your sole purpose, to overcome fear and to step into the dream and the life that you've always wanted. You've already prepared it, so just open your heart, go for it, and allow the universe to guide you to what you've always wanted. And you know, to a large degree, I've got that. When I was a child or a young man, I always wanted a Jaguar car. Guess what? I've got a Jaguar car. And then a bit later, I wanted a Honda motorcycle, a Tourer. Guess what? I've got one of those. And then a beautiful wife, right? And some lovely pets. Guess what? I've got those. Mind you, you can change things if you want to, if they don't fit in. Darling, if you're listening to this, I'm only having a joke. So the thing about it is, I love running. I'm not very good at it, I'm not very quick, but when I get into the plod, I get a sense of what they call cardiac coherence. And when the gates of my heart opens, my soul runs me. You know, and I think that's what changes. In the old days, and the Christians used to say, and that was called the grace of God. I think these days they call it the evolutionary impulse. The impulse to grow in a spiral dynamic. There you are. As Maslow said, you know, towards what he called self-actualization. And what's that? When you feel alright with yourself. End of story. So on that note, I'm going to go and see if I can get my heart to go about 3 feet in front of me. So I hope you're all keeping well. I've got no idea what's happening in the outside world, because to a large degree I've stopped looking out there for any answers. So that's it. Dr. Joe, over and out. See you soon, unless I have a heart attack. Ta-ra.
Shokoaya de daba oshoaya bekea. Hepaka yeda dabako oshoa. Okana maye de dabaka. Heba sha'aya. Heba de yakaya kokokaya. Shu. Kasha. Tepaka yonko ida sha embaye sha heka okokaya tu shu teta sha.
You are part of everything. Everything's a part of you. You are part of everything. Everything's a part of you. Sitting on these roots, this mighty oak, this ancient wise one. In the middle of a sea of humanity, there is tranquility, there is peace, there is unity. As I be with this tree, It breathes as one, it breathes with me. Under the canopy of its love, it reminds me to look above and remember all is well. Be still and know. Be still and know. Be still and know. I am, we are. Have a great day. Love you all.
Foray into the fringes of the forest at home. Once again, I'm on an overcast day. I'm surrounded by an incredible spectrum of colours. Colours which are just there as I go round this way and that way. They're so constant. But let's see what is further up the little path here. Oh my gosh, oh. What is that in front of me? Let's go and have a look. As I get closer and closer, it's morphing into something else. Oh. And here we are. An overcast and grey day. No sun, and yet the spectrums here are fully alive at the moment, with an essence of energy, an essence of probabilities and possibilities. And as I walk further up this little forest track, I'm coming up to the little twin kauri trees in a moment. Just look at that light there. It is just there. I turn around this way and round this way. Oh my gosh. I haven't had this much fun for a long time. And here we're coming up to the little kauri trees now. And look at the lights around them. Festooned like a Christmas tree. Christmas lights hanging on the branches. Wow, wow, wow. This was amazing to see. These young kauri here, the rika, in such good health. And so wonderful to have in the forest at home here. Oh, look at the lights hanging off the tree. Oh, look at that. I seem to be owing an awful lot, but I'm just in awe of what can be revealed if you go about your photography in the right way and with the right intention, and with the help of a special filter which allows me to see a spectrum of colours which are always there but not always available to the naked eye. Around here, past the fern trees, down here once again, colours are everywhere. So I thank you for sharing this little journey with me today as I walk and wonder and awe in the forest of Riverhaven, the forest of home where I live in the North Island of New Zealand. Love to you all out there, so lovely to share these moments with you once again, and until we meet again, tēnā lak, tēnā lak.
Came from the golden sun, born into creation, with love as my witness. I am human. Koro oro koro tira kara sora koro sina kara oro koro toro sine tira. Holy Father, Sacred Mother, I'm a child of the sun. And all the unraveling and all the unfurling through the shadows of self has led me back home. Yeah, I rode the dragons and I tamed the lions and looked in the mirror till it shattered and fell. Yeah, I am the hero that took the fool's journey out on the front lines with nothing but love in my gun. Came to carry the threefold flame, be a pillar upon this plane, rebirth divine, human template. And all the unraveling and all the unfurling through the shadows of self just led me back home. Yeah, I rode the dragons and I tamed the lions, looked in the mirror till they shattered and fell. Yeah, I am the hero that took the fool's journey out on the front lines. Nothing but love in my guns. Yeah, I was a fallen and now I am risen, and my cup runneth over. I drink from the holy grail. Da 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 da. I came from the golden sun, born into creation, with love as my witness. I am human. Koro oro kora tira kara soro oro kora tira do oro kora shtikara stakara. Holy Father, Sacred Mother, I'm a child of the sun, here to co-create a new world, co-create a new world, co-create a new universe, co-create a new world. Co-create a new world. New world.
So all this is for today is to get perspective. Because we all, myself included, probably more than most, get caught. We get caught in our story. We get caught in our dramas. We get caught in the apparently real world. We get caught in our ascension process. We get caught in our descension process. We get caught in the worldly dramas. We get caught in the things that our body is showing us. We get caught in...
Well, hello and welcome to the Fairy Glade. Close by the river, you can probably hear the river in the background. Overcast afternoon, winter. But the seasons don't make any difference at all to the unseen forest dwellers. And I have a little routine which I always go through when I come into the forest. Every time I come into this area here, I give thanks to the guardians of this land. I give thanks to the ancestors whose spirits are here. I also give thanks and acknowledge the little people, the unseen people, the Patapaiarehi, the fairy folks, the elves, whatever you like to call them, the beings which are here. I also thank every living thing in the forest for allowing me to come to this special place. The birds and the insects, the animals, every tree that is present here, I give thanks to especially. And then I like to say thank you to all the waters that flow around this land, under this land, and flow within every plant and every tree and every living thing that is here. Every stone, every branch has residues of water in it. And this resonates with us as humans, with the water we have within. So when I do this little routine, as I like to call it when I come here, it's not a ritual. I do it, I ad-lib it, it changes sometimes. But it's acknowledging the unseen presence. And the unseen presence is unseen to me physically, but I hear and I know. And other people that I bring to this area here, they see and they hear and they share with me. We've had all sorts of explanations, we've had all sorts of descriptions given for what is here. And it's so exciting. And I know that when I come and talk that there is an acknowledgement. And I know that so often, as a lot of you would understand, that when we go to special places and we take photographs around about, and then we put them up on our computer when we get home, and we look at the foliage, and we look at the leaves, and we look at the ground and think, oh my gosh, look at that little face peering out from behind those leaves at me. I never saw it with the physical eye, but there was something there. So this is a place which is part of a fairy trail which comes from up the hill there. It goes right through on the fringes of this area here I've designated or called the Fairy Glade, across the main track there, down and across the river and up the other side. So this is just one of many, many fairy trails that are to be found throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand. And not only in places of forest like this, they're all over the land, they're all over the country. So, if we take the time to sit quietly within nature, or even in our own gardens, down the bottom of the garden, and we just allow ourselves to sink into the ambience of what's around us, we just allow ourselves to imagine, to visualize, and then we will allow ourselves perhaps to hear, and then to ultimately see. In this special place, there is a way that I can often tell when the presence is nearby, and I'll show you how I do this. I have here a couple of very simple dowsing rods. Some of you may be conversant with dowsing. And so I'm just going to see now if there is a presence here, close by, that's observing what we're doing today. Ooh. That's a positive. Is there anything in very close proximity? Wow. Are you hearing what I'm talking about? A very simple confirmation, and it's very heartening because, as I say, I sometimes hear, but at this stage I cannot see. So for all the times I step in here and talk to the unseen, they do acknowledge my presence, which is wonderful. It's really wonderful. So all these things are in the eye of the beholder. And some people may think this is so strange, talking about little fairies and big fairies. And they come in all sizes. I have a book, which I brought back from England a few years ago, and it describes 123 different types of little forest dwellers and the dwellers within nature. And this, of course, includes elemental beings. And elemental beings, I feel, are reflecting themselves and their presence through the music of the plants that I am recording. And I feel that the elemental beings for every plant are helping to express themselves and their being through the music of the plants. So that is a small introduction to the Fairy Glade and the Fairy Forest. Magical place for me and for many other people. And I'd like to think that sometime soon you'll come and visit this glade with me so we can sit here quietly and just contemplate and listen. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yes! Come on, soul! You can do it! Test it out, chaps. Test it out. Oh, 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 oh God. Do you know what? Life's no fun unless you take a few risks. I can feel my heart beating out of my throat. You know, is that a good thing? I don't know. What happens, Joe? If something bad happens, well, there you go. But I've got a feeling that something good is happening. From ego trip, to heart trip, to soul trip, to just trip in the light. Fantastic. God, I'm on one today. I seem to have been infused with the spirit module, and that's what it feels like. Dimethyltryptamine. How'd you get there? You just open your heart and let your soul sing. Right. But how do you do it, Joe? Just open your heart. Do something that you love. Right. Do what you were born to be. And then all will fall into place. I had a massive revelation this week. And it was all about, Joe, you created your dream before you came here. This is your sole purpose. To overcome fear and to step into the dream and the life that you've always wanted. You've already prepared it. So just open your heart, go for it, and allow the universe to guide you to what you've always wanted. And you know, to a large degree, I've got that. When I was a child or a young man, I always wanted a Jaguar car. Guess what? I've got a Jaguar car. And then a bit later I wanted a Honda motorcycle, a Tourer. Guess what? I've got one of those. And then a beautiful wife, right? And some lovely pets. Guess what? I've got those. Mind you, you can change things if you want to, if they don't fit in. Darling, if you're listening to this, I'm only...
Shokoaya de daba o shoaya bekea. Hepaka yeda dabako o shoa. O kanamaya de dabaka. Shukun. Heba shaaya. Heba de yakaya kokaya. Shu. Kasha. Tepaka yonko ida sha tu ka embaye sha heka okokaya tu shu teta sha.
You are part of everything. Everything's a part of you. You are part of everything. Everything's a part of you. Sitting on these roots, this mighty oak, this ancient wise one. In the middle of a sea of humanity, there is tranquility, there is peace, there is unity. As I be with this tree, it breathes as one, it breathes with me. Under the canopy of its love, it reminds me to look above and remember all is well. Be still and know. Be still and know. Be still and know. I am, we are. great day. Love you all.
Foray into the fringes of the forest at home. Once again, I'm on an overcast day. I'm surrounded by an incredible spectrum of colours. Colours which are just there as I go round this way and that way. They're so constant. But let's see what is further up the little path here. Oh my gosh, oh. What is that in front of me? Let's go and have a look. As I get closer and closer, it's morphing into something else. Oh. And here we are. An overcast and grey day. No sun, and yet the spectrums here are fully alive at the moment, with an essence of energy, an essence of probabilities and possibilities. And as I walk further up this little forest track, I'm coming up to the little twin kauri trees in a moment. Just look at that light there. It is just there. Turn around this way and round this way. Oh my gosh, I haven't had this much fun for a long time. And here we're coming up to the little kauri trees now, and look at the lights around them, festooned like a Christmas tree. Christmas lights hanging on the branches. Wow, wow, wow. This was amazing to see. This young kauri here, the rika, in such good health, and so wonderful to have in the forest at home here. Oh, look at the lights hanging off the tree. Oh, look at that. I seem to be owing an awful lot, but I'm just in awe of what can be revealed if you go about your photography in the right way and with the right intention, and with the help of a special filter which allows me to see a spectrum of colours which are always there but not always available to the naked eye. Around here, past the fern trees, down here once again, colours are everywhere. So thank you for sharing this little journey with me today as I walk and wonder and awe in the forest of Riverhaven, the forest of home where I live in the North Island of New Zealand. Love to you all out there, so lovely to share these moments with you once again, and until we meet again, tēnā lak, tēnā lak.
Came from the golden sun, born into creation, with love as my witness. I am human. Kora ora kora tira kara sora sina kara ora kora toro sine tira. Holy Father, Sacred Mother, I'm a child of the sun. And all the unraveling and all the unfurling through the shadows of self has led me back home. Yeah, I rode the dragons and I tamed the lions and looked in the mirror till it shattered and fell. Yeah, I am the hero that took the fool's journey out on the front lines with nothing but love in my gun. Came to carry the threefold flame, be a pillar upon this plane, rebirth, divine, human template. And all the unraveling and all the unfurling through the shadows of self just led me back home. Yeah, I rode the dragons and I tamed the lions, looked in the mirror till they shattered and fell. Yeah, I am the hero that took the fool's journey out on the front lines. Nothing but love in my gun. Yeah, I was a fallen and now I am risen, and my cup runneth over. I drink from the holy grail. Da 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 da. Like a golden sun, born into creation, with love as my witness. I am human. Koro oro kora tira kara soro oro kora tira do oro kora together stakara. Holy Father, Sacred Mother, I'm a child of the sun, here to co-create a new world, co-create a new world, co-create a new universe, co-create a new world. Co-create a new world. New world.
So all this is for today is to get perspective. Because we all, myself included, probably more than most, get caught. We get caught in our story. We get caught in our dramas. We get caught in the apparently real world. We get caught in our ascension process. We get caught in our descension process. We get caught in the worldly dramas. We get caught in the things that our body is showing us. We get caught in challenges in relationships. We get caught in having to do something, having to be something, having to go somewhere. We get caught in it. And it wasn't designed for that. It was designed to be your playground. It's designed for the timeless to play in time. And you are the timeless. You are the game. But don't forget yourself as the one in time. Don't think that that's your identity. Play. And cry. And fall. And rise again. And forget. And remember. And rejoice again. And recognize. And forget. And remember. And realize. And open. And close. But never stay too long with the eyes closed. The eyes of your soul. The eyes of your heart. The eyes that see through the illusion. That see through the delusion. That make real in your eyes. Actualize your true essence. Playing and dancing in form. You're limitless. Nothing can stop you. There's nothing you can't do, be, have. Everything is available. Everything is. Everything is you. You are imbued in all. And you are the source of all. There's nothing to get. It can't be out there. It's coming from in here. Projected out there. So don't fight what is reflected. Begin to change the source of reflection. Begin to change that which gives rise to the reflection. Open your heart. Play. Sing. Dance. Get silly. Get weird. Get irreverent. Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't place yourself on a pedestal, and don't place yourself below anyone or anything. All of those are the dream.
What a delight, an absolute delight to these senses. Beautiful, expansive energy, this beauty, this magnetic pull, the granite space, the beauty that is here. As I share this with you, an exploration in sheer magnitude of this incredible vibration. this beauty that surrounds this incredible space here. Incredible, powerful, strong, unique in all its glory. The walk, the beautiful walk. I could walk for days, just feeling through all this incredible energy, the power of nature, the delight to our senses. Incredible, vast continent, sheer blessings to this heart. Beautiful as I share this. I know we're in a time of great transformation, transfiguration of this delightful way. We are here as we stand strong, united, combined, truly in oneness and bliss. We are the earth, we are the sky, we are the magic within. We are the magic we hold throughout all time, all eons gone by. We are the breath of life. We are the sheer magnitude of incredible proportional frequency that exists inside. It's all on the inside, everything. And then the outer world shows us of what it is to stand true, stand in the internal flame, take our rightful place, the divine birthright of what we are here to be in this lifetime. I send you great love as you walk your path, walk your day. I send you great blessings of incredible beauty, unity, harmony, peace, and love. Sing your song to your heart's content. Let it take you to places you've never been. Allow the expansion of your true self to shine through in every way. Wow, every day. May you be at peace as you journey through life. I share this message with you as I integrate further through the expansion of the soul of what we are and what we are here to do together. The encoding is within. The truth is revealed beyond all conceal. I love you all so very much. I honour your journeys and I honour you. Truly blessed as we all are in this time. The remembrance is here. We take our place. Bye for now.
G'day legends, James Greenchills from Resilient Leaders Foundation. Just finished up spending 7 days out here in the bush on my own, and I deliberately took myself off food for that time. An amazing spot. Here's my campsite. There's even my camp toilet over in the background with my little chair. I wanted to just talk to you about one of the reasons why I did this, because right up front I sat down and I said, what is my intention for coming out bush? Now, intention plus action equals outcome. It is one of the biggest universal laws. It's only actually trumped by a couple of others. And when we understand this, we can get an incredible understanding about life. We put young people on our rite of passage into the bush in isolation for 36 hours. And we give them food. They don't reckon we give them much food, but we give them a lot of food. They're just, kids. So that experience for them though is so powerful, because they actually work out how incredibly resilient they actually are, and they get experiences which they've never had before. But it's got to be done on their own, and it's got to be done in nature. Anyway, last time we were doing it, it's like it rained twice on them, and halfway through the second day, I turned to Kirsten and I go, you know, should we bring him in? And then I got over that, and then about an hour later, Kirsty turned with me and she said, oh, should we bring him in? And she got over that. Anyway, that night, because they were out for 2 nights, that night it rained again. And one of the guys had an incredible anxiety attack, and he started screaming. Now, another bloke who was about 200 metres up the road heard him, who had fear of darkness himself, goes, because he sees stuff in the dark, and he goes, grabs his torch, and he runs down to the aid of this, to his mate. Anyway, he gets his mate and he brings him down to me, and within 20 minutes we're able to move him through, and he really hit the nail on the head with his fear, and he was able to conquer his fear of the dark and everything else. And so the two of them went back, and his companion put him back to bed, and then went back to sleep himself. Now, when I was debriefing them, well, actually I should say they were debriefing me, but we're talking about this whole thing, and I was saying, listen, you know, Kirsten and I both thought about bringing you in, and he said, if you had done that, I never would have had the opportunity to actually experience what I did on the second night. And when I look back at it to intention plus action equals outcome, the intention Kirsten and I had, and always do on our programs, is for the betterment of the people that come along. So I come out, and so the action we take is in accordance with that, and we get the outcomes we do in our programs. But the thing is, I come out here and I had a series of intentions. Now, I don't know if I said, but if I say to you that I hadn't thought about coming in and ringing Kirsty a couple of times, I'd be lying. Of course I have. But my intention was so strong in coming out here and taking myself to the next level, of allowing myself to surrender and let go of the level of consciousness I was having at that moment, and to see where I would be taken from there. That intention was again pure and positive, and so the action I took was in accordance with that, was to stay out here. Now's day 7, and I'll give you the big tip. I've been in tears of gratitude this morning because of what I've been able to achieve within myself, supported by this amazing place and everything in it. I did come to the realisation by night 3, the only difference between me, this bush and everything in it, I'm the only person who believes I'm separate. And that night that changed. But let's come back to intention plus action equals outcome. It is simply so powerful. Most of us though go through daily life and we don't even realise the intention. We don't even set intention. So we just go through life unconsciously. When you're at the local grocery store, what intention do you have going up to have an interaction with the checkout person? Or don't you have one? What intention do you have on a daily basis with your family? Or is it just another day with the family? As a leader, what intention do you have in a daily basis with, you know, yourself and your team and the people that you're of service to? Is it a positive, negative, or neutral one? If it's a negative one, you're going to get a negative outcome. So unconscious intention setting is the way most people do it. I even had a chat to, I was working with an AFL captain. I'm working with an AFL captain. And I said to him, you know, what's your intention in this drill that you're doing currently? And he said, I don't have one. And the drill was lackadaisical. And I didn't need to be an AFL player to actually work out the drill was lackadaisical. So my point to him was, every time, you know, you go into a quarter, every game, every training session, every drill that you do, have an intention as a leader. And he gets it. Now, we can take this on a daily basis. We can just break down our day and we can go, what's my intention this morning? And then take the action in accordance with that, and we'll get the outcome. Being aware that if you set a negative intention, you're going to get a negative outcome. So unconscious intention setting is generally the way things roll, I should say. With actions, if we just go by the golden rule of 3, which is respect, reverence, and responsibility. Any action I take, if I infuse any action I take with the intention that I'll be acting according to those three: respect, reverence and responsibility. I'll give you the big tip. Life will completely change for all of us, because what we'll put out, we'll receive back tenfold. So when we understand intention plus action equals outcome, and we realize conscious intention setting, it sets us up for success. Whatever your definition of success is. If your definition of success, by the way, is external to you, good luck on a happy life. Trust you got something from it. Much love.
Todd Medina, Soldier One Studios. What's going on here? Democracies, aristocracies, oligarchies, monarchies, hierarchies, presidents and popes. What's the real dope? What's this all about? Faith, hope, doubt? That's all that earth stuff, man. I am a multi-dimensional, high-vibrational, evolutionary being, and I'm tired of hiding it. I am soul. I don't care who or what tried or is trying to deceive us. Call it the devil or another's Messiah, prophet, or God. It's all the same to me. Whoever they are, they can never take our souls, and that's when we came here to learn. From the burn of being wrong, denying who we are, taking orders, lawless laws, a branded existence, but not anymore. I am divinity. Yeah. Alright. The power we hold to mold the future of heavenly nirvana. From the inside, present, eternal. It's time to be a bolder flame. The game isn't the same. We are the spirit science synthesis, the action of conscious thought, alignment, transmuting to a living wisdom. Yeah. No longer dreaming the life, I am living the dream.
Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Comic hold slowly releases, I lay still, silent. I can feel, help is on its way this time. I died, I came home, I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth, she holds out her hand, I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live, I am ready to heal, I am safe, I am love, I am soul, I am. Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Comic hold slowly releases. I lay still, silent. I can feel. Help is on its way this time. I died. I came home. I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth. She holds out her hand. I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live. I am ready to heal. I am safe. I am love. I am soul. I am.
We're going to be live on YouTube. So we're going to want to go. Yeah, we're on Facebook Live, but we're not on with Zoom. So I'm about to give you that link. Just give me a second. Okay, so we're live on Zoom. I mean on YouTube. Cool. Turn the sound off. Okay. Okay, so we are live, but we're not live from the Zoom room. We're going to have to go live on YouTube. I'm going to post this link for you right now. Hang on one second. Okay, so we're going to go back here. Here. Pick this up again. Copy. All right. Go back to here. Facebook. Todd. Okay. Here we go. So here's the, for the people on the Facebook Live, here's the Zoom link. I'm putting it on. So you can watch, oh, that's the Zoom link. That's a Zoom link, so you can watch it in the Zoom room, or you can watch it in YouTube. Copy. No, it's Facebook.
Facebook.
Okay, so here's the YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Is that right? Did that work? Yeah, okay. All right, so for everybody on the Facebook Live, I just put up the YouTube link. I'm going to put the YouTube link on my page as well. And, or you can watch it in Zoom. The Zoom link's on there. Live now, Joshua. I don't know whatever, it doesn't let me tag you until later.
There might be some setting with that.
No, it's, I can go back and do it. I don't know what it is. It's, there you go. Let me just let everybody know. Facebook not allowing join us in Zoom or on YouTube. All right. Okay, so what do we got here? We got a bunch of comments. Okay, so for all of you 54 people that are in the Facebook Live, I'm about to shut this Facebook Live off. And I put the Zoom link in the comments of this live that you're watching me on, and also put the YouTube. And the YouTube's also on my page, and it's on the Soulogy One Studios page. And what happened? Anyway. It's also on the Soulogy One Studios page. The YouTube, Facebook's just screwed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just having problems. I don't think it has anything to do with us. Okay. I'm going to shut this live down. Come on over to YouTube or come on over to Zoom, either one. Thank you. See you in a minute. All right. Okay. And that, yeah, they're having some problems.
Mm-hmm.
Or either that or we're having problems with them. Okay, which is fine. Okay, here we go. We got a bunch of people in here.
Wow.
Wow, this is crazy. They're not even, let's just like screwed up. Okay, so we can see the comments. Yeah, there's a delay. So there's a delay there, so that's why it's gonna look kind of funny. I can come back here. Okay, we got 6 people in the house. Wait, how many we got? 12 people in the Zoom room. Hello, everybody. We can see it says it's live on Facebook. All right, Paul, we are okay. So we're on YouTube. We got 12 people in the Zoom room, and in YouTube we got 24 and counting. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, we'd appreciate it if you would. And here we go. Oh, that's Aaron. That's okay. We're watching it anyway.
Yeah.
We are on SoulogyNetwork Studios. Yeah, we're okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So hello, everybody. YouTube looks good. It's good to see everybody. 24 people in the house. Maybe I should turn this back on. Sorry about the delay. It's not our fault. Good to see you. If you have any questions, just give them to us. I can't look at that. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, if you have any questions, just hit us up in the Zoom room or on the YouTube chat. Okay. So while I do this, we can kind of open up with something. Let me see if I can get this a little bit. Does that look all right? Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, non-professional SoulogyNetwork Studios, but we're always real. So yeah, we're back for the 3rd time with my beloved brother here, Joshua Pearson. And again, if you guys have any 37 watching on YouTube, for some reason we're not picking that up. But if you guys have any questions, just feel free to put them up on the screen, and as we can get to them, we will. Yeah, let's try this. 1 second. We're almost there. Yeah, I just want to go off a little bit more than the other ones. What does it say now? 46. Okay, we got 46 people in the house. All right. Anybody has any questions, put them up in the YouTube chat and or the Zoom room, and we can do it there. Okay, 19 people in Zoom, and yeah, we've got a pretty good crowd here.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so 3rd time Joshua's been here, and we're looking forward to a lot of future collaborations. That's what this Soulogy is. As everybody knows, it's a platform for people like Joshua who have something to share. And like Joshua, a lot of them have been waiting a long time for everybody to catch up. So, yeah, let's start with that. How's it feel to we've heard your story, how it all started even when you were young, hearing voices and having all these interdimensional trips and all that. And I want to talk about that a little bit too, because some people asked me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to see the world starting to wake up, how does that feel for you and the people that you associate with?
It's been an amazing experience for us, because even recently we've had issues with doubt, like whether it's just us experiencing this or how much of this is actually, just us or whatever. And these videos have, and all of the feedback and all of the comments and the messages and the people I've talked to, it's really opened up our eyes. Like we didn't realize how big this was.
Wow. How big is in what's going on worldwide, or how big what you guys had privy to, which is probably one of the same, I guess.
Well, yeah, pretty much, and honestly, we've been kind of surprised at how much everybody else knows too, because it's like I said before, the Guardians were very secretive.
Yeah.
So we didn't really talk to anybody, and we didn't know of any information getting out through any other ways.
Yeah.
So pretty cool.
Yeah. So there's a question here from Zana Kozar. So she's like saying, are you willing, which he has talked about this, are you willing to share about this original group of young kids he met, the Guardians? Can you share more about them, or are you still in touch with them? And he did talk about this on the first 2 shows, and we'll talk about it for sure now. But if I'm not mistaken,
the Guardians isn't just these kids. It's actually, that was like the Earth part of it, were the group that physically that you met with and incarnated, but it's also happening.
Well, I mean, it is, but the group of the Guardians that I was part of, it was people that met in this physical world. It was people that we actually went to school with and that we actually talked to on a daily basis. We didn't at the time see it as a bigger thing, because I mean, it's like I said just a little bit ago, getting into this, we didn't know how big this is, like as far as everybody involved, all the people, and how much knowledge was already out there. We've honestly been going kind of blind at this. So, I mean, it was just that group of, which there's probably 20 or so kids in the group.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All in the same geographical area?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Within a couple of towns around here.
Wow.
And that's just from what we know of. We know that a lot of other members had other apprentices that they taught and worked with and kept secret. But we couldn't keep a true count on how many there were.
So do you think that maybe, well, like if I look at like Soulogy, I think, Morgan and I talk about it, there's Soulogies all over the planet. They're just not called Soulogy. They're an energetic twin, or like energy.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Guardian thing is similar to that? And or I know I was just talking to your dad about this last night, Morgan. I've been to Sedona, I've been to Shasta, I've been to Kauai, and some other really better known portals, I guess. And to me, this is my 4th or 5th time to Arkansas. To me, this is a big portal. Do you think that like maybe there was some type of that has something to do with how they were founded here?
Well, the Guardians acknowledged that there was something about this geographic region that was different, and it seems to attract things, not just energy-based, but also more open-minded people as well seem to congregate around this area. And more people with what I'd consider outside the norm on ability.
Do you think the crystals have something to do with it? Because I mean, it's everybody.
I'm sure that they do. Yeah. They seem to be a common connecting factor, and we didn't realize it at the time, like how important they were. We knew, like for the realms, for that specific dimension, that it was. I mean, it was the center of everything. It's where all of the power came from.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's most people know that here in Arkansas, there's an incredible crystal bed. I think it's the richest,
some of the biggest quartz veins in the country.
Yeah. Somebody here says that Arkansas sits on the top of the Atlantean crystals. This is the second person that's told me this, that we moved them there before Atlantis fell. She also asked, she says, ask him if he jumps into other timelines. She says that's happened a lot for her now.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I have jumped into other timelines. Mm-hmm. I consistently shift through the timelines. I try to try to keep my conscious path on the route I want to take.
Yeah. And so do you develop your conscious path? Like when I'm assuming that the connection is here in this realm, but do you find your path, I guess, or refine your path by going into these different timelines?
Yes, I do. And I also look at, like, that's part of what I use, the interdimensional energy that I observe. All of the information I get from that, I use that to help decide my path too. And I plan it out years in the future.
Wow. Can you give us an example?
Like how so?
Like, okay, so like say 2-3 years back, did you go into that space and like plan where you want to go? Mm-hmm. to work today, for instance?
Like not specifically today, but I did plan out all of this, like coming out and talking to everybody and everything. I've been planning that for at least a year now. Well, I've been considering it for at least 5, but I've been actively planning it for about a year.
Yeah.
I try to keep all of the possible futures in my mind.
Yeah.
And plan for everything that I can.
Can you go in and, I mean, I guess we can, but what's your experience been going in and neutralizing a timeline or a timeline that you want to close down or shut down or collapse? Does that just happen naturally through our, you don't have to go in and tinker with it or anything like that?
No, you don't. A lot of times just transitioning out of it will collapse it for you. But like sometimes you can't go back.
Yeah.
But that's because you don't need to.
There's a question here from Aaron Sawyer. Thank you everybody for your questions. We never got this many questions until you came. Is there anything Joshua would like to share on how to, quote unquote, how to stuff as far as clearing up some of these last dark energies? And then she put, we're here to work. Like they want to do it. Is there anything you can tell us on how to as far as clearing dark energies?
Well, for me, it's all mental visualization. What I do a lot is I'll visualize golden flames, burning it away.
Wow.
You can also just push it away. You can verbally deny it. There's numerous different methods that you can use, but I tend to favor the you can transmute it too. I tend to, and that's kind of what I do with the golden flame, because it fuels the fire.
Yeah,
and that's what I use most commonly.
So I guess we could use whatever
feels natural.
Whatever, yeah. I mean, the visual of it is our own magic.
Yeah.
Julianne Linden says that recently she was told that her fascia, her physical body, had been cleared and upgraded. And then they spoke of a fascia crystalline network. Fascia is where human trauma is stored in the physical body. Do you have any insights into that?
I mean, I'm not 100% sure.
As far as the I guess we could make it more general. Like, do you have any insight into the human the carbon-based body transforming into a crystalline light body, that type of thing?
Well, yeah. That's. I mean, that's a possibility. That it takes a lot of energy, though.
And is that's happening to us anyway?
Yeah, that's. I mean, in a way.
Yeah.
In a way, that would, because we're not really. I guess former guardians now, because the guardians are technically disbanded at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, anyways.
Yeah.
But I can get into that later.
Yeah.
But that would make the most sense considering the upgrades and everything that we have been receiving. Not to mention the merges that have been going on. Not just with dragons, but there's also been fairies and stuff like that too. A lot of other beings have been merging in with us and sharing knowledge and energy and abilities and stuff, and that's got to be kind of where it's leading to. That would make the most sense.
Yeah. This is an important thing too, and I'm going to send it because Morgan put it up in the Zoom room.
Okay.
Oh, that was her question.
Okay, I'll go to the question in a second, but she's making this point. We haven't said this on the shows we've done, but we were shown 3 weeks ago that all the young people are now going to come in. They would group together, and that was them waiting for us to catch up with them. It was like a big gate had been opened, and all these young people came. After your first 2 shows, we started getting young people in here, incredible young people.
Really?
I don't know if you've seen them. Yeah, if you go to the SoulogyNetwork Studios YouTube channel, Xingming Wang was one of them. Incredible story, 25 years old, 19 years old, tapped on the shoulder. You're an Andromedan geneticist, and we need to get to work now. And the rest you could listen to it. A couple other young people came on. Now, Morgan's asking about, do you have any intel on hybrid humans? Do they come in different species? And I guess we kind of talked about that before, about the universal seeding of the planet, but I don't know if you have anything you want to elaborate on that.
I mean, well, at this point, practically everything's a hybrid.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, hybrid as in like biological form, or?
I guess one is the other, right?
Well, not entirely.
No?
Not really. I mean, it does kind of blend together, but you can be a hybrid on a spiritual level without being a hybrid in the physical.
I got you.
So, and that's what a lot of that spiritual merging that people have been experiencing recently is.
Yeah.
It's merging on a spiritual level.
Yeah.
And those are what the Guardians considered temporary merges, because the beings temporarily merge together, but the information, the energy, and the abilities can stay forever.
Yeah, that's like what Morgan's brought down for years, the Helios Gamos, where they come together and then you take what you need and vice versa.
Yeah.
There's another question here in regard to, maybe we'll shift back to our conversations. The fluidity started. It always takes us like 10, 15 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So they're saying, is the flash or the event that people talk about, I'm not giving my opinion, is that something that's internal or is it external?
I guess that depends on you. I mean, for me, it's going to be like everything.
It's all in one.
Yeah. And that's...
Or maybe another way to say it, is that an individual occurrence, or is it something that would happen, that in your opinion, would happen collectively, where everybody would go, oh, it all happened?
Well, see, that kind of ties back to we're not really sure, because the Guardians have never really been sure what was going to happen with this. We just knew that eventually the possibility was that all the timelines and dimensions were going to start collapsing. Like, they were slowly drawing together, and over the course of millennia, and like there's been occurrences where the timelines will brush together or dimensions will close together. There's been bleed overs. There's actually one of the common areas that the Guardians would astral project to in this dimension, in this timeline, was Pluto, because there's actually a gateway on Pluto that used to connect physically to the realms. And you can still go through, you can still utilize that gateway.
Wow. So you guys did your individual things at the Guardians, you did your individual journeys, astrals, interdimensional experiences and all that, and then came back and kind of talked about some of it. You said some of it was kept to themselves, but you would talk about it and then go, I guess, share that information, share that consciousness, both verbally and non-verbally, merge, and then go back out and explore again and come back and compare notes.
Yeah, like usually Guardians didn't really merge. They were the Guardians weren't a group of happy-go-lucky light workers that were awakened or enlightened or whatever you want to call it. And like when it boils down to it, they were just a bunch of kids that learned way too much, way too fast, didn't really truly know what to do with it all. So they just kind of ran with it.
Yeah.
The things that we learned really played a big part into allowing me and the ones that continue practicing to help ease things along, I guess. But I don't know. There was a lot that we really didn't know and didn't understand.
Yeah. Which puts us all in the same boat.
Yeah. And that's one thing I want to make sure to say too. It's like I have access to a lot of information, but by no means are any of us all knowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And and I think I can kind of get what you're saying. So like from a human perspective, especially given the ages, they were very young people.
Yeah.
They actually dipped into the ethers, so to speak, and went exploring.
Yeah, and it was a very Christian-based group too.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, so a lot of it was like they tried to rationalize it through Christianity, and that's where a lot of scientific came into it too. Like it was an odd blend, and it was honestly destined to fall apart unless there was fundamental changes. And I tried to make some of those changes, implement them, but it wasn't receptive. I guess they weren't.
Have you thought about starting a group?
I have, actually. I have thought about starting it back up.
Or just like
or kind of rebuilding, like rehashing it or whatever. But I don't know. I don't really feel like it's necessary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I mean, me and the two that I practice with, my friends, they
the two I met.
Yeah.
You guys are still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've actually been teaching Teal some recently. She's a lot of the stuff that she makes. It's very deeply infused with energy too.
What is it, like art? Oh, the
jewelry,
Okay.
and some artwork and stuff. It's pretty interesting stuff. You might need to check out a traveler's necklace she made. I can't wear that for very long.
Why, is it too much energy?
It pressing.
Ah.
On your chest, and so you can feel it.
Well, there's a lot of
I
people.
shifted timelines a lot after that.
You did
for days.
Yeah. And I'm curious about the whole timeline thing. I mean, I know in my own right how I've seen it happen. A lot of times it's through lucid dreams. A lot of times it's like futuristic stuff playing out, and I know that it's collapsed. Like I know that's I can see where the path was and stop. But what does a timeline collapse look like to you? I mean, from your
well, really, when it boils down to it, a timeline collapse is just you refusing to accept that timeline.
Okay.
So it just kind of falls away for you.
Yeah.
It's still there, but you don't access it. You don't accept it.
You shut that door.
Yeah.
In a good way. Okay. Somebody asked about the light body. I'm trying to keep. I'm going to go back into the conversation because I'm trying to keep, and I'm not saying trivial because we share all the questions, but these are questions I see on a lot of different shows. I'm trying to keep it back, keep it in a stream of unity consciousness. Like he's no different than me. I'm no different than him. And we're all no different. And like you said, some people have this, some people have that. We merge one way or another.
Yeah.
This is another way of merging. Sharing information and the questions coming in. But on the light body, that does come up a lot. Now they're asking specifically how close are you to your light body, being in your light body. I would just rephrase it and say, how does that play out in general? Is everybody pretty much transforming the physical part? And I don't guess it's only physical.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, your physical form is shifting, yes, but I've, for a while, practiced with, I guess, well, what we considered it was splitting consciousness, being like conscious in multiple places at once. Like I could be sitting here having this conversation with you and also be astrally projecting into the realms or another timeline or dimension or something.
Yeah.
And I practiced with moving beyond the singular conscious limit. And I guess that would be, I mean, it's kind of like moving into your true self too.
Yeah.
At that point, it's just I don't know how to like properly phrase it.
That's the problem with some of this stuff.
Mhm.
We just keep going with it. We had some conversations these past few days, and there were the young people that were kind of the catalyst for it, and that was in regard to, and I know this, like you said, nobody really knows everything,
Right.
but, and I think we maybe even talked about this, but it won't hurt to bring it back up.
Mhm.
Do you feel like we're physically okay? Like these things that we can do dimensionally and interdimensionally, you know, like what you just described, having a conversation, but going somewhere else.
Yeah.
That we'll be able to do those things and retain our physical body as we do them.
Well, I believe so. I mean, I'm managing to do it. I don't see why it would be like impossible. Like it just seems like another natural step in the process. Like we're moving into an upgraded part of ourselves. Like I mean, we already are upgraded. We're just becoming conscious to it, essentially.
Yeah.
Like I think that's kind of a natural thing
Well,
as far as the progression goes.
Yeah. And you made a remark earlier, I don't think we were on camera, and I made a joke about how old I looked, and then you said something about you started working on that years ago.
Yeah.
That you were just not going to age, that you would accept some facial hair. And somebody asked how old you are. He's 27 Earth years, but he looks obviously like needs to be carded if he was going to buy, you know, cigarettes.
I get carded every time I go get anything.
Yeah, right. But on that note, the thing about belief, I mean, you know, and I know we talked about this a little bit, and again, I don't think it would hurt to talk about it a little bit more in regard to we're really just stopping ourselves. We talked about this last week in terms of, I said, our human mind can't understand these, and you're like, well, it can. It's just that you don't think it can. I mean, to me, this whole thing about the quantum is we can move through this stuff really, really fast. And I know there's stuff holding us back, conditioning, traumas, you know, things that happen in our lives, things that we might have carried in our cellular. What is the quickest and easiest way to clear that crap out of the way and get on with the program?
Well, I'm personally not too terribly sure. Like, it kind of different for each person. Me personally, the way I do it is I just don't give myself an option. Like, I don't have an option of failure. I'm going to succeed.
Yeah. Yeah. So in other words, it's a lot like the timeline you collapse. I guess you are collapsing the timeline. That's what you're doing.
Essentially.
If I say to myself, I am, you know, going to stabilize the, you know what, the decomposition of my physical body, and then at some point say I'm now going to reverse it and start regenerating, I'm actually not only collapsing timelines, but I'm actually choosing and creating timelines.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And that's the true like nature of our power in this illusion. That's what we've learned to kind of adapted to do with time.
Yeah. And time would be a big one, I would think. That would probably be the biggest one, wouldn't it? I mean, we're accepting the calendar, we're accepting the clock and the times ticking away and all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest focus of this entire existence.
Yeah.
It's time. The clock, it drives me insane.
Right.
Like I operate on my internal clock most of the time.
Now the comment was made, how fast can we make a timeline collapse? But I think you just pretty much answered that.
Yeah, it can be instantaneous, or you can drag it out. It depends on like how big of a change you think it is, really, and how much work you think needs put into it.
Yeah, and I love this comment too from Candace Amali. She says the real disclosure is who we are and what we're truly capable of.
Yeah, obviously. They were doing all this was all created for a reason, I guess, to help us to find ourselves, like we talked about, and expand the universe by expanding our own growth. Yeah, very cool. All right, so we're out of questions. We're going to keep on going.
All right.
We're just going to wing it. We
That
tried to
works.
question things. That's it. This is all a new rhythm. I don't need to make excuses. What the fuck am I doing here? All right.
Yeah, what's the matter? Wing it.
So, okay, let's talk about some stuff.
All right.
Things are changing really rapidly. And really, I can only speak for my own self and people that are around me. I've seen what's going on with you. Like, for instance, we'll use me and you as an example. You talked about some intentions that you set or some magic that you put into place a year ago. We had already met before then. There was some type of, subtle, connection, and it just continued. Like when we hooked back up 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like this stuff is falling into more and more alignment. Has this changed with all this new awareness coming in, and even in your own individual path with more attention being given to you and what your energy represents, has it changed you? Have you had to modify, refine, stepping into your true nature, your power? How does this feel for you?
Well, I have changed myself. It's not really, like, I guess how I handle myself, how I kind of view things, because like I said, I used to, up until not too long ago, I used to struggle with doubt. This has helped solidify everything for me.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's not been as, because when I was younger, I'd always thought, oh, I'm going to have to be completely different, like no semblance of myself even left. But that's not the case.
Yeah.
It's difficult to explain.
But are you well, okay, so what you're saying is that you were such a fish out of water that you never thought you were going to be able to just be yourself. You were having to be something else, which I think we can all relate to. But now, I guess it would only make sense, you're actually stepping into a space or a pace of relaxation and comfort, confidence.
This is another kind of change. I had already, it was funny, but when my parents said that you were going to be around, I had already thought about it. And I had decided before, like several days before we even saw each other, met back up, that if you made the offer, I was going to come onto the videos. So I had already decided before.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just, I had a feeling it was going to happen, and it's, like I said, just keep my eyes open to the possibilities. And if you really want something to happen, then you just don't accept any failure. You collapse those away, and then just about no matter what you do, you're going to be on that path.
Yeah.
That's my main magic. That's what I usually do mostly, is I just keep everything going the way I feel like I like it to.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of people can relate to that too. It's like some people might call it daydreaming or imagining. I can relate to that. But I think, and I don't know, I'd like to hear your perspective on this, because I know there's people out there that have used quote unquote magic for the wrong purposes. Let's just say that, or for purposes that were not in the best interest of all.
Yeah.
And it seems like these I don't know, maybe this is not the right word, but the wholesome intentions are the magic that works, or that seems to be really working now. I don't know. There seems to be more, I don't want to say good, but there seems to be less suppression. Something's changing, and the magic's being supported, maybe something like that.
The machine's shifting.
Yeah.
The dynamic, the energy flow, it's changing. So everything else is shifting along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I think we might have talked about this too, the whole masculine and feminine thing. Obviously, there was a patriarchal system in place, and the feminine was suppressed in all of us, if you want to look at it that way, how you want to say it. There was a false masculine bravado, machismo, whatever you want to call it, that seems to be crumbling. In this past week, on some of the shows, I mean, you've got a female leading Ethiopia, you've got a young female leading New Zealand, you've got the 5 main parties in Finland are all represented by young women now, 35 and under. The prime minister is 34 and a woman. So there seems to be some type of rising of the feminine. And in terms of that, is there, and when you look at the field, like a dismantling of this old machismo, this old masculine?
There is. It's balance in all things. Too much of any one thing is negative. It can be negative. So balance in all things. And like you said, it has been suppressed quite a bit. And because of that, like as it balances back out, we're going to notice it more in that area that it's been suppressed.
Yeah.
And that's one of the, I think that's one of the things that it could be.
Somebody mentioned this Z, she goes by Z, on the Facebook and YouTube, it's listed as her name, Xingming Wang, 25-year-old. But she talked about, and this was the one that got the tap on the shoulder when she was 19, that she was Andromeda, and she was a geneticist, and she's been on this path now. Okay. She talks about going into dimension. She works with 8 or 10 other people, specifically in the healthcare industry, from on higher level, not the bricks and mortar level, but she meets them in dimension, and they work. Does that sound like anything you've done, and how can we do something like that?
I mean, it sounds similar to things that I've done, although I don't know, the way that the Guardians approached things was quite different from a lot of things that the majority of people do. And that's part of like the development from the isolation that the Guardians put themselves in. Not to mention each individual in the Guardians was more like a solo practitioner that collaborated with a collective every once in a while. So there wasn't a whole lot there really. It was more just training and stuff.
So your meetings with other people like you were really in the physical. Okay.
Yeah, most of the time. We'd a lot of times we'd have missions or objectives that would correlate in the other dimensions, and when that happened, we would collaborate together and then share an after report and make sure everything, that way you got multiple eyes on the situation and everything too.
So you guys were protecting your field individually and as a group. Did you ever come across like one particular consciousness or group of consciousness group that you felt like was trying to manipulate you or anything like that?
Like maybe a specific species or something?
Yeah, like say, somebody came back and said, hey, I ran into this type of energy.
There were a number of instances in the Guardians where all of the Guardians went to what we considered war. And one of the things that we fought was actually from this dimension, the realms that we went to, it was a slug. And what it do is it was highly telepathic, like psionic abilities were extremely abnormal. It had to have been created by something, but it would crawl up onto your head, and then it would change its physical structure so it would crawl into your brain and it would take control of you. And that was one of the biggest threats that the Guardians ever faced.
Yeah.
Because we weren't physical beings in that place. We were projecting our consciousness there. So if it like it could affect us much more.
Yeah. You weren't in the physical, you were in the ethers, in an etheric body, and you were dealing with this intruder.
Yeah.
And so did you guys collectively strategize to neutralize this thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. And do you think that there's, and I know this gets, it gets funny because there is no dark, there is no light, and we're coming to that understanding and all that. But do you think that there's significant, let's just say, residual negative energy out there that we need to be looking for, or has the game changed at this point? You talked about.
I think at this point the game has changed. I mean, there is still some out there. The balance is constantly shifting. We're coming into a more neutral state, and after that, it's going to start shifting into a more light state. And really, we're kind of coming out of the neutral state at this point. Like, it swings pretty quick, but I don't think it'll take too long. We'll be like, all of that will be taken care of. It's on the outs right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And in regard to that, I know we probably touched on this a little bit before, but somebody asked again, in terms of like what's coming. I know what you talked about, just so everybody who wasn't here, we can restate it. When I asked you about like, what do you see when you look at the earth, you said that you actually go up beyond the parameters of the field of the earth and kind of, you're in kind of a protectionist mode from the outer point to anything coming inward, something like that, right?
That's how I see it. Yeah, I can see it like that. I'm actually like linked up with the planet, so to speak.
With the planet?
Yeah. The planet is linked with all of us.
Right.
It gives us life. It maintains us and everything. So we're part of that mechanism, this planetary mechanism. And if you link up to that planet, it's just like connecting to your higher self to communicate with other versions of yourself in other timelines and dimensions. You're connecting to the planet to connect to a higher point in the machine. And when you reach that higher point, you can more easily see what's below.
Ooh, this is good. Okay, so connecting to the planet is no different than connecting to a multidimensional aspect of your higher self. And where I was going to go with the question, then you kind of went into it a little bit deeper, is there an advantage to all of us to, let's just say, connect to the planet, or is that something that is not necessarily for everybody? Like in your case, maybe that's part of your role, part of what you...
It may be. Heck, anybody could do it, but I guess it's a matter of preference. That's really what all of this boils down to, whether, like, as far as what kind of magic you practice, what you do with it, it's all kind of preference, and there really isn't a wrong answer with it. It's just different ways of looking at it.
Yeah. Do you think it's, I don't want to ask a leading question, so just be totally honest about it.
Okay.
Based on the answer you just gave, do you think it's highly advantageous at this time for someone like any of us to develop that relationship with the higher self?
I mean, it would be. It would ease the transition. The Guardians commonly believed that there was going to be a lot of what we considered casualties. We didn't know how that was going to take form, but we also didn't believe that everybody was going to transition through this.
Yeah. And
certainly not as smoothly as others.
And transition could be just how comfortable it was. I'm not trying to say I know anything. It's a question. Could it mean like how comfortable you are through that transition, or the fact that you may not make it through the transition in a physical body?
Well, and what I lean to is like more of a mental state.
Okay.
Because, I mean, you got to think about it. If a majority of people start saying, well, they see all these new things, that everything around them is changing, then the minorities in that group are going to start thinking they're crazy because they don't see these things.
Yeah.
Their mental state's going to suffer from it. They're going to have a bit of a mental decline from it. And it goes both ways too.
Yes.
It's one of those things that the Guardians always try to pay attention to, and that's why they saw this as a threat, a potential threat.
Yeah, which is much deeper to me than these, any type of physical catastrophe or calamity or, attack or anything like that. It's actually not in the physical. What you're talking about, it's not in the physical. It's it's a non-physical thing. I mean, and you actually see that. You even see it like in these communities that we're involved with, where people say, "I can't do that. I can't do what Josh does, or I can't do what this person does," and you can see that they're taking a mental hit there. Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it is, and it's not. It's like I said, anybody can do any of this stuff. It's what I find commonly the issue is it's society's programming. That tends to be the main stopping for people.
Yeah.
They can't get past that. Well, I'm not good enough to make it in this area because I don't know enough.
Yeah.
It's not that you don't know enough. You just, heck, when the Guardians got started, we had basically what I did on these videos. I described, the technique was described to us, and go for it.
Went and did it.
I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, and I have to say, I've been doing, not traditional meditation, my own way for years and years. And then I met Morgan, and she introduced me to some other things, which I think had to do with with believing or knowing someone that had done it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So then you go, okay, I'm not crazy. I didn't imagine that, the other day or whatever.
Yeah.
But I want to say with this technique that you started with, which was first struck me, even though I figured I'd done it already, but I'd never consciously gone into myself and found a place that I wanted to start and look for a door. That and maybe I'd done it before, maybe I hadn't, but I was telling Josh before the show that I actually tried this about 3 nights ago, and I went in to my heart space because I felt like that was my power base. And I started looking around, and I saw this door, and I opened it or whatever, and it was like my mind got in the way because it felt like I was like going, okay, what's in here? And it was limiting. But then about 2 days later, I popped in just very quickly, instantaneously. I popped back into that spot, and I guess. Here we go. Like you said the other day, magic knows no time. So here it is 2 days later, and I walked in that door. I found myself in that room, and the room was limitless, full of gold and white light. And I was basically understood at that time I could start creating from there. So I don't know how it would work for other people, but that's what happened to me, and I thought maybe I should relate that.
Yeah, it's fairly. There's a lot of consistencies, like as far as how that space plays out. That's consistently what is described. Although a lot of times there's also a lot of other different colors involved too.
Yeah.
Like depending on your state, it might even be chromatic.
Yeah.
Like that's.
Well, the thing that I got from it when you see, and that's why for me it was different because I've gone into spaces by myself with Morgan. It could be under the pyramids when we first met. It could be, all these different places, both earthly, non-earthly, off universe, in the universe. But to actually go inside myself, other than to look at, okay, what's this element I have, she told me years ago, pull that energy up of that element and see what it's got to say. But this for me was different because this was a space where I could actually create something.
Yeah.
And actually what ended up happening, I was telling you and your dad up front, was I didn't try to create anything. This table appeared, and I was shown something basically. So I don't know. It to me it was different because there was no, and I know nothing's external, but there was no feeling of external. There was nothing I had to detach from. That's not really there. It was all me. And like I said, the first time you said it was a very safe environment. It was all me. Yeah. So there was nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah. And a lot of times you can get messages from your higher self much easier through that method too.
I liked it. I thought it was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do actively work with a couple of people that I met. Okay.
Yes.
And you're saying at this point, just in general, if I got you right, that it may not even be necessary now for groups to come together. Because
I'm not saying that the collaboration is not like to stop it or anything, because the collaboration is good. That helps push things forward at a faster rate.
Yeah.
But it's been a snowball effect for several years, and we've been pushing it along. And at this point, it's gained enough momentum. There's no stopping it.
Yeah. So I guess another way to say it would be that regardless of who we're looking at or who we're referring to, everybody's picking up more code and more information, more epiphanies, revelations, whatever.
Yeah.
As the days go by.
Yeah, and heck, even since doing my first video, there has been a massive influx of people that have been helping me and my friends on the astral plane too, doing our efforts on that. And I've even come into contact with at least one person whom I've been working with on there for about a year now. It's the first instance that I've ever met someone on the astral plane and then got contact with them here.
Oh, so you met him a year ago in the astrals, and you met him physically here.
Yep.
Wow. That's trippy, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty trippy.
It's cool.
Yeah. So it's like, and I was getting that last night. We had a powerful night. Every day we've been here has been powerful. But and I kept getting I was having these lucid dreams and all these things I was really getting to see, really cool. But one of the things that came in was like, let go, and it was meant a totally different way. Let go of the past, and it was a general comment for everyone. That part has to go now. That part has to go now. So when I think about what you just said, if you take the time element out of it, it really wasn't a year ago. It was, you know what I mean? It'd be no different than meeting somebody in the flesh here, and then a year later you run into them in the ethers.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, it really is. And that's what makes this time illusion so interesting.
Do you have, I mean, I know some of this could be redundant, but somebody asked a question. I'm just trying to make the question more. In terms of your higher self, is this your go-to? I mean, is this generally the part of the universe that you're speaking to? Or is it all kind of housed in Joshua's voice? Is the higher self voice?
Yeah, I try to. At this point, it's pretty much a constant connection thing. It's difficult to explain, but when I'm sitting here seeing things, it's not just this timeline I see. I'm seeing a multitude of them, and I'm also, like I said, I'm multiple different places at once right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not, but I am, because everything's one. Space doesn't really exist, and time doesn't exist, and that whole thing. So
yeah,
I don't know. I guess that's a multi-dimensional existence, though, because it's difficult to explain. I just see everything at once.
Can you
overlays?
Like overlays?
Similar to overlays.
And if somebody, I mean, because this is a lot of information. This is a lot of information. Morgan's got a question, but let's go to this one first. So for people that are like, okay, TMI, how can I just drill this down? How can I check myself? You talked about doubts that you actually had before these shows started, and you've kind of been validated. I mean, if you were having doubts after all these intense experiences your whole life, you can imagine everybody else, especially if we're older, and we talked about this in the first show. But where could they start? Where could somebody start to develop the relationship and also check themselves? Because again, to try to get past that doubt.
Right. Well, it's, I mean, even with all the doubt, like I'd let myself doubt for a moment, but I wouldn't let it take any energy with it.
Yeah.
Like I'd kind of force perspective shift is what I'd do. I'd change the way, I'd force myself to change the way I'm looking at it. And I'd switch back to the point where I don't give myself the option. It has to go this way because it can't go another way.
Because this is what you want, or this is what you know.
This is what's going to happen.
This is what's going to happen.
This is what I know.
This is what I know. This is what's going to happen.
Yeah. And even with the doubts and everything, like doubts, depression, whatever it is, like just practice forcing that perspective shift. Practice changing the way that you're looking at it. Because a lot of times that's what it is. It's perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. And the perspective, yeah, I can see that. So the perspective, it's one thing to have a perspective. Well, is there a difference between a perspective and a belief?
Not really.
Not really, right?
No, your beliefs shape your perspective, and your perspective shapes your beliefs. Like it's pretty hand in hand.
So another thing I noticed too, which again, this is an energetic impression. It's not really about the individual. Is that I don't see you. I've never seen you trying to prove your point. I think that seems to be a pretty good red flag for people if they can see it in themselves. But you're not really trying to push anything. That the energy of not trying to push or convince or have to be right tells me that you're just basically relaying your experience for the collective good versus trying to enforce your perspective.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anyone or anything. I'm sharing what I've experienced, and that's why I've been so happy and like fascinated with the outcome of everything, because I didn't expect this kind of a reaction.
Well, you're a big reason for that. Yeah, so it's like I think for us that have been around a little bit longer, this go around. Again, I got to be careful what I say now around you because I don't know what I'm creating with the words I'm stating. But let me restate it. There's people out there, including myself, who are still feathering out or transitioning out of having to be right, having to convince people. But it just seems to me that you've got some type of neutrality in your delivery. And where does that come from and how do you get there?
Well, I realized that if you personally are trying to convince somebody of something, it's because you don't truly believe it yourself.
That's it. Mic drop. No, that's
I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
When you're trying to convince other people, you're just trying to convince yourself. Well, if I can convince them, then I can believe it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got a bunch of questions here.
Okay.
So, yeah, this wasn't picking them all up.
Right.
So, Morgan brings up the triad again, and we talked about that a little bit. People talk about we came out of duality, we're moving into the age of Trinity, the 369, like Tesla talked about. I know we talked about this just a little bit. What is your knowledge of the triad of three energies, say three incarnated people coming together, and I guess exponentially multiplying, the force, the energetic force of that meeting versus two people coming together?
Well, I mean, it's another step in the progression. The Trinity, it creates a certain resonance, and it's a resonance that moves at a higher frequency. So it's just another step in the process, and really we've been out of the duality for a long time. Yeah, people are just now kind of moving into that realization.
Yeah, very cool. Somebody says that this is Arts Ascending. Thank you for your comments, and says that
their hands are starting to disappear. Not afraid, but I have no idea where to go with that. Is that I mean, we have people that talk about the crystals. You're able to see the crystals in the skin.
Yeah.
It's having something to do with the crystalline body transformation, all that. But disappearing hands.
That sounds like a perspective shift. That's, I mean, it's like I said, when I look around, I don't really see what I used to. I don't see what most people would see, the physical. I see physical overlays from multiple timelines, but overall, I'm looking at the overall energy flow of everything.
Yeah.
And
not so much the literal hard physical matter.
Yeah.
I was doing a show upstairs, 2 shows upstairs, and because I look at the screen, I can see behind on the side of your yard.
Yeah.
And I saw these black. They look like rectangles. They look like a little train. I don't know, they didn't look like a train, but they were shaped and moving like a little train, basically. And I saw them shoot by once. I saw it go twice the first time, and I looked. I thought, am I seeing things? But then the second time I saw it again, and I knew I had seen it. And of course, there's nothing over there. It's not like something's going to walk by there. Certainly not that speed. But what is that? Is that like a glitch in the overlay or the matrix, as people might refer to?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I've been able to like boil it down to. Anyways, it's where we're perceiving things. Like our perception isn't just this physical. We can see more than just the physical, but society tells us that it's not real.
Yeah.
And that's changing, like not necessarily the society aspect of it, although that's going to change. But we're kind of being forced into this realization that we don't perceive just the physical. We perceive a multitude more than that.
Yeah, and then you get into these situations where you start to share those experiences. Like last night, we could call these coincidences or aberrations or whatever, but in the span of the night, we had a fire in wings.
Was that
and then
Thursday night?
That was last night.
Last night?
Last night.
Okay.
And then, so we saw it there. We saw it in this cloud formation that like did some crazy stuff, like in a really short period of time. Because, clouds usually move really slow. But I guess what I'm saying is, and there was a couple other things that happened. That energy that you're talking about was very present. It was a very present. It was a very cleansing night. We had a lot of good discussion, and that energy was palpable, and it took on some semblance of a physical, body or whatever you want to call it. But I guess that's going to be happening more and more as we all
it's
come
how
together.
we're perceiving it. Since we're being forced to perceive it, our minds are trained to naturally try to rationalize it. So our minds will try to tell it, try to tell us that it's not like what we initially see.
Yeah,
They'll
exactly.
try to explain
Like
it away.
something's wrong with us.
Yeah.
Basically.
But if we break that, then we'll see the truth.
And that's, that seems to be a big thing too. I mean, the whole, the tape recorder in your head, the mind, let's just call it the mind. I don't know if that's the right word. The mind that's always telling us this isn't real and you didn't do that or you can't do that. But there seems to be support in diminishing the influence or even the audio of it. Is there a way we can accelerate that? I mean, I know basic meditation talks about just clearing your mind and hold a picture of a blank screen or look at the wall or whatever. But to your mind, is there anything?
I mean, that's the method that I've always used. I've not come across a better one yet. So your go-to is basically a traditional meditation approach. Yeah.
So just breathing, close your eyes and clear your mind.
And just push it out.
Yeah. And so when you do have thoughts come in, how do you react to them? Do you answer them or do you
It depends.
Yeah.
Like, I'll answer some of them, but if I don't like them, I won't even acknowledge them.
Wow.
Like, I just push them away.
You talked about I don't say the use, but the role of the human hybrid in the multiverses on other planets. You talked about that they're highly valued because of what we might call work, but in terms of engineering, technology, creative invention, and that type of thing. I was thinking about that after you told me that. I was thinking about the conversation. If that's being utilized all around the multiverses, it doesn't seem that it had been being utilized here. Will it be? Has it been happening and we just didn't know about it? Or
it has been the creative solutions. That's what we've been. And I've also heard a lot of stories and talked to some people that have talked about like aliens already being on this planet and utilizing humans for technological work and their engineering capabilities, because humans are renowned to be able to find creative solutions that others would easily overlook.
Yeah. And plus, well, I don't want to throw my 2 cents in because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Neither do I.
But Jamie Straley, thanks. She says, did any of the Guardians, and you brought this up, that the Guardians were kind of Christian based or they had a Christian foundation.
Yeah.
Did any of the Guardians have a split when it came to their religion and what they were experiencing?
Yeah, most of them managed to rationalize it away, but by the time I got into it, I was already struggling with like my Christianity. There was a number of inconsistencies that I couldn't overlook. And at this point, I had read the Bible a couple of times already. So I started studying other religions. And the ones I started with were actually ancient Greek, Norse, and Egyptian mythologies. I figured I'd go back as far as I could. And like when I got into the Guardians, it stopped being, like, religion stopped being a concern. It's not, religion is another divisive factor. It's another limitation. There's no, like, it's belief, but what's it matter what you believe when anything's possible?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, and people fighting and arguing over it, it's just a restriction.
Yeah. Just another limitation with a different face on it that happens to be more widely accepted and well and known, both those that fall into it or when we fall into it. And I guess when you fall against it, it's no different than falling into it, really, because it's creating separation.
I mean, they all basically say the same thing.
Yeah.
Like all of the ideas and the concepts, they're all basically the same. It's just different stories and different words and names.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned spirit guides. What does that mean to you?
Spirit guides, like the ones you meet up with on the astral plane?
Well, like even like the one your dad was talking about from last night. What is that? Is that, I mean, I know ultimately everything's one, but what are your thoughts on spirit guides? You know, do they play a specific role?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of in their name. They're to guide you along a path. If you have questions or curiosities, their job's kind of to help guide you to find the answer. Not necessarily give you the answer, but help you find it and come to terms with it in your way.
Right. This is John Love. Thank you, John. He mentions having had similar experiences. It feels like a communication with interdimensional beings relaying images or symbols which are intended to hold a message.
Yeah, they're more conceptual. That's what makes them difficult to convey into words. It's because they encompass entire concepts, and utilizing that, you can communicate much more complex and much more advanced messages. and information.
And just going back to what we talked about on the previous shows, do we have to understand what they're telling us?
We may not consciously understand it, but we will, like, we have the innate ability to decode it.
Yeah.
And it's built into us.
Right. Which I guess what I'm saying is, and I'm not trying to ask leading questions. I guess it doesn't have to come through a conversation with them, like a conversation that a human could understand.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it can be a download, like an information packet that just hits you all at once.
And so the point being too, that if you have this occur, like John Love talked about, and you can't have a conversation for whatever reason that a human can understand, it doesn't take away from the fact that this occurred and there was coding exchange.
Yeah. No, your subconscious, well, I guess your higher self is translating that and like uploading it into you as you're prepared for it. Because you may not always be fully ready for all of the information you get.
Yeah, that's good. I like this comment from John too. He says, I find the mind becomes occupied when we lack presence. Becoming present is instant, yet it takes time to remember how to appreciate the moment. I like that. Being present turns off that. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Now, last week, you did a upgrade, and it was pretty powerful. And I actually went back. I don't usually go back and watch these things, but I went back and skimmed through it and picked up some comments and messages. And I received a couple of messages privately. People got a lot out of it. I don't know if you're open to doing that or something else before we sign off.
Yeah, I can do something. I was actually thinking about it after that last video, and I could probably do a more modular kind of thing. Like it would be able to be more advanced, like more intricate in the programming and the upgrade, but it would be modular in the sense that you don't need the whole thing. You could just take bits and pieces.
What part you need?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm open for that. If everybody's open for that.
All right.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, my pleasure.
We had one. Thank you. That one I felt in my heart. I don't know why, but yeah. Somebody asked something on YouTube. They asked a couple of questions, and just because of the, let's see, if everything is code, how do we decode our DNA? If we're trapped within our past generational bloodlines, how do we clear our bloodlines? So I'm going to go first on this one and just say, well, I'm not going to do the first question, but the second one, if we're trapped within our, trapped, the word trapped, again, here we go with limiting ourselves. And I'm not picking on you, Emily. Thank you for the question. How do we clear our bloodlines? How do we correct our DNA? It's pretty much the same type of thing, isn't it? How do we do anything?
Yeah.
We're the programmer. I mean, you can add whatever you think.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it boils down to. It's just if you let yourself be limited, or if you think that there are going to be limitations, then you're going to develop limitations. Like it's just, and it's one of the hardest things to do, really, because we're so used to being limited.
Yeah, and programmed. Yeah,
and letting go of that is extremely difficult.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it comes up. I mean, people are I think asking this type of question sincerely, but I think that's it's like the chicken and the egg, or a catch-22, because the answer is we are the answer. We are the reason this whole, whatever was created. This mystery, this incarnation, the series of incarnations.
You know, we talked about this last week. Everybody's saying thank you very much. We had well over 100 people in YouTube and
My pleasure.
15 to 20 in the Zoom room. We were not allowed to go on Facebook, and that's okay. We are working on a solution to be independent and out from under the confines of any quote unquote matrix social media platform. We're looking to we are creating our own, and going to be very expansive with it. And we're not worried about the timeline because there is no time. But if these shows resonate with you, please share. And also, if they resonate with you, consider supporting us with a contribution, because that's how we've been able to do this. And, you know, we do appreciate it. So thank you all for coming in. Thank you, Joshua, again.
Thank you.
I look forward to doing it again and
Yes, my pleasure.
and discussing creative potential types of broadcasts, because I think I feel like we're ready to step it up and,
Heck yeah.
you know, create something that you're comfortable with and that the people will gain from. So
sounds good.
All right. So see you guys later. Peace out. Angie Parker, peace out. We'll see you there. Who's this? Okay, so we're good here in meeting. Hamburger.
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Welcome everybody on the live and the replay. It's 11:11 and it is 11:09 on the East Coast. But by the time we play our intro and come back, we'll be starting the show at 11:11 on 11:11. So it's a very powerful day. We've got a beautiful beloved brother, Richard Melchizedek, with us. I'm excited about this. I have a feeling we're going to have a really interesting show. We'll be right back in a minute, 19 seconds. Looks like we launched the website just in time because we were being severely suppressed by Facebook and YouTube, and that's okay. We're not complaining. I was just reading that 11:11 is about transformation. Somebody's saying it's the most transformative day in the last century. I don't know about that. Some people get carried away with things, but it is what we make it. And I just want to say on a couple of notes. We just did open the website last night. We had the video that I rolled it out on. I closed the store today because we had a couple of problems. There were some purchases made, and there was a couple that couldn't take the money. We'll get it resolved, and we'll be on it after the shows today. I'm real excited to be here this morning. I don't usually get up this early, but we had some things come up, and this beloved brother was kind enough to move this to 11:11 at 11:11. So we didn't plan it to be 11:11, but it just turned 11:12. So we actually started the show at 11:11. But I'm real excited to be talking to Richard because I don't know him like most people that come on the show. I don't know the people, but there's just something in the air, and I don't believe in coincidences. So welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in, sharing space with us, and honoring us with your presence. And I have a feeling before the end of the show, I'll be saying thank you for your service to humanity, because I think you've been doing this for a while.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me on, and just expressing my gratitude and appreciation for you and providing higher conscious media outlet at this time for everyone.
No, you're very welcome. Thank you. It's kind of you. How long have you been awake?
It's a lifetime journey, and there's been many stages along the path. When I was younger, I went through some, illnesses and things like that, which kind of triggered certain pivot points in my direction that brought me into like more understandings of Eastern medicine, and I started having out-of-body experiences at 17.
Wow.
And after one of my out-of-body experiences, I came right back down, and it was probably one of the most painful experiences I've ever been through, because I was actually able to be consciously aware of the densities here.
Yeah.
And it was put me into like kind of like a dark night of the soul, as you would call it, or the dark night of the ego.
Yeah.
And then I kind of went through that dark period until I had some more health issues and near-death experiences, and that triggered the next level of awakening onto the full spiritual path. And that was roughly around 12 years ago. And
so
then
you're 29 now, right?
No, I'm 42.
I'm playing with you. I didn't think you were 42, but
yeah.
So that was 12 years ago.
Yeah.
17 would have been 25 years ago. So 1995. Plus, you were young too. That's I've only heard a few people.
I don't feel though that was like my real like spiritual awakening, because I went through like many levels and layers that put me onto the spiritual path, but you and I know how denser the frequencies were back then, and what we had to move and shift through. And then in 2012, I went through another level of awakening, and I started having more like galactic experiences. But it was
2012. So that would have been, let's say you're 42. You'd have been what, 34?
Yeah.
So you were 17. And then 12 years ago was 2008. So you kind of had a resurgence then, and then 2012 is the Galactics. I want to ask you before we jump into that, because we're going to dig all into this. And by the way, this is not a Q&A, traditional Q&A. You're welcome to ask questions as well. It's a conversation. But I want to go back to something that you said about the density. And I want to ask you about that. And for the reason I ask these questions is because there's a lot of people waking up right now. And as you know, a lot of the stuff that you can experience is kind of freaky. And you can kind of feel like you're crazy or you're losing your mind and such. But I remember having an out-of-body, I was about 38, and I remember leaving the body and coming back into the body, and I never thought about it, but what you said, I remember, and I'm asking you, like, what was it like for you in terms of the density? Because I know when I left and came back in, especially when I came back in, I could feel it felt very cold and very heavy, because like when you get out, you're just like, you're just gliding, right? You're flying. And, but I remember that feeling. I didn't go into it the way you did. It did hit me though. And I was like, I don't want to go back into this. I mean, like you can't even lift the arm up. I mean, it's just really, really heavy. Is that what you're talking about when you said it was very dense?
Well, yeah, like one of the main experiences I had, like I would go into deep sleep paralysis almost every night, and it was something I actually thought I was going to die, and I would fight it every night. And then one day I was just, just gonna let it go, and I let it go, and I heard this loud like bang and pop, and I came out of my body, and I started traveling up through like the dimensional layers. And one of the layers that I came into was just like pure euphoria, and everything was based upon like thought was tied in with feeling, and whatever you thought, like you kind of like felt, and it was instantaneous, and there was no separation.
Yeah.
So to be in that high level of freedom and just understanding how beautiful everything was, that was the main thing, where everything was just so overwhelmingly euphoric and beautiful and compassionate. And I would almost feel like I was crying at everything I would see from the overwhelm of beauty within it. So then when I had come back, it was just like, well, how do you go?
It was the contrast.
Yeah. from being so free.
Yeah, because a lot of people I've talked to with NDEs or out of bodies, and the same happened to me. You know, like the last one I had was like with an angel. And the whole thought thing that you're talking about was really accurate. And then, but what I was going to say is the other people I've talked to, and that's the way I felt too, because as soon as I started drifting back from the angel, I'm like, hey, what's going on? What's going on, man? I don't want to leave. Why would I want to leave this place, you know? And, you know, she's like, you got to go back. You got to, but you're right. You don't want to leave. It's just like, I mean, well, I guess it's so new to us, you know, or renewed to us when we go up there. And because of the density here, yeah, nobody wants to come back. It is traumatic though, isn't it? I mean, it affected you. You went into a dark night.
Yeah, like I was completely cut off after that, and I came back, and it was like thump, back in, cut off. I felt from everything in my connection, and then it was just that ego started to play into everything, and it was all part of my path that I was meant to walk. You know, like that was my first like deep experience on a soul level to understand the soul connection, but it also like triggered all of my pain bodies and everything else to start a mass level of, you know, the dark night of the soul, or however you want to word it.
So the galactic thing started to show its face around 2012. Isn't it amazing though? Like there's a lot of people that had experiences like earlier, like you did, or my wife, and many other people. A couple of people have been on the show lately, but it seems like, and I know it sounds cliche, but around 2012. Give or take a year, there was some serious stuff going on. Like, I mean, individually, there was some like major, like once in a lifetimes kind of thing going on. So you had already had a couple of episodes, but in 2012, the Galactics poked their head in the door. Did that freak you out? I mean, had you considered anything galactic up to that point?
Okay, so I think like at that time, like anytime I'd be going out and meditating, you know, it was predominantly the divine feminine holding the space for that. And there wasn't a lot of males really doing some of this work at that time. True. But I had always been, it was different for me. Like I would go and everyone else would have normal spirit guides, and I would have like galactics with me. But that was on a more like a multi-dimensional level of awareness. And then 2012, I started to have like, you know, I had a pretty, you know, contact experience with the Syrian Council. I was still like not consciously aware of what that meant, and the high shift in frequencies, you know, put me into like so many doubt cycles at that time on trying to figure out like what was true, what's not true. And
are you talking about, yeah, because I can relate to that. I'm sure everybody else can too. Are you talking about like the doubt cycles, as in, so you were in a meditative state or a dimensional state, you come back in, now you got to go function as a human being, and you're like, yeah, did this really happen? Am I crazy? Am I making this up? Is this my imagination? Did you go through all that?
For sure. And I think that's what 2012 played such a huge role for me in like moving forward, because it was a year of like figuring things out, where when you have these experiences, it was like, did that really happen? And it's like, you go into a deeper level of like looking and searching like within. So like moving forward in 2018, like it was like full on boom. 2018? That's when I had the Andronomen High Council come in and just go, it's showtime, and literally boom, activated.
So I'm trying to get my timeline here. Yeah, that aligns with what we've experienced. You know, 2012 was definitely a lot like what you're talking about. In fact, you know, a lot of people in when they wake up, did this happen to you? They'd come out of these states and start telling other people about it and try to convince them, and they're like, what? Yeah, I remember that. But 2018, yeah, I mean, every year has definitely kind of, you know, ascended or been in an ascending slope. But I think like around 2015, 2016, it really started to pick up. There was more reciprocation from the universe in terms of, you know, what you put in, you get out. And definitely 2018 in 2019, of course, 2020. I mean, now you've been observing this. You've been working as a practitioner. You've been communicating with higher aspects for quite some time. What do you think of 2020? It's almost over, but
I think the 2020 hindsight, right, is the easiest way to explain it. It's really given us a global mindfulness test and played as a catalyst for us to move forward as a human race and to start to come into that higher level of consciousness and embodiment. So it's a good representation of exactly where you are on your internal energy and process at this time. It seems to be being, a lot of us have come into COVID and all this other stuff where we've come out of it, and accelerated at a very high level.
True.
And stepped into our path and our role, and it's played a huge catalyst. There's others that anything that is you're unconscious of, it's completely been spotlighting for you and within your life.
Yeah, there's some people taking ass whoopings right now. because not that some of us are any better. We already took them. We took some. I don't know if we ever. And I know I'm being funny about it using a slang, but it never ends. But I mean, there is a lot to be said for what you're saying this year, because all the stuff is coming up to the top, and that resisting it's becoming more and more futile and more painful. Even in if I look at myself, I look at others, even people that have been doing the work for a long time, there might be a little small, minuscule blind spot that they have. And it can be painful. Even the little bitty ones, it can be painful because, we don't know, and then you do know, and then you don't want to buy into it. I guess it's the ego death. I don't know. I just went through, and I'm almost done, but it's been going on. I guess the whole time, distorted masculine. It's been a long, it's been a focal point for, I don't know, I'd say probably 5 years. But very recently, I don't know if you can relate to this, but very recently, I'd say over the last 7 to 10 days, there's been I don't know if it's a final cleaning, but it kind of culminated almost, I'd say 95% last night. Very painful. Very painful. I've never had an ego death that felt anything like this. But I know I'm on the other side now, and I'm waiting to come out of the pool and dry off with the towel. Can you relate to that? Have you had any, or have you done that work before? I mean, already with the masculine sort of.
So I feel like it's ongoing to a certain extent. Like the more we tend to come up in frequency, we also go through almost another level of shifting, if anything, from a higher perspective. So we may have done a lot of the divine masculine work, but as you shift into a higher dimensional awareness, you're now kind of opened up to a higher conscious viewpoint of this from a different way. So it comes up for surfacing again. So I would say for me, it was about roughly a month ago. I went through another level where it's we're also being tested kind of on certain levels of initiation as we're moving forward into new earth roles and how those are being handed out on a higher dimensional level and awareness that we're shifting through whatever layers that are left. So for me, it was understanding how we actually move through conflict and to hold a level of neutrality through that, which I think as a divine masculine, we pretty much failed throughout history on that point. So that would be one of the final pieces I felt for myself, is how, as a collective and how as an individual are we able to move through conflict where we can see the highest conscious way from all viewpoints without taking things personally, and to come out of it with that aha moments of releasing that final piece.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and everything you said does. Like for instance, I love what you said about. I was talking to my wife about this a couple of nights ago because I came to her and I told her, I said, "Man, I'm dying. Like, I'm not. I'm just telling you so you can know I'm going to handle it myself, but I'm dying." Like, and it culminated last night. But she said to me, why don't you go in and just cut it off at the core, 0 point it? And I said, I don't know. There's something inside of me that has to do it piece by piece. I don't know why. It's not because it feels good, because it doesn't. But I'm with you. I'd already done this stuff, you know? And I think what you're saying is you elevate to a higher vantage point, and you can see things you couldn't see before. It's not always the colors that weren't in the visible light spectrum for you before. It's the shadow. And but the other thing I love about what you said too is that getting beyond the gender. It is about conflict resolution, and it is about oneness, unity. There's no in between space. You got separation over here, oneness is over here, and you can't be 99% oneness. Like the universe is saying that ain't gonna work. And I see that. I see that a lot, which kind of creates some challenges because there's some people or things you just don't like. You can love them unconditionally, but you don't like them. Like you don't want to be around them all the time or whatever the case is. But the universe seems to be calling out, going, okay, that's not good enough. We need to go a little bit more. You don't have to hang around with them every day, but you need to bring them, because you need to bring them to the same place, an equilibrium with yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that resonate with you?
Absolutely. I feel like, we're here to kind of show another way too and show another path. So for us to do that, it's important that we discover what that path is and how we walk through that. Because all of those other people or other situations, they're used to understanding, the 3D, the 4D ways of reacting. But we're actually here to kind of hold our pillar, hold our light, and create that new pathway and show them a new way they can move forward. And sometimes that's not saying anything at all and just holding our pillar, holding our space. I wanted to circle back on one thing that you said about the rebirthing. We put out the Ascension report yesterday, and it literally spoke about there's a new portal that's kind of been open to assist with the frequencies coming through. And a lot of people are experiencing that rebirthing cycle. And we're like, what, another Phoenix cycle? How many of these can we go through? And the thing I found even more interesting was they were speaking, how we keep talking about the waves coming in and awakening more people. So it's happening, but this most recent wave actually came in for the awakened population. And I was...
It came in for the ones that are already awake.
Yeah, and I was looking into that and understanding on a deeper level why. And it's to shift the denser frequencies and a lot of things that are occurring now to bring the awakened population into a higher level. And it's kind of like a trickle down effect that we were able to kind of move forward into another level. So it's like we're on the cusp right now where we're sitting here going, what's around the corner in 2021 or even tomorrow, because things are coming through at such an exponential rate. And this recent portal that's been opened, is just really increasing the connection for us. And it's allowing us to kind of realign as an awakened population or mass to start understanding a little more what is unity consciousness? How do we move into unity consciousness? How do we create or uncreate the separation even within the awakened communities?
There you go. Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo. Yeah. I love what you said because it makes sense. I did a solo show a couple of days ago, and I was talking about this where, we have, there's a community or whatever you want to call it. an energy complex in this world. Who knows how many Soulogys there are, Richards or Todds, or but they're there. They're there. They're holding up. They're holding key points on the Earth grid, the new Earth grid, and so we call them in our conscious, awake state. We say we're light workers, or we're star seeds, or we're way showers. And we know not to differentiate ourselves to the degree with others. And we're not perfect, all of us, but I would think as a group, we do pretty good to try to keep that balance and have as little separation as possible. But as this year's progressed, especially with some of the opinions on masks and quarantines and is COVID real and vaccines, and seeing posts that say, if you agree with vaccines, get off my page. If you're going to vote for so and so, get off my page. And I guess what I'm talking about is this polarization in this community that we call Lightworker community. And I think it needed a swift kick in the ass because, to your point, because if we can't lead the way, then who's going to? Not to mention the hypocritical aspect and externalization, finger-pointing aspect. But yes, that's very good news. Now, you said you just put this out in your newsletter. Is this information that comes from your newsletter, is it coming from the Andromedans? Is it coming from a specific council, or just whoever plugs into you as you proceed through the month?
I mean, so it's always about connecting like what's in full service for us, like at that present moment or time, to see what it is to bring through. This was like the guardian councils of one source. But, I do work with the Adronomen High Council and some of the other ones at times. So this was what was brought through for, this 11/11 window and kind of the recap of what's occurred over the last week.
Yeah, that fits though, doesn't it? It does. Let me ask you something, Richard. I'll say a lot. There are a number of people like yourself that have pretty prominent roles. They speak to councils. They report on those meetings. You've got Arcturian and Syrian and Pleiadian and Galactic Council, Federation, and so on and so on. I think one of the things that the community is transitioning through or evolving in terms of their evolution that they're dealing with, that we're seeing, is this need to understand things. So we look at a Richard or so-and-so and we go, oh, wow, they can do that. I'm inferior. This may not be conscious, but this is the energy. So sometimes explanation, I think, is a pretty good thing. I know there's a lot of different Claires, and not everybody gets it the same way. And it's also very hard to thoroughly explain most of the communion that comes in. The minute we start opening our mouth, it starts to lose a little bit of its purity. I have a feeling yours is very pure. And I guess what I'm asking you, from a human level, so maybe people can understand a little bit better, what's that experience like? I mean, you sit down in the meditative state, it's third eye. Do you see images? Do you hear voices? Is it just feeling and impressions? Are there other synchronicities? And I know it's not the same for everybody, and there's no right or wrong. We're just trying to understand a little bit more. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I went through like numerous levels of hardware upgrades to my system in 2018 to be able to support a higher level of communication, which is basically on a telepathic level. For this, I'm big on always understanding we're God sovereign beings, and this is why we're here, to reclaim that. I don't look as anyone as superior or inferior, and this whole journey is about the empowerment of the human race and the human collective.
Yeah.
And coming back into our original 12th dimensional or higher God avatar selves of understanding. So this version of me and you speaking right now is actually kind of like our past selves. You know?
Past selves. I've never heard it put that way. So I totally agree with you. I absolutely agree with what you're saying. God's in the flesh, and this is to me the most exciting place and time we could possibly hope for. But you said basically the version that we're looking at that are conversing right now is a past version. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, so if we were to move up, so for each like dimensional reality, there's another version of yourself or another version of consciousness for yourself that you unlock, and that can be understood or projected in many different ways. So this is why every time we kind of like up level in frequency and we anchor in like another level of ascension or another level of dimensional awareness for us, it's actually anchoring in another higher self-like aspect or another aspect of ourself. So those higher dimensional aspects, it's if you were to think at a 12th dimensional level, let's say if that's like a head looking down, you know, that third dimensional self would be like your feet, and you'd be wondering what your feet are kind of doing right now.
So it's like each time we expand, we're bringing in more of our aspects or more of our code, more of our essence consciously. More of us comes in, and it becomes more conscious, embodied, whatever you get it. So like if I elevate tomorrow, you know, again, if I expand tomorrow or tonight or whatever, this version of me right now is very quickly a past version. It's a less mature version, maybe even in terms of growth, in terms of, you know, if you can call that cosmic growth, you know, whatever.
We've all gone through a period where all of a sudden we look back and we're like, was that even me? Like, was that version even me? And it's because we've kind of like anchored in like a higher dimensional awareness or understanding. So like back to like the communication piece, like I communicate with higher dimensional aspects of myself. And then through that piece of communication is how I communicate with all the councils, because I believe it's important that we don't give our power away. And we understand, we stand in our pillar and we stand within our communication, and all of it kind of comes through there. We don't need to bring all these different things into our energy field. We don't.
Let's go back over that. That was very important. I said three things I want to make sure, because I think it's important again for people to hear, even if you've been on the path for a while. But one, I believe you said that the first thing is making contact with, I guess, higher self. And that's your vehicle. That's your emissary. Let's put it that way. So I think the second thing you said was this is your representative for the energy complex that is you from this level, you know, like directing from this level or aligning from this level. And now you're going to meet with these councils and these energy complex and these essences on even ground. You are still a sovereign there as you are here. I believe that's what you're saying. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. And I'm really happy that you said that, because I've seen the struggle, and I bet you have too. Because I mean, that's a lot of power and information to take down. Someone like yourself, I mean, that's a lot of information. And to stay grounded and balanced must be a challenge from time to time. But I think one of the things that I've seen happen, it's almost like in these encounters that these aspects that we're communicating with, we can put them on a pedestal almost, as opposed to being in a reverent, mutual, equitable equilibrium of communication. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts on that?
So I agree. And when we put anything on a pedestal, or we look at anything as like kind of like giving our power away to outside influence, like come save me, come help me, you know, we're kind of giving away our own power. The other thing that happens is we then actually start to like almost like over-identify with exterior things, and we stop identifying and opening up our own levels and unlocking like our own consciousness from within. And doing that piece of unlocking like our own levels of reality is why we're all here, like as starseeds, indigos, light workers, whatever you want to call it, we came here at this time of ascension on this planet to help our families and our brothers and sisters to transform the collective, the densities, and to show a new way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think we come from the same branch on the tree of life, but I totally get that. I do think that there seems to be more clarity. I'm really happy to hear what your intel recently was in regard to this energetic blast being somewhat specific for those who are like us and like that are in this community, because I think we need that clarity. I have seen more humility as the days have gone by, and I think we're going to see more and more as a result of this election being over or not over, or whatever happens with it. I don't hear a whole lot of talk about QAnon anymore. These savior-based programs are as much of a threat as these over-identification inducements and the fear-based programming. So that's nice, because I think that's really where this is headed, and I think that's what your latest newsletter was talking about. In essence, is that it's time to walk the talk, like the Andromedans told you in 2018. It's time to walk the talk, and the number one component, the number one characteristic to me would be walking as a sovereign being on all dimensions, all timelines, and acting like it, especially here. I think people can really use that.
Yeah, and definitely, like, we're aligning to like our highest timeline, and one of the things that we get into is there's a tendency for everybody to want to over-identify when we come into like these realizations, like I have an Andromedan aspect, or I have a Lyran aspect, or I have this, or I'm raw, or whatever it is we identify with on a spiritual level. This actually causes my understanding of that would be these things come in at times to also heal like collective templates and things. So when we tend to over-identify with something, we're actually creating a level of like consciousness trap for our ego just to love and to really buy into, and we actually stop our own like personal, God sovereign growth moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as restricting as holding on to past trauma.
Yeah, exactly.
As restrictive as holding on to, well, I'm going to be happy when I get this job, or I meet this person, or that's a great point, and you deliver it so balanced. I mean, when I talk about this stuff, I get excited. I'm like, but you're very balanced about it. But it's very true. And again, I've seen, there's an old saying. I guess it's from Texas: the higher you go, the more your ass shows. So there. I've always respected and honored, even if I don't resonate with the person, that gets out there and puts it out there and follows the guidance and puts it out there. So many people that have come on this show over the years, but sometimes we slip a little bit, and that's a very humbling thing. But I'm really glad to hear about this blast, because I've heard some things, and maybe you can add to this with what you know or what you've been shown. It looks like this 12/21 time frame, this winter solstice, give or take, is very, very different than anything we've seen before. There seems to be a really huge threshold or huge gateway that we're walking into. That would, I guess, require, as a prerequisite for an easier ride at a minimum, and even possibly for entrance purposes, is we have to be more aligned, and maybe in a different term, more pure. And I think we're getting a lot of help to do that, it sounds like. What are your thoughts on that? Have you gotten anything else recently in regard to what's happening between now and the end of the year?
Well, we're still in a major purification window as we're really transforming a lot of the, denser frequencies and a lot of the darker grids that are being released all over the planetary system, which is also causing like a little bit of the ups and downs as we move through this. When I was tuning into the December 21st window, it's interesting because they're saying like the event it's already like occurring and it's just increasing. The big date that's been coming through for me is May 5th, 2021.
May 5th.
December 21st is going to be a powerful window of opportunity and transformation as always to kind of step forward. I feel like we're already in a position right now where a lot of like the New Earth rules, New Earth councils are forming, and this is happening in a higher dimensional like understanding. So something interesting that came through was they were speaking of it almost being like a silent revolution where we think it's all playing out here, and it is to a certain level, but the divine plan is like unfolding within divine perfection, and we've already hit like certain levels of critical mass. So what's actually occurring is the pieces are dropping into place one by one within the higher dimensional awareness, and then it's just going to be like they'll fall in one by one. And so this period we're kind of through the initiation phase, and we're coming into that like embodiment phase for that next stage to move forward. So pretty much since 2018, I would say it was a major initiation phase for anybody that's been activated for how we're going to move through this next stage of awakening for the human population. So by May 5th, like we should have unity consciousness coming in for a lot. Like we're starting to see this on a microcosmic level. So you see this within sacred unions, sacred relationships, and you see this within some of the awakened collectives. So we've already started to anchor unity consciousness here, but it needs to occur like once we're through these like test phases into a higher understanding on like a collective level. And this is what this portal we're in right now is to assist the awakened population and actually coming closer together and being able to hold a higher collective like frequency and unity, because there's still been shown some separation within the awakened community as everyone's doing their best to navigate through these energies and all the changes that are occurring, but to assist us with holding space for all like as a collective. And when we speak like New Earth leadership, I don't even know if leadership is like the correct term, because to me there's no heads or tail like around the table. No. It's more about us just moving and operating together like within a high unconditional love and a very high level of emotional intelligence. So this is like, I'm sure you're feeling this as well, but like the next stage is really like that emotional intelligence piece that's moving forward. So the more emotionally aware and intelligent we are, the more we're able to communicate like at a higher conscious level.
Yeah, true that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot you said there. I think what stands out for me the most is that things probably have always happened etherically first, but we were obviously unconscious creators. Mm-hmm. I mean, it took us a while for this aspect of us to go, hey, wait a minute, I'm creating all this. It's nobody's fault, and so on. I think that's a big part of what we've learned in 2020, because I've heard a lot of people talk about it throughout the year, and as the years progress, it's become more frequent, which is starting to recall what happens in dream state. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, you came and saw me last night, and you and Morgan were here, or this, and I hear people talking about it. Now, it's not like verbatim what happened, but you have this kind of intuitive, subtle imprint. Like Richard, you and I, we connected last night, like, mm-hmm. And we probably did because when we got on, I'm talking to you like, we're like we've known each other forever. I know that sounds cliche, but so moving on. So like, and the other thing you said too is like, so the telepathy is expanding. Mm-hmm. There is an emotional intelligence quotient that we can apply. You know, it used to be our emotions were like, you know, they would drive us to a certain point and we would do this and do that. And sometimes it was effective and sometimes it was not. Now it's like we're taking that passion and that emotion and we're infusing it into creation, basically, you know, into manifestation. But I really like what you said about it's happening up there and then there's a trickle down effect and it happens here. Because it intrigues me, like, why are we so conscious here? Like, I know that's going on up there. I know this must be important, you know, because why would we be so conscious here? 99% of the time, we're in this consciousness with less than 1% of our multidimensional consciousness. You know, I know that's changing, but and so it's almost like they're human higher self might be another way to put it. Wow, that's exciting though, to think that as the councils form up there, that they will form here, regardless of how atypical that may be to society and normal, conventional opinions and perspectives here on the earth from a 3D mentality. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's beautiful, really, and I think it's the more we could. So, first of all, like the human collective or the human experience, we're supposed to be anchoring and holding like these different levels of God consciousness, and this is something that had just been disconnected from our realities for quite a long period of time. So this is why we're here now. We're here to, hold that and anchor these pieces. So with each level that like comes in and brings a higher dimensional awareness, we're actually coming into that higher perception of consciousness and starting to work our way back into remembering like the truth, because, there's a deep level of amnesia for almost everybody on this planet as to what has actually occurred and why we're here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's good talking to you because everybody's different, and but there's a certain amount of shock, surprise, doubt comes in. Can you believe it? With what we pulled down. And now I think we're in an atmosphere where there's enough people that you don't have to look too hard to find people that are going through what you've gone through, right? And I think that's a big part of it, because there was a lot of people doing this stuff over the years in solitude.
Yeah.
With very little support in terms of support, like a support group. Thank God for all the women, because they held it together, But now it's a little bit different. So now we wake up every day and there's more confidence and more belief. And because of that, the skills, the abilities, the higher sensitivities are more sensitive. They're more powerful. They're more engaged. I can't even imagine what this is going to look like in 6 months, much less a year. As fast as this stuff is moving, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a beautiful time to be alive, because we're coming into just a little bit of an understanding of what our human potential is moving forward. So everything that's occurred over the last several years has really been like a quickening that's happening. And I know you look back at last year even, and it almost feels like it was 10 years ago, because of the amount of shifting that's occurred within the planet, within our grids, within the collective consciousness, within our own levels of perception. I think if you really even look back to 3 years ago, for myself, I also speak light language, and before I was activated by the Adrenaline Council, if you would have told me I would be speaking galactic languages, I would have thought never in a million years. would that happen, and so I feel like I look at the consciousness shift that's occurred just in that 3 years. It's like lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes. So by the time we come into next year, we're going to be able to, hold our space and be able to operate from a level of neutrality and from our true, like, unlocked, like, potential of our human consciousness at such a high level. So to actually, like, kind of foresee all of that is coming through is almost a disservice, because we're almost putting a level of identification on it, and it's really about letting go, surrendering, coming into full service, and see how we can be of the highest service, for humanity, for all our awakening family, and how we bring through those, like, conscious changes, and how we can unlock this for ourselves, for all of our genetics, for all of our generations, all of our family all over the world in the collective. And how does that look, today? And then tomorrow, how does that look today? And I feel right now, this is where we are. We're in a point of, like, the only thing that truly exists that is not an illusion is, like, the present moment you're able to be in. The more we come out of that present moment, it's just a trap for everybody, where they start going, they start walking down the path of their mind. And it's just not actually what's occurring right now. We have probably 98% of the population at this time that are just operating from a mind level illusion, that haven't realized the extent of healing that either needs to occur, or how to take back their power and just forget who they are so they can remember who they are,
Well, I think the Andromedans, our star family, at some point is going to, duplicate or replicate the visit they had with you and me and many others, and, come and appear in the room translucently, or have a dragon energy come in. And, I don't know what the percentage is, but I do know what you're saying is true. We have enough information now. Mm-hmm. Like and even if it was just 144,000, I know people get carried away with that number. I think it's millions, but whether it's 1 million or 10 million out of 8 billion, even one that says, okay, I know why I'm here. I know I'm not just human. I don't understand everything. It is getting more cohesive as the days go by. And I'm going to go to work, and I'm going to serve self, others, and humanity equally with everything I do, right? Everything I think, everything I say. This is very doable now. And there are people doing it, like yourself, and they go about their business and they get the job done. I love what you said about the presence, being present. As I'm listening to you, I'm thinking, he's right. Anytime you're not present, you're in distraction. Mm-hmm. You're being distracted by your choice, and some of this are patterns and behaviors and conditioning that we just got to become conscious of, and then we can step away from them. But that's the truth, though. Really, and that's one thing I've noticed this year too, is the universe, it kind of took our past away, as we were working through our shadows and all that the last few years, and the traumas were no longer attached to us, and they no longer in our mind identified us. We're part of our identity, so we kind of dealt with that. And then this year seems to be like the whole future thing. Mm-hmm. Like, because you got the COVID and you got quarantines and people are staying home and you're not making money and you can't go to the store. And so everything's kind of changed. So like the future just kind of went away. You're almost forced to be present and get out of the distraction. It's very weird. It's very ironic, very paradoxical, isn't it? But so, and what I wanted to ask you too, because you're very level, very balanced, and obviously the biggest programs that are playing when we're not present, the biggest distractors are going to be the presidential election in the U.S., the COVID quarantine, New World Order, let's get everyone vaccinated, and whatever else, whatever other rabbit holes you want to go down. for someone like you, do you even look at that stuff?
Okay. So everything has frequency, everything has resonance. When we're within a frequency of our heart, or we're able to come into, that heart embodiment stage, and we feel the energy of all that like occurs within the moment, and you can feel when people speak to you what is truth, what is not truth, what is resonant, what is not resonant. And I can feel when I come from my heart and back into my mind. The whole presidential election, I'm Canadian, I wasn't involved in it, but I could just witness all that was occurring within everybody. So whatever happened in their life, they disappeared for a few months while all this stuff occurred. And then they started to come back like it was a really bad hangover and start to surface again saying, sorry, I got into this. And so for me, it was just another level of like separation, and I was seeing the division. I think it's everybody at the end of the day kind of wants the same things, but we get caught up in the conflict, which is, from a mind-based level. And we actually stop seeing, what the real like societal issues are, and we get caught in like division and separation. So for me, I didn't see this being like a point of resolving anything, except for taking me into a deeper like level of illusion, because I know.
Did you get caught up? Did you get caught up in it at all with any of the stuff, or is it just something that you don't? You look at and observe, but you just keep your field fortified with the things that you do every day.
I looked into it, and I had a lot of our family coming to me and asking, and I feel like it's all unfolding within divine perfection now, and it's all kind of playing out exactly how it's meant to, for like triggering these different levels of awakening that are occurring and helping us move. And we're in like kind of like an upheaval process that's occurring through like the denser layers. So there's a lot of like stirring, a lot of shaking, and a lot of things coming up. So for me, it's important that I just hold my pillar and hold my frequency, as that's how I'm able to be of service. And that's how I'm able to be of service to, like all of our family, and bring in a level of like change and show a different way. Like once I get into that, I'm actually playing the game. I'm literally plugging into the matrix. Yeah. And I'm saying, okay, so I'm consciously choosing to plug into the matrix and the illusion of my mind right now. And I'm going to start to see what I think is right or what I think is better, as opposed to like what is.
Yeah.
So I didn't get too caught up in it. I was able, stayed relatively neutral. I talked to my counsels about it, and they told me it's not like the focus right now. And that's when all the information came through about, the next stages that will be occurring. They're like, politics isn't going to be the solution moving forward. Politics actually creates more division.
Of course not. And see it for what it is. And and you said something really interesting. You asked your counsels about it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all. We're not mentioning any names. So, what's your perspective on those who purportedly channel, and the contents of the channel is, it has a distinction of what is good and evil, who is good and evil, who is right and who is wrong, at this human level. I mean, I can just be upfront with you. I really struggle with that. I've never connected with any higher aspect outside myself that would take that type of position. In fact, if they did, I would just have to say, I'd have to just, call bullshit on them. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but you know what I mean? I mean, and I've seen a lot of that out there. Do you think that's something that needs to play out so people can come to a level of confidence in terms of discernment, in terms of sovereignty, to come to that point in the non-physical dimensional realms as they can in the physical?
So we always have like a certain frequency or resonance, and if we're channeling or we're communicating, this is why like I always work through my higher self channels, and it's kind of done more through my higher self channels in that way, as opposed to stepping to the side and just, fair game. For me, it's important.
Okay, I just understand. I like this. Okay, so you have, it sounds to me like you've cultivated this relationship with your higher self. You know this is you, 100%. And now, again, it's the emissary to interface with all these other aspects. And so you kind of run it through that filter, if you will, before you pull it down here. Is that right?
Correct. So it goes through that level before like this level, and it's in a form of more like a telepathic communication than it is in terms of my energy trading with this another energy. Yeah. So it's more by me holding like an actual pillar and that communication coming through like the crystalline channels. So in terms of like right, wrong, this and that, I feel like a lot of times when we're bringing through, like we all also have, a personal level of identity too. So when we do channel, there are like aspects of your own personalization that can come through. And if we have a level of attachment or a level of like expectation on what is to come through, it's also going to distort of what it should be. Like I said, it's always about what is of the highest full service. And for me, just and my own discernment and opinion is to always be of that service and to bring through a message that's going to bring change. So if it's a message that's creating more division, is not what I feel we need right now, because you can look everywhere and find that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I watched this and I'm going, wow, this is, but I guess it had to play out. People have to see it. If they can't see it in themselves, we got to see it in others. So we then can at some point go, why am I keep seeing this?
Yeah.
And realize that, it's never them. It's always me. So when you talk about first of all, you said something else too, which is intriguing to me. You said in regard to the higher self, I think you used a plural. So your higher self aspects is not just a higher self, it's a multidimensional. Okay, I like that.
When I first was working with my higher self, I thought that's what it was, and then I realized it was just more like a higher dimensional aspect of myself. And then I was able to connect with even higher dimensional aspects of myself, to where you can connect with your higher self councils. Ideally, when we connect to that, 12th dimensional level, that's a level that can oversee all our dimensional aspects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Similar path here, similar experiences. Now, when you talk about do you mind if we go over it a little bit?
No,
it's 11:11 in Central Standard Time on 11:11. So here we go. Thank you. And this is another thing too. And I ask these questions for people to maybe have more choices, become more open, and also to support them in what they're going through, because like we've said many times, you can feel like you're going crazy. When you talk about your counsels, do you see them as, and I know oneness is oneness when you get right down to it, but I mean, in terms of trying to understand this in this transition we call ascension, do you see those counsels as embodied within yourself, or do you see them as a mirror, as we are mirrors to each other, you and I?
I see what I work with through my own channels. So it would be another higher self aspect of myself that would be on that council.
Okay, I got you. Yeah,
and that's how I kind of work. Is everything is like a representation of us, because like we said, it's all about empowerment. Empowerment doesn't come from outside of you.
That's right.
And understanding like your God sovereignty and who you are as a creator, like, Christic being of light, isn't going to come from me recognizing things as an outside exterior influence. So I can see like there's a level of like unity and cohesion like you and I have as we speak. So I would feel like our higher self aspects are also communicating at the same time too, to assist in this. And then that is like operates as like a perfect like mirror for us to be able to hold this space in conversation. But once I actually start looking outside of myself, we're kind of taking away from that like natural cosmic soul connection that we have.
Yeah, that's right.
Does that kind of help?
Yeah. No, that absolutely does. No, absolutely does. And we're all on a fact-finding scavenger hunt here. I think it's interesting too, and you can tell. I can tell, for me, in the work I do, those who are similar to you in that their experiences, they're not one-offs, but they have the experience, be it a counsel or a synchronicity or a download or whatever, and they take it in, absorb it, and they let it go. And they just keep moving because I'm of the thought now, very recently, maybe since June 1st, that all this time, because of the amnesia, the universe has been leading us through dimensional experiences, out of body, near death, visitations, whatever, right? Downloads. And I think we've kind of crossed this threshold to where we're now leading the way. Like we're taking all that Akashic, all that experience. Now we've had enough information, we don't need to hear any more about disclosure and conspiracies because we know why that all occurred. Why did it happen? To keep us from finding ourselves, not in a nefarious way, just that's the way we set this thing up.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have this experience, plus the Akashic, plus the presence in the present, and this is, like the Andromedans told you, it's game time.
Yeah.
It's game time. Wow.
I feel it's the most beautiful time to be alive because we're able to hold the level of freedom that we haven't been able to hold for a very long time, unless maybe you were meditating on a mountain for 12 years or a lifetime. Those are the ones who were able to really experience a high level of freedom.
Yeah.
But our goal is freedom for like all our family, all our brothers and sisters, to come into their own like sovereign, like God recognition or God self-recognition of who they are, and to open up to that level of awakening to each one that's watching this and each one within the world, to stop walking someone else's path and to start walking your path, and to understand there's nothing greater than like who you are as a beautiful being of light. Each one of us is here to kind of anchor in and shine that out in as many directions as possible, and to like, you imagine if you realize like you're perfect, you've already ascended on a certain aspect, like, and you're already whole, you're already awakened, you're already abundant. So we sit in a universe right now that is so abundant, and all we can see is lack around us.
Yeah.
That's because that lack, is on a mind level of awareness. It's not on a cosmic like heart or a cosmic soul level awareness. So when we kind of like step back and we're able to open up to this, and we realize like, all these other awakened aspects of us are an aspect of us from the future.
Yeah.
Then why are we looking outside?
Yeah. It's coming. So, You have a website or Facebook page, Starseeds Changing the World?
Yeah, so we have starseedschangingtheworld.com, which is a website, and through there we have, our Starseed School, which is a newer school, as well as our live cosmic soul journeys, and we also have, Richard McKeeseldick Facebook profile and a group as well.
And you also have a talented friend by the name of Jessica Rosalie, is that right?
That's my beloved sacred partner, yes.
I know, that's where I was going. I just saw, and whoever said that about the light language, I fully intend to ask him in a minute. But so the sacred, I'm in a sacred union as well. And there's a lot to be picked up from these connections, whether you're single or you're not single. We've interacted just recently in Sedona. We were told before we went that we would meet a certain number of couples of a like frequency and some androgynous beings of a like frequency. This was in the latter part of September. We were shown that there were many spots during this time period, like Sedona, where these things were occurring. There would be a convergence of these frequencies, and they would pulse out onto the Earth grid. And basically, the intel my wife got at that point was, and we'll see what happens. But they seem to be becoming more and more visible. And not just in regard to the partnership or the relationship, but to what the relationship's producing. Like for us at Soulogy, would be one part of the, let's just say, the golden child birth from our, from our coming together. And then you guys, it sounds like you guys work together, you and Jessica.
Yeah. So I think this is how our Starseed School came about, because we understand how beautiful when you can recognize yourself as like a whole being, and you understand that union that occurs within yourself, and you recognize that love you have for yourself and within yourself, you're able to recognize that in another being, and you're able to recognize that reflection of love back, which is what that identification of like a sacred union would be. When each of you come to like an awareness of what love and like wholeness is, that you can hold that awareness back for each other and kind of come together in a union. So you embody like those divine masculine, divine feminine aspects, and you come together, and you almost create that, you create that like Trinity energy, which has its own like life force of its own. And through that, like the things that like just come through are absolutely, that is new earth. That is the new earth energy unfolding within every moment. Yeah. So our Starseed School was created out of a new earth energetic template of sacred divine unfoldment showing up, holding just that presence and energy and full support and light for all those that come in it, with no agendas, with no schedules, with no explanation of what we're getting into, just to hold that space and see what unfolds in the highest. And so that's kind of how that birthed. And, we're up to 8-month program now, and it's just beautiful what kind of comes through that space. And the more you can let go of what it needs to be, the more it opens up to what it like truly is.
And you don't have a choice. That's what happened with Soulogy. It's every time over the years we try to frame it up and, manifest it in, I guess, in the old duality. Anything that's, you just can't, you can't construct anything in duality it's just not going to last anymore. And then what you said about the no planning and, you show up every day, and then organically, I did a video last night talking about how over the last 2 months, after 9 years, how in 2 months' time, organically, all these pieces just came in. And we're not talking about little pieces like, oh, I knew you in the past. No, we're talking about somebody walked in with this measure of expertise and this specificity, and somebody else walks in, and it's just like puzzle pieces, going. And I know that you and your partner are experiencing that. That's awesome. So, do you guys ever come on camera together?
We do, yeah.
Would you be interested? Just might as well kill two birds with one stone. Would you be interested? Do you think she'd be interested in coming on and talking about sacred union and all that goes with it?
Absolutely. It's part of our mission, right? It's something, I feel like we wouldn't be within a sacred union unless we're, to assist with creating that pathway, or just sharing the information to assist others, because there's so much to know about sacred unions, and that, like, the key word is sacred, and how we're able to actually navigate through a sacred experience.
Yeah.
And we had quite, a unique journey in terms of coming together, where I was at a level of understanding, even before her. Yeah. And the one thing I was, you have to treat things with that level of sacredness for it to be sacred.
Yes.
So, and it's important for the other individual or being to come into all of their own understandings of what that is for themselves. Yeah. And that was something that was so beautiful, as we both came into that understanding of our sacred union individually, to come together without there being any pushing, pulling, steering, or influence, except for what it is.
Just like you were talking about with your 5D enterprise and Soulogy being a 5D enterprise, it's the same concept. You can't go in there and frame it up and build it with blocks of duality. And that's crazy too, because it also is a very present existence. Mm-hmm. Like that is a prerequisite. Like you can show up and then you see what happens, right?
That's my favorite thing, like you just said right there. And like for all your listeners that are tuning in right now, it's learning how to show up. It's forgetting about what you need to do, what you think you should do, and showing up and just holding that pillar, that presence in full.
Yeah.
And the best way for you to show up is to, be refreshed, recharged, to be able to hold that pillar of light and allow the process of sacred divine unfoldment to occur and take place. And all you have to do for that is show up and be present. So when I spoke with Morgan, I said, is there like a agenda or like direction for the communication today? And she said, no, it'll just be free flowing. And to me, that was one of the most beautiful things I heard, that got me so excited about coming in today. Is like this conversation, if we tried to plan it, it wouldn't have been organic, right?
It doesn't work, And the funny thing too is, it used to be that way. I mean, people would say, here's my picture, here's my bio, what are we going to talk about? And I'd even have people send me questions to ask them. And it's interesting. This is one thing I've learned from my wife, in terms of how things can and will stop appearing in your field when you let them go, right? Like I could have said, for instance, God, why do these people keep doing that? And of course they keep doing it, but it's active in my field. And until I neutralize that, then it's going to continue to show its face. I mean, this is Ascension 101 now, where we get that in terms of loops coming back around, but it's just interesting. And it's also interesting in talking to you how the principles of sacred union, let's just say vibrational frequency, is actually the same component in structuring a 5D enterprise, like your enterprise or our enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's going to be different in terms of there's more than two, right? But I can see where if the two are holding up that sacredness, that's the core, right? The individuals, but then they become, okay, then the rest flows from there. So that's cool.
it's unity consciousness, right? It's like our first like form of an understanding what that is. So I think when people think of like unity consciousness, they're expecting like you and I are telepathically communicating right now, but that's not what unity consciousness is. It's like being able to kind of like move together within like an energetic like awareness that stays within that like same like emotional positive range that is supportive and allows for that expansion, further awareness, you know, without one kind of moving far apart in the other direction. Like when the Arcturians always going to laugh at us at times when they explain like what unity is to them and unity consciousness. And the biggest issue we have at this moment is emotional intelligence, because the range of emotions like humans can experience are so drastic, and most of us aren't even in tune with how we're emotionally showing up within the present moment.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, our biggest like challenge right now is to be emotionally aware of the energy we're putting out within the present moment. So in the sacred unions, you know, you come into an extremely high emotional awareness of what each is feeling within that present moment and how to move and kind of shift within that energy that's occurring. Because it almost doesn't allow, you know, for anything other than that. You're either going to be pulling out levels of distortion, and that's too painful. So it's about
that's right. It doesn't. You know, it doesn't allow for old patterns, you know, and behaviors that have been a product of our experience and conditioning and ancestral lineage. It's you know, I can laugh a little bit about it now because I'm past a lot of it. But even that, what I was talking about, what I've gone through in the last few days, what you talked about, a month ago, that was fast tracked and accelerated by the fact that I'm in a sacred union. The information was coming faster. You know, everything was coming faster. You know, the ability to process it, the ability to discern, the ability to be able to make the decision to handle this in my own field first. You know, I mean, so there's and if you can look at it without looking at it as a couple, and there's so many people when they look at a couple, they think of it as the romantic thing, and if you can look at it as energy and then replicating that energy into the enterprises or into other connections and such, to me, that's the value. Like that's, you know, like at some level or some dimension, and maybe it's the 12th, I don't know, whatever, everybody is your sacred partner.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, I wrote a long time ago in the early days that the universe is my twin flame. But if you really think about it, everything is the mirror, and that's exactly what she is for you, right? I mean, the same thing.
100%. I think with that moment, it's like the first time you've ever truly been seen, when you come into that like level of union with your sacred partner, and you just realize like, wow, this person sees me on a soul level for the first time in my life. I am vulnerable. This is me. This is who I am. And this is you. And you just feel those overwhelming emotions of just completely recognizing each other on such a deep level of awareness that is inseparable, right? With allowing not being codependent at the same time to get to that point, because levels of codependency that we place on relationships and each other's actually won't allow you for getting into that point of union. Most relationships are they're defined by the amount of expectations we put on the other person as opposed to who they are. You know, like I've always told her, you know, I want her to walk her path as the awakened like goddess she is, and to be able to fully identify with that. And then that's like the happiest I'll ever be. And, you know, it's about empowering each other and not, I'm going to do this, which if you do that, you know, and it's not about my definition of what her reality or path should be. It's about what is the highest she can be, you know.
A sovereignty, support from a sovereignty frequency produces the potential of a pure sovereignty. Yeah, I mean, love is free, right?
Yeah.
It's, you know, I mean, it's the, you know, we struggle to put words and definitions, you know, to all this stuff, but I think, you know, somewhere deep inside it, we all know. It's right there in our face, all of it, but there's just been so much noise. But it seems to be dropping away, you know. There seems to be a reciprocation from the universe that's really sped up in 2020, where you see the fruits of your labor, you know, your devotion and your loyalty and such, very quickly, much quicker than we used to, for whatever reason. You know, people can say reptilians left the planet and this and that and this and that, but I mean, these are just stories, these are just narratives. The bottom line is, where are we at and where we're going? You know what I mean? And what do we need to do? What is it in myself that I haven't found today? Yeah, it's so strange too, because you have all these fantastic dimensional, galactic, you know, the councils, this and that, and it's all coming back down to, well, you said it a minute ago. You said the unity consciousness is, and what the Andromedans or Arcturians were saying. But within those two words is the word conscious.
Yeah.
Like when the emotional intelligence you're talking about, to be conscious of our emotions and conscious of our ability to funnel those emotions constructively versus destructively. You know, I mean, it's such a human thing when you get right down to it. All that stuff is great, but it's developing these I guess habits, these patterns, until they become second nature, just as the unconditional just as the conditioning and programming that was laid upon us or created by us became second nature as well, right? Oh, we did? Okay, I've just been handed a special report. We are going to have a show in 25 minutes with Michael Mejia, Saskia, Melissa Dehan Morgan, and yours truly. No, I just show up. Man, it's great.
You cracked the code, man. You've cracked the code.
Well,
just show up.
Yeah, it is. That is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I mean, that really what it is. And you know, another thing that I find more impactful every day is what we are becoming, what we are, and that we're stepping into more and more. You don't have to say shit. You don't have to say, I'm this, I'm that. We don't even have to say much longer, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. You don't have to say anything. You know, you really don't. You just show up, do your thing, because the whole universe is watching.
Yeah.
You don't need to tell anybody anything. The telepathy is beyond even the telepathy we had in our head. And you can see that. You know, you can see that in people, the strength and the power and the emanation of their light and their code. Just show up and, you know, what is it? Chop wood, carry water.
And that's the thing, right? Like, we talked about politics and all kinds of stuff today, but like, this is what I feel like we're here to do. We're here to, you know, hold our frequency, speak love, talk love, be love, show that like higher conscious like path of empowerment that occurs like within oneself. You won't find it anywhere else, you know, except within you. And that's where I want to be, you know, on the show with you right now. Both of us just showing up, being present, and whatever's occurred within this conversation has been divine perfection, divine unfoldment, and has been meant to be heard for all those that have tuned in today.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to Morgan. She's probably already on it, to reach out and get you and your beloved on here. We'll see what we can squeeze in, you know, like next month. I think it'd be good, you know,
Yeah.
if it was, especially if it was, you know, on or around.
I know she would love to.
Yeah, that's how Morgan is too. Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, we'll reach out to you. Thank you so much for showing up today.
Can I just close with a little bit of light language for everyone and for their hearts?
I was gonna say that before we get out of here. If there's anything you want to do, anything you want to, anything else you want to talk about, you know, this is the time where you have the floor. But just if you would mention again where people can find you, and just kind of go through that again, if you don't mind.
So we can YouTube Starseeds Changing the World YouTube channel, www.starseedschangingtheworld.com, or Richard McKeezeldeck Facebook profile. So I just wanted to say I'm honored to share this moment of gratitude for everyone that tuned in, because we know this journey is challenging and how much everybody is going through at this present time. But to know, like, this is such a beautiful time to be alive and to really come into that moment of empowerment to realize you are a sovereign being. So I'd just like to quickly share a little bit of light language. If everyone could place their hands on their heart, and we'll assist with a heart activation for this 1111 portal. And just breathe through this, breathe in. Kuroko yoko siaraka masio yoko yoko karaki araki. Asaka zaraki anamasa yakatarakumaya. Titirokuma ziraki araki araki sio yoko soko. Mayana kazaya karadododododododod. Kusaka ziraki arakumai. Masige oroko yoga ziarako yoko masa yoko. Tuyano dodododododoko sagazarki. Aya azaya nanakuma yoga zagiak. Tuti rokomata zaya gazaya koko. Mata kamarororororo. Isio kyo. Just breathe in, anchor in those 1111 portal codes, those ascension codes for everybody today.
Far out. Mm-hmm. Far out, Richard. We'll see you again next month, hopefully.
Thank you, brother. I hope you have a blessed 1111 portal. I'm sure it'll be very energetic.
Same from us to you, and all blessings to both of you. And we'll see y'all down the road. Peace out.
America. Woohoo!
Are we on?
Hang on. It's trying to.
Thank God we weren't online again.
I believe
again.
It says live on Facebook.
Let me see. Yes, you're live. You're live. Hang on.
Yeah.
He's gone to.
Oh, we're live.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hang on. Let me make sure it's working. Oh yeah, you're on. Okay. So we couldn't do the. Okay, that's all right. Oh, we're live, people. Okay.
Good morning, Todd.
Good morning, Todd.
Good morning. We are. Where are you at?
Have a coffee.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna have a. I can't believe y'all said that. That French word. Hello, Luce. I'm sorry, I'm late. Okay, we're good. We got this. Okay, we're going to. All right, everybody. We are live on my page, and we're gonna have to upload it to YouTube because it wouldn't let us do it. We're gonna play just a short intro, an ode to the divine feminine, and then we'll be right back. So please share, invite everybody. This is the Cosmic Ladies group. This is actually a meditation Soulology style. You'll recognize it. And this is the kind of thing I want to create for your group when you start the show. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're on.
Hang on.
Asetia Achiamate. Mesawe Chawatamake. Esawe Chamate. Matea. Matea. Chimasawe Mate. Hi. Aishta matikia tamatata ya mohaya. E chamatia ya sakata ya matoi. E samatia ya
What a music.
That was beautiful.
Wow.
That was beautiful, Todd.
Yeah, I want to do one for y'all. And anyway, I'll get with you on the ideas. So everybody, we're having a few technical difficulties, primarily with Todd. So Todd's going to introduce everybody and then go throw up, which is another way of saying purging and aligning. I'm good. But the energy, I think you're right. I think the energy, it's from you guys. You guys' energy is like really powerful. And this has been happening to me the last 2-3 days with some of these shows with the people that have come on. I get activated and then I get discombobulated. But I just want to explain to everybody, welcome everybody. Let me ask you first, the ladies on the screen, are you seeing all the screens? Or are you just seeing one screen?
Yeah,
okay, everybody's good. Okay, so this is a something that we're supporting. It's the Cosmic Ladies Group. I don't know if you guys out there have tuned in before. The energy is incredible. These ladies met through the SoulogyNetwork and formed their own group and started meeting, and they've had some fantastic stuff happen. So I just, I just approached them and said, can, you guys spread that energy to everybody and let everybody have a peek inside and see what goes on. And so we had we kind of had an intro, and so they're going to just take it from here and do it in typical Ascension fashion and Soulogy fashion, which is make it up as you go. It's spontaneous, creative, imaginative, and depending on what you're talking about, are doing courageous. But these are wonderful, beautiful ladies. I know most of them very well. I'm getting to know Bernadita and Luch, and I just got to say that I think you're very brave for doing this. And I'm just really honored to be part of it, and I want to do my best to support it. I'm trying to build a platform. I'm getting closer and closer, like a turtle, and it's for folks like you to be able to come in and tap in and just plug in, and I don't have to be here, and you just plug in at your appointed time, and you can do your show and share your soul with everybody. And so that's the kind of the plan. And you guys are some of the first people to get involved. There are other people that are going to come on board that already have their shows and networks like Freedom Network and a couple others. But this is a little bit different. This is for people that want to do a show, and we're going to support that. So we're building a platform so that'll happen. So this is the Cosmic Ladies Group. My name's Todd Medina. I'm going to go purge and something about bronze. I don't remember, but
and coffee, Todd.
Oh my God! If I drank coffee right now, I would look like that girl in The Exorcist. It would be green vomit. I'm here. I'm going to mute myself and take myself off camera. I love you. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd.
Well, here we are, ladies.
I think that's the topic we need to start with. What's going on now, and everyone's going through the purging. Everyone's releasing a lot in this time, so I think that's the topic we can talk on, and that's what we can maybe help with light language and help people ease through this phase.
Indeed. Maybe somebody could share about what we're releasing. It could be different for everybody.
Maybe I can start. How about we start with you?
Yeah, I can. The last week.
How about introducing ourselves first? If this is the beginning of something, people don't know us.
Yeah.
So shall we start with Suzanne? You tell us a bit about you, and we just go around so people will know a bit, and then we'll start talking about the purging and what's going on.
Good stuff.
Okay. Hi, I'm Suzanne McPherson. I've joined the group with just through Soulogy, and this is really difficult, just being put on the spot here. Thanks, Marita.
We're all on the spot.
I'm happy just to introduce ourselves as we talk about what's going on for us instead of just introducing ourselves. How does that sound?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just the name, just our names maybe. That's enough, yeah.
And
you can start.
Okay, Anne, I've been on
your energy, before, what you're talking about with the energy.
I was going through some purging myself. I was doing very well, but all of a sudden this past came up, people I dealt with, people I cut with, people I left or they left me, or there's a lot of, in my life, a lot of people that left, either I left them or they left me, kind of thing. So I was purging all these people and why this was going on, and realized just by being conscious of what happened, it's clearing up. It's easier now, you know. It was all, it was about abandonment. This is what I found out with the help of Bernardita. I found out, you know, because we all communicate with one another, which is fantastic. So we have support in our group, and that I really appreciate. Sometimes it's all together and sometimes it's individually, but with Bernardita, I found out myself, you know, she just guided me. It was all related to abandonment. So I just have to release this and forgive myself for being abandoned, you know. And I went back in my life, even when I was just born, you know, with my mother feeling abandoned, you know. So it's all related. Without going into too much psychology about it, I realized how I react in certain circumstances. I will remove myself so to protect myself, you know. This is what I realized. So this is big for me, and not I was sort of started off judging myself for hurting people, but I realized that I was hurting myself. I was hurt myself, so it was a way to protect myself. So this is what I've been going through in the last week or so. And it's clearing just by being conscious of it. So, with the help of you ladies. Is there anybody else who's going through something like that?
I can say that also I was surprised of things coming up, but they were more recent because I left everything behind so suddenly. Suddenly I start seeing all the objects that I left behind, you know, this special crystal, this special painting, this, you know, all these things were coming up, and I had to look at them and like, it was a kind of very quick sadness and letting go again. Apparently I didn't do that enough, so I'm going through that. And what's coming up from my general past, not only from this lifetime, I think, it's like something that we all have, I think. The giving too much and not receiving, the mother giving, and a voice inside me is calling out, how can I receive? Who is going to hug me now? You know, and it keeps happening over and over with the overgiving and over being there for others. And I don't know, it's just about that feeling of, I want to be hugged as well. I want to be protected as well. I know that most of the work needs to be done inside, but not only. I don't believe in that anymore, that we have to be in a perfect place so everything comes in and fits in. No, we can also be on our journey, meet others on our journey, and connect from that point. But that's what's been coming up, the feeling of needing a hug, wanting a hug, desiring a hug, whatever it is. Not just one hug, but a permanent hug.
We can give you a cyber hug, Marita.
I'm getting a lot of hugs. I am, you know, from you ladies and from all these people coming to me now. It's amazing. I really have real hugs, but I'm talking about one that stays, a hug that stays. That's what's coming up. Apparently it's something very deep in this mother energy. When you're mothering I also want to be mothered somewhere, or fathered, whatever it is. So this is what I've been feeling. But together with that, it's like creation time at the same time, creating immense things, beautiful things. And so it's balanced. I'm not deep into purging. I am balancing with creating.
Well,
that's it.
How about you, Suzanne? Are you?
I think I can think of something now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been purging actual physical stuff. I've done a lot of body work, but I've been purging lots of physical things out of my life, but also learning new things and creating new things. And something that I've come to recently is that last year I did, as you know, the journey of the heart a lot, and my intuitive work, and working with my crowns and out in public, and putting myself right out there. But this year I've been really sort of coming within and going deeper, and coming to a place at the moment of going from the journey from unbalanced brain, unbalanced masculine, to the feminine, to the creative. And then my creative really took over, and that was unbalanced. And then now I'm starting to go back into the masculine, but the logic and learning my mind, a new way of working with my mind. And I feel like that's part of the journey, that we can't just forget the mind. Everyone's been talking about, we have to listen to our heart, but it's really, I think, a connection between the solar plexus, the heart, and the mind. They all have a mind within them, and I think it's for me anyway, that's been the journey. And I know my husband's going through that too, balancing and starting new work. So lots of new beginnings for us, lots of new things, new beginnings, new experiences, new learnings, new people, and just navigating that. And lots more laughter and fun, and it's not all perfect, and it's not always joy and high vibes. It's navigating and challenging at times, but it's different this time. There's a knowing that that we've got this, and that we can do this, and there's this feeling of strength building, and it's really exciting. Yeah.
It's easier, eh, Suzanne?
Yeah. It's this came together easily. Everything's sort of coming together easily, and and what's not is just sort of dropping away, isn't it? I suppose.
It seems like the times are not into like before. We had to clear and work on it, and it was tough, and it was had to scrap, go in within. Now it's more like we get it. It's like it comes up, and the answers are there, the support is there. That helps also, and it's faster. We're not stuck with it for a long time. It clears. We vomit, like Todd said.
Hope Todd's okay.
Yeah,
spit it out.
We're not as much in the judging stage. It's like more, or the suffering,
understanding.
Yeah, it's not the victim stage neither. It's like taking on a responsibility of what we're feeling, and being responsible about it, and not going into the victimization, and just it clears faster.
Just becoming conscious of it, aren't we? Just consciousness around it,
and the understanding comes up.
Yeah, it's when we acknowledge it, it's easier to release it. Then
faster
now.
Nowadays,
and we're faster to create space, just to receive what's coming up, and just stop everything and observe. Let it come, let it express itself, and it's like, oh, okay. It's like, and fine, I understand. There's but much less resistance in going through processes and observing.
And how about you, Liz? Are you going through some process right now, or
me?
Yeah.
Oh, every day. Every day, every day. Could be through the night. I wake up and there's like, oh, okay, I've been working on something and I'm going to wake. And sometime in the morning, I get an image of the dream or sometime the whole dream. And I just, most of the time, sit, go quiet, observe, listen. Sometime I will write. And sometime I will just see. And that's enough to let it go. That's enough just to, receiving the whole picture, not trying to get it, but it comes because I'm quiet. It's like I don't get involved in the process, and I just listen. I try to practice that quietness, like a 0 point, if I can say, just be, just be. It hurts. It's like, okay, why? Why is it bothering me? Okay, which part of me is talking? Okay, shh, wait, let it come. And most of the time, I get aha, a ha moment. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that part. I remember holding on to something, wanting something. And it's like, oh, you don't need it anymore. Oh yeah, it's true.
And poof.
The poof and the understanding stays. That's what's the best part of it. Like the learning process, the learning curve is lovely. It's not always fun, but it's lovely in the end. So that's, yeah. Like a couple of weeks ago, I think we had a conversation about that last time we were together. And I had a full night that I couldn't sleep and I was in deep sadness. Like every single hour, get up, come in the kitchen. It's like, oh my God, what is all that inside of me? And just take the time with it. I didn't fight it. I didn't bang on myself. Just understood that that was something coming and coming like a volcano, and sometimes was very powerful. Sometimes it was just, oh, it hurts. Yes, that was okay. That was okay. I could say, yes, that was a purging. I didn't use that word at that moment. It was just being in the sadness for the whole night, many hours altogether. But
Emotional
lucidly,
purging, yeah.
yeah.
Was that lately? Was that lately? Because the energies are pretty strong right now. Yeah.
Yeah, lately because we were together. What was it, last week or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And I remember talking. Yeah, and I was talking about that night where I didn't sleep at all. And I had a big day ahead, and I went on and did the day because I was at peace with what happened. I didn't fight it, so I didn't feel like losing energy on it. I actually used that experience to agree. This is it. This is life. This is part of it. It's okay. So that's it.
Beautiful. You explained it so beautifully.
Thank you. Yeah.
What about you, Gayatri?
Oh, I've been going through a lot, and I didn't realize there was so much that I had. Well, I've worked on a few things earlier, but I didn't know that there was so much left. So as you all know, my cards were ready on the 1st of August. My Dragon Oracle cards, and 1st of August incidentally happens to be my son's birthday, which was 30 years back. So on the 1st of August, in the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., I woke up with contractions, going through the labor pain all night, and nothing helped. So well, next morning I looked into it and I spoke to Bernadita. I think I spoke to you as well, and we looked into it, and I realized that this was all too physical for me. The cards coming in, I thought that my job was done, but it was almost like birthing all of them through me, and that opened up a whole new book of wounds there. So yeah, I was terrible for the whole week. I had to clear out a lot of stuff from the time from when I was in my mother's womb, all the wounds coming from there, and slowly get to my own wounds. So once that was a little off, slightly easing out, suddenly my throat was choked up. It all came up, I guess, in the throat, because maybe I just cleared it out from the other levels, and then it all came up into my throat. And I have had this, like, I was almost choking. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't swallow anything. And then every time I tapped into it, there was memories of previous lifetimes where I have been brutally murdered for speaking my truth. And there was times when I have not been able to speak. So all the communication stuff came up, and I've just been clearing all of that. So the entire month has gone with just clearing all the stuff that has been coming up. I just hope that's enough for now, because I'm exhausted. And thanks to you, all of you, supporting me. I don't know if I could have done it alone. So Bernadita and you help me with the light language, and that helps me, because every time you speak, I start getting the visions, and so it's easier for me to know what's coming through for me, and then I know it's that I can just release it. So all of August has been about surrender. Every step of the way, from the time I started painting the card, painting the dragons, to printing them, to bringing them out, and then it all brought up my own stuff. So it's about surrender, total surrender. I was like, every step I said, okay, I surrender. I just need to release it. And I'm through with quite a lot. And I'm sure I'll be okay soon enough.
Giving birth to 48 dragons is
40. I know. I didn't realize it would be so physical. I thought my job is done. I've done the painting. They're ready. Now all I have to do is send them to whoever wants custody of them.
But it's a funny timing that it was on the 30th or the 1st.
On the 1st.
On the 1st of August, when you gave birth of your son. So
to my son 30
intense.
years back. Yeah.
Yes.
You see how it was all very well planned?
Yes.
Because that was the time I could really, really feel everything that I went through when I gave birth to my son came up. All of it. Wow. All of it. Wow. So it was good.
That was all
it was
perfectly.
very well timed.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Have you got the cards there, Gayatri?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe later on you could give us
sure.
one of your cards. It would be nice. Yeah.
Sure.
Bernardita.
Yeah,
We finally have Bernardita.
I'm finally here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, July and August were my period of purging. I was very physical. It was really, I had infections. I had all kinds of things going on. And I couldn't understand. I mean, nothing worked. Not even antibiotics would work for me. And finally, I spoke with my guides, and they said, well, 2 months. That's all they had to say. There's no sickness, 2 months. And then I woke up Saturday morning and I realized my body was healed. It's like if I had had nothing for 2 months. And it was really strange. It's like everything was just balanced. And so I look back, and it had been 2 months since I had been, every day there was something different. So for me, those 2 months was about acceptance. Mm-hmm. Really accepting the body, accepting to let go, really just being present with whatever was going on. So I have a week that it has been relatively much more fun and easy for me. So the energy is high. So I'm observing the vibrations that are going very high.
And you said it was the energies when we started early. We talked a little bit together. you were saying the energy was very high. Can you explain more detail what you mean by that?
Well, it feels like the vibration is at a different level. Somehow it feels like we're in a different timeline. Last Monday I was driving and I was stopped at the red light, and I felt like my body moved, just like, if you had been hit by a car on the back. And I looked around, I said, what's going on? And then I realized I was really at a different level. I was no longer in the same consciousness. I couldn't explain more. It's just
time zone. Time zone?
I don't know. I have no idea, but it felt very different. Somehow I had gone up on a different, just another level, but I still cannot explain what it means. And this morning, somehow it feels like there's a new cycle starting. It's just energetically, it's a new cycle. We'll see what happens, but us together, really, it makes it very intense. I can feel it. I mean, in the beginning, my body was trembling, feeling all of you.
And Bernardita feels everything physically.
Yeah.
We all have our own sensitivities. And with you, Bernardita, you always feel it. She gets the heat, she gets the sweat, she gets the... you know when it's high because you're really connected with your body. Yeah. Your body feels it right away.
And the trembling and
oh yeah, I had a beautiful experience.
The panic
that day. Yes,
last time.
There is an experience I wanted to share with you. Last Saturday, I was in a workshop, and I feel everything that's going on with everybody, and usually feeling the stress or the pain or the sorrow from people makes me heavy. But Saturday was very different. I mean, I was around people and they were going through a beautiful breakthrough and lots of love. And I was not holding on to anything. I just could feel their energy, and it was just like a river flashing through my body. It's the first time in my life that I can feel other people's energy without feeling attacked, because sometimes I feel like I'm being literally attacked by other people's energy. But there was just really like flowing like a river. It was a very, very beautiful experience. So being an empath and letting the energy flow like a river, my God, bring it on. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Yes, it feels wonderful just to listen to you. There's hope for me too. That at one point I won't have to feel that. Great.
Yeah, it was somehow a surrender, I think. I surrendered to feel.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's maybe we were afraid of feeling so much at a certain point, and now we stopped and we just surrender. That's what you mean?
Yeah, I think it is, because since I'm a kid, I mean, I had felt, but being a kid, I remember just feeling people's darkness. It was scary, to be a child and feel the anger and feel the hatred, and you don't know what to do with it. So I grew up being afraid of feeling, and it would come, and so I would feel attacked a lot. Not necessarily being attacked directly, but just the feeling of what doesn't belong to you.
A lot of people feel that. I'm sure the light workers, a lot of people feel that and close off and say, okay, I don't want to deal with that right now. But at this time now, we have to open up and surrender, like you were saying, surrender and just feel and know that what we're feeling is not necessarily ours, but it can be ours. But, just let it in, just like Luz was saying, just let it go through our bodies. Stop resisting.
That sadness that I experienced, actually, I realized that it was not only mine. It was too big, but it was, and it is. It's part of life, and it's okay. There's as much sadness as much joy. There's always balance everywhere. So when it's not all yours, and it's like, oh my God, no, it is. That's all. My pillow was really my best friend that night. My pillow was like, okay, I'm going to rock you again. No problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky pillow.
Yeah, I think all of us are having to visit our childhood
And our
aspects. Yeah.
family also, it's larger than that. We can pinpoint some of the people in our families that also
Yeah,
carried that kind of heaviness, that kind of
yeah,
sadness.
right. I too had to once again connect with my child, with me being in from the womb to growing up as a child, and then the teenager, and then the adult, and then to now. So it was like,
Luna
okay, I
wants
had
to
to
say hi.
visit.
There you go.
Visit.
Hello.
So
Say hi.
Oh, I can hear the dolphin here. Here's the dolphin at the back, loose. If anyone doesn't realise, Luce is very affiliated with the dolphins, and she sounds like one most of the time.
I have a suggestion that the two ladies who have the light language, I thought maybe we could ask the two of you to do some light language to maybe help us, any of us who needs it right now, and anyone watching needs to help them, assist them with clearing whatever it is that they need right now.
Oh, yes.
Would you like to do the dome, Marita, too, while we're doing the light language?
Yes.
Do you feel that's appropriate?
Yes.
So we can start with you can guide us into the dome, and then we can go in with the light language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
and then
I'll have to explain a bit what the dome is. Couple of months ago, I received by drawing, because that's how I channel, a shape of two inverted domes, and they were connected to the earth and to the galactics and to elementals. And what I understood very shortly is that I'm able to create a safe space where galactics can come in, interterrestrials beings and elementals and humans. And this is a space where we go through amazing transformation, because we're being helped to go through all these purging, all this uncomfortable transition much quicker into the new dimension. And I start working with it with people already. I had my first workshop yesterday, and the way people feel it and talk about it, it's just amazing. So I can just put a dome on instead of going through the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's so much quicker. I'm not going to take it into all the stages.
Perfect.
I can just bring it in, and we are now in a safe space. I call it the Rose Dome, where there's a space where we can all gather and be safe, feel safe. And when we sing into this space, it's even more soothing, and it helps all the processes that we're going through very quickly, gracefully. And that's it. The dome is on.
Hariana makwasa la chiate. Hanama kalitiana soro kwata. E asoana lasa nama chiate akiate. O mana la chiatoto. Horokiana masala chiateme. E a o a ki aku o a kia solo. E I akana makara kia tocho. Hi a haha kia na koachata. E anama kia la koto chiti. A anamahari akatocho to anamaka. E he anamachiate. I anamahala katianto alakiaso. O amanakiato. Hochiti anamaha. O aso alachiane. e amana hala kiato, huhuyana makiato, e anamase hala kanta tuana malakiacho atease, hi anama solote ni amana kiatalakwa, e ano asolato, hu ama katoa, huhuana kiase, e ria manakianto, e achoan talama salakiate, huhiana kwa, huhiana makata chotika talamake, o asalachi animakatwa, e anama salachiato, huhiana makiatwalaha, e asolochi, hi anama aki atwasai, e aseana malaneato, huhiana kuata shoma, hima keato.
E koi santi kierto moleta, te jate kupuisiti. Dera te kiambora tonone, ten haikisi. E shando cortesia raliete akuma. Pashete te kiara nimiaka. Barati andarayo. Darande. Darayandai. Oh, Andarai, Andau, Andarai,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That was
Suzanne.
beautiful.
So
So,
beautiful.
can
Thank you,
I
Rita.
explain? Thank you. Yeah. Can I explain what was done? Since I can see the visions when you are doing the light language. So it was done for all of us and anyone who's listening right now, and for anyone who will listen to it later, it will be done for them as well. So when Merita put us in the dome, I saw like this, like we were all in a cocoon. And when Bernadita did her light language, the white dragon came up, and she put a white lotus in our hearts.
Beautiful.
And she activated the lotus. And when Suzanne was doing the light language, she was weaving energy out of our solar plexus, because I think that was your intention there. Maybe with the work that you've done on yourself earlier too. So she was clearing out the solar plexus, and then she went on to the heart and the communication center, and then she weaved like a infinity, connecting the solar plexus to the heart, to the throat, and all the way up. So that what this clearing is going to do is going to clear out all the stuff from the solar plexus and clear it up and release it to be transmuted and returned to us as the pure white lotus energy that has been activated in our hearts.
Beautiful. Wow. Nice. And people watching also that need that.
People watching,
All of us.
So all you have to just maybe say that you're ready to receive the healing or the clearing, and just give permission, and it will be done. And you'll feel it like we do.
Many years ago, I got a little poem that came through, close to 30 years or something like that. Anyway, and it's very short. Came in English, and it says, "Drop that sentimentality, let go of futile attachment, become, be."
Oh,
and it was
wonderful,
just like that, and it resonate with what you just said. It's like really let go of futile attachment. Let's become, be.
Well, that's how I feel when the language is coming. I've struggled with that for many years, not knowing what it is or who it is. Sometimes I get a bit of information, sometimes, but not much at all. And I used to be very analytical and needed to know everything, you know. And this is probably the last 5 years has been a journey of really not attaching to anything that's coming through, not asking questions, not you know, because there was people saying, oh, you should be protecting yourself and you should, you know, all that stuff. And I just felt like, no, it just comes. It comes in my heart. Now I don't even feel anything. It's just there, you know. I just feel all over me, you know. And but I often don't really know. I sometimes see visions, and when we're working together I see visions, but other people will experience things. And Gayatri often talks about what she sees, and it's always fascinating. I mean, you know, we're exploring this, aren't we? You know, it's just really interesting to connect with people that can help you in such a profound way, you know.
Yeah. Being able to visit these places freely, with confidence, with trust, and calmness. It's like, don't be afraid. Let's go take a look. Yeah.
Beautiful. Anne, do you think you want to give us a little rundown of the numerology today?
Oh, didn't look at that. What's the date today?
Sorry, I interrupted you, Suzanne.
No, all good.
What's
We're
the
the 4th of September.
2020. A grounding day for the energies that
So
came
I didn't even
look at
more. Yes, grounding. Yes, because it's 494, so which makes it 17. 494, and you know, we can look at each one of our numerology with this date, but just today for everybody, it's grounding day. Really grounding. It's new. I see it as a new foundations. It's new foundations that are opening up our wisdom, okay, to acquire a new life, a new vision, a new way of seeing things. It's opening up a new timeline, if you want. You know, this is what it's saying to me, a new timeline. So it's new foundations, a lot more solid, and it's not solid rock, it's solid plasma. Is that possible?
In the strength.
It's like plasma, but it's soft, and it's wisdom, and it's like a completion, because the wisdom is there because there's a completion. And September,
you have a 9 in the middle. You have
yes,
a 9 in the middle and 4 on each side. So
yes.
it's like
it's holding this wisdom.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the columns are there, the 4,
the two
and
columns.
the completion in the middle.
It's a completion in the middle.
Yeah.
And with the 2020, which is it's a vision, it's a new vision. We're opening up our third eye. We're seeing everything that's hidden within us and outside of us. We're seeing all the secrets. We're seeing everything that's hidden within us and outside of us. So
2020 vision.
This is 2020 vision. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's
the
consciousness.
year of
consciousness. Yes.
Year of illumination. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So today, wow, it's fun that you asked me, because I didn't look at it, but that's 4/4, and the 9 in the middle is preparing us for 9/9, which is another portal, another important portal. 9/9. Wow, you know, so that's important. 9/9/4 or 2020. You can just imagine this wisdom in this consciousness that's going to be going on during this portal. And I think Merita is going to be on Soulogy on the 9th. She's going to be sharing a lot more of her dome, which I'm really anxious to see and listen to. So, wow, that's...
and 2020, 2020, if we think about it, the judgment card in the tarot.
Yeah.
Two judgment.
It's resurrection, though.
Yes, resurrection. That's right. So, coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're resurrecting.
Sorry, Mary. Go, Merita. Sorry, I cut you. Oops, Merita. Yeah, okay. Go. Sorry, I cut you.
I was just going to say that I'm getting so many new things. It's like amazing. Then just come on the spot and you just dumbfounded. What? Did I just do this? I had this, I'll tell you shortly because it was so amazing. I went to visit this woman and she had told me that she has a very depressed husband for years, but I never understood what she meant really. And when I got there, you know, on my way there, I was already told you're going to work with him. I said, okay, whatever happens. But when I saw him, he was totally a zombie. He was not there. I mean, there was whatever happens. But when I saw him,
what's the echo?
Myself again. Okay. So he came and his wife asked him if he was ready to receive something, and he agreed. He sat in front of me, started telling me what he feels, where he is, and he is just living in his own cave, afraid of going out, a very sensitive guy. He used to be a photographer. I looked at him, it was the connection with him and made me see that there was no soul there. The soul had left. And instead of calling back his soul or pieces of the soul, what I got is just call a walk-in. Call his walk-in. And I did, together with him. We called in a walk-in and also a dragon to help him go through, you know, wake up again, whatever happened. It was so moving. The three of us were crying. You know, I've never done that before. And I saw the wife yesterday, it was 2 days later, and she's telling me about the way the man, her husband is reacting already. Already, so quickly. He's already doing things, going back to trying photography, checking things on the computer. She says he hasn't done that in years.
Oh.
And just imagine, I got out of there and I got home and I had to lie down for a few hours and get over this and say, what is happening here? It's so amazing what we are able to do, create just on the spot.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So it
Beautiful,
was
Marita.
just beautiful.
And we're creating, I don't know if you noticed that, ladies, it's incredible. I think of something and it happens right away, you know.
Yes.
I mean, it's incredible where there's no more time. Before it would take time, or we had to work on it to get, it to happen. But you just have to think about it and it happens. Do you feel that these days?
Yes, Amanda Lawrence talked about it in her last video talk. She said it's going to be very quick.
Yeah.
People will wake up very quick, and there'll be those that work with energies and can really give that push, energetic push. It doesn't have to be digging in, and it doesn't have to be going deep into problems anymore. It's just so quick. And
Yeah,
it's
but
true.
it's our thoughts. Our thoughts are really, really making
connecting, manifesting.
Yeah, manifesting. Yeah.
It's lovely that you're working with the men, Marita. That's something I've wanted to talk about too. I feel passionate about working with, and I didn't realise how passionate I was about it. And I'm doing this training at the moment, and the coach that's training us, she spoke to me about the compassion that I have for my perpetrators in my life, and felt that we need that for our men who are perpetrators or who want to learn a new way, want to heal, want to grow, and want to change. And she asked if I could, if I would be interested in being someone that could help to hold space for men in those positions. And so the group is really a wonderful platform for me to hopefully move into that. And there's another guy that's passionate about helping men as well. And I think that men are stepping into this now and are vulnerable, and they need help too. And my husband, actually, he's just started his job helping people with disabilities, but he's actually helping men with disabilities. And what I'm noticing is that, he's helping them whatever they need, whether they need cleaning done, food preparation, shopping, all of those things that he's been doing since we've moved here. He didn't do any of that before. And it's like he's been prepared. And so he's actually going in, helping them to balance their masculine and feminine as well, and helping them to receive, because often these men have, even us women have found it difficult to receive, like you were talking about, Marita.
Mm-hmm.
But these men, their role has been, they're in a very vulnerable place, especially if they've got a disability. And so he's able to help them. And I think it's, been amazing to see his journey. And he's, men are helping men, but I think women, I feel passionate about women having compassion for the men, because some of these men as well, I mean, look, I know women, we've all had our difficulties and our traumas and our challenges, but, often, I know in my situation, my husband's held space for me for many years, 20 years or so, and to move through what I've had to move through. And it's not been easy on him either. It's been really traumatic for him as well. And some of these men actually have spoken to some, and they feel responsible for what's happened to women. even though they haven't physically done it themselves, they're holding that energy and feeling that without even knowing it in some cases, you know. So, you know, I'm feeling that that's it's time for us to really think about how we're speaking to our men in our lives. Obviously, it starts with us. How are we speaking to ourselves first?
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking to ourselves in a loving, nurturing, you know, way? And then how are we speaking to our loved ones all around us, but especially our men, because, you know, they are more vulnerable and more sensitive than some people, you know, realise. And, you know, yeah. Anyway, that's my rant.
This is great. This is great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see men open up, you know. We see that with Todd. It's so wonderful. He's more of a man than, you know, when they're hiding and they're trying to hide, and, you know, the vulnerability in men is so sexy. It is. And so I think I'm so anxious to see more men talk. And, you know, we have to work on our vulnerability. I have to work, I'll speak for myself, for my vulnerability and let it out. I'm trying to learn to do that. But imagine men also, you know, I mean, they're trying to find their place. They're trying to rebirth themselves, you know, as men, you know. What is that? What does that mean, you know?
Yeah.
So,
what is that in the this new world we're walking into? Yeah.
Exactly. And I see men opening up slowly, the men around me. I've had a few clients, and I love working with men. I see them opening up to this new energy. It's happening right now. You know, a lot of more men are talking, are being vulnerable, if you want, or saying what they feel with it, you know. But they're not always strong. They don't have to hold the fort, you know, all the time. They're allowed to cry. They're allowed to have feelings. They're allowed, you know, like all of us, you know. It seems easier for women. Men have, you know.
Seems.
Yeah, it seems. Exactly.
Seems.
Yeah.
So how about Gayatri? How about a dragon for today?
Yeah.
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 May I say something? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
I will have to go to leave the team today. I love the cat. She's like an alien. I can see her. She's wonderful. It's like I love her face.
She's
But I
feeling
have
the
to,
energy.
she's so beautiful. I have to go. So a big hug to everybody, and I'll be in touch with you guys.
Thank you, Luz.
You so much.
Have a
for
beautiful
today.
day. Bye,
Thank
honey.
you. See you
Goodbye.
soon.
Much love.
Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Bye.
I think we've been on for an hour already. or
But
more.
Todd said we can take the time we want, but we're almost finished. Maybe unless you have.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just
Let's finish with the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you're looking at the cards, Gayatri, while you're finding the right card, I feel like I need to speak to Bernadita in language. How does that feel, Bernadita?
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Just to have a conversation, like in language. Okay. Yeah. He toko shili ma, toko sititi me na luko shite pa la tiki na. Mbaki kushono eteke.
Asiana malekiana hasetea hoho akenake amonia kalaki soto chotikiti ni makwakake aku.
Ale mono. Ye toko shite dele. Ti amule kisite ni ki alo pasa na.
Halikane hoso iti na makereano amo solo titisia na maha ekoto chutotini mikiti tu walake.
Tete titinikia. Tu shiti maleko. Tira sa coleta nema tetisite.
Sele maki ako akika. It's always fun. Thank you.
Do you know what
your cat is freaking me out?
The cat is in there with it.
Yeah. Gayatri will be able to tell us. Can you translate?
I was not paying attention.
Okay.
Sorry. I was, too busy communicating with the dragons. So sorry, I didn't pay attention to what you were saying. I thought it was private.
Yeah, it was
For all of us. Oh, for some reason, I think we still have to talk with you, understanding at some point, Gayatri, because I think we don't see it very often where two people actually are speaking in language online. And I think it's, for some reason, I'm feeling it's important.
But the last time we did it on the group, when the two of you had a conversation, what I got was it was the elementals laughing at the humans.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. They're having fun, eh? Watching us, eh?
Yeah.
Can we just say a little bit more, Gayatri, with you tuning in? Do you mind? Just
Okay,
while
sure.
have you got your?
I've got my card, but you can. Yeah.
Is that all right? It just feels like
Yeah,
it
sure.
just needs to be done before you do the cards or something. I'm not sure. So.
Okay.
Okay.
There's some dragons there. I can feel them.
Yeah.
They're here. They're very here. Heharo hoha kiara komo karakala o kiara moke areka ho kiara ke talamaka o akala aki alo koto chini maka areka toto kukina makia solo kuto ni mia.
Suzanne.
Do you know what you're laughing about? No?
I'm hoping that guy was translate. It's the energy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the energy that makes you laugh. Yeah. So,
yeah.
What?
Something more?
I think she has something to say, Suzanne. What did you want to answer?
Okay. No, you can. Yeah. So, okay. Once again, the last time when you did it on the group, I told you we were sitting across the table and we were handing pearls to each other. Yeah. So it was the same. The two of you exchanged codes and you exchanged some kind of wisdom between the two of you, which has been lying dormant for a long time. So you have received some pearls which you need to activate, and they say that you can do it just by imagining it in your hand and tuning into the pearl, and it will start flowing. Yeah, so you want to do that later? We have the white dragon. I won't take.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Was that the white dragon Bernardita talked with? Was that the white dragon?
Yeah, that was the white dragon that came through, and
I got that. Yeah.
she has been around for quite with me throughout this whole month when I've just been through a difficult time. So this card, as you can see, it holds the energy of purity within our soul, and the different planets that you see around. So this is exactly what's going on with us. We are letting go of all that no longer exists. Old timelines have dropped. There's no longer the old structure to tune into anymore. We have stepped into our future. Our present timeline is currently connected into the future timeline because we are right now in creation mode. There is instant manifestation that's going on. So you have to be very careful of your thoughts because we don't want to create anything which can be harmful to us or to anyone else. So she says specifically, be very careful of any negative thoughts that cross your mind. It's hard for human beings to stay in a higher vibration at all times. What you can do is when you catch a negative thought coming in, you can ask for it to be cancelled. and that you do not engage in that. So be very mindful of what you're thinking, because it's instantly creating our current timeline into the new future timeline. And if you're thinking of anyone else, it's directly affecting them as well. So we are in the process of integrating many aspects of ourselves and integrating many different galaxies within our physical bodies and all the layers of our being. It is important to be centered and anchored at this time, so that we can just bring in everything and slowly start creating and moving into our future timeline. Future timeline is here, so we're not just moving into it. We just need to integrate it more.
Wow.
Thank you.
Resonates.
Okay, so yeah, you can take in the energy of the white dragon. You can ask the dragon to just connect with you and help you to integrate all that is going on now, to help you balance and anchor, to receive more, because right now we are in the process of, as we are eliminating the old stuff, we are receiving the new at the same time. So you have to be very present. Okay, there's codes on the dragon and all around the dragon, so you can connect to the codes and you will receive exactly what you need. You don't need to make an intention, or you don't need to know what it stands for. When you look at it and concentrate on it, you will get exactly what you need at this time.
Can you take a picture of that so that everybody and set it on Soulogy on our talk, and so that people can use it?
I don't know how to do that.
You just have to take a picture and share it with Soulogy, maybe, or on your wall, maybe.
Separate picture.
Yeah.
Okay, I can maybe put it in the chat. I can
in the
put
chat.
it in the chat. Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do we want to bring in Todd? Todd, if you hear us, do you want to come and finish the session with us? If you're hearing us, Todd?
Oh, here he is. He magically appears.
Magical.
You had time to take your shower?
No, I haven't taken one. I've been purging almost the entire time.
Oh, okay.
But I've been listening to the show. It's amazing. It's amazing. I feel like it's just been a big transmission, like a big flush. I literally have just lost about 14 pounds.
Okay.
So, and I'm telling everybody this online too. Okay. So no, the thing about the white dragon and the light language, and the thing about the men that Suzanne was talking about, I know this is happening. We had about a week ago, my feminine came out of my body and her masculine came out of her body. So the light bodies were laying above us, holding hands like we do. And then the higher self, her masculine, started making love to my feminine. And I felt everything. It was so, but so that's really just what happened. Think about the energetics that involved. That's what I'm getting at, that is happening. It's not just me. It's available and it's happening, like these men you were talking about. And that was a fascinating story about that man that didn't have a soul too. And then the man you were talking about, the men and how they're rebirthing. And I know this is happening. And
they're learning to receive too, Todd, aren't they?
Like, I know, and it's crazy cool, but it's just like my mind is totally blown. So, I don't even know what to say, but you guys got it. You guys tuned right into it, and I'm sitting there listening to you, going, "Oh my God, this is what's happening."
But this is what we do when we meet.
Yeah.
that's
well,
share.
and this is why this type of thing needs to. I'm sorry, I don't have any clothes on, but
That's okay. Don't
So-
worry about it.
I won't stand up.
Okay.
Anne was just saying that being vulnerable was very sexy. So just so you know that.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, God, there was one other thing though. So, yeah. So this thing with the, because this thing happened over about a week. The first thing that happened was my masculine, the divine masculine, like got in front of me and wanted to merge with me. I'm like, what is going on here? And then in the middle of it, and like a few days later, there was something else that happened that I can't really explain it. I just know I left my body while I was with Morgan. And then I came back in and I was like, where am I? But there was some kind of transition happening. And then the thing happened with the feminine. And I was totally feminine. I mean, I had a feminine body. I could feel everything.
Wow,
I could feel his strength, her strength. Yeah, her that was him that's her was making love to me, and I could feel her. I guess like a woman would feel.
Okay, but how does that feel? Just how does that feel when you felt being a woman?
Well, so it happened. I think the way it happened for me was it came out of me and wanted to merge with me. I knew it was me. And then I can't explain it. There was something happened. Like I felt like a petite. I felt all these things. I felt sexy. I felt like, beautiful. I felt very wise. I don't know. It was like I was crying while this was happening. I was crying while we were making love. And I was the woman. I was crying. I didn't remember till the next day. And I'm like, do you know I was crying last night? And she's like, yes, I know. And but it felt.
Have you not felt like this before?
No. I've had female orgasms. I've had other things. I've had like over the last few months, there's been times when I can see her masculine. I can feel, like little flashes. But this was like full blown. Like I had all the body parts. Well, you asked me what it felt like. I've never felt that before. I felt penetration. I felt like, and this sounds, like this is an energetic, beautiful, sacred thing. So I'm just trying to explain it. But the most important thing is that it is reflective of the energy that's available now. I've been almost like crying the whole time y'all been doing the show. And, purging.
We were joking before you came on.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone was wondering where you are. And I said, maybe we have to be careful and hold on to our energies because we could just give him an orgasm as soon as he comes there.
Oh my God. I haven't felt, I woke up feeling like, oh my God, what happened? And so yesterday I made some juice. I made some watermelon and some beetroot. And so the watermelon looked a little bit weird. But again, this is just a literal interpretation. It was an energetic transformation I had to go through. You guys were part of it. Listening to y'all was part of it. And in my agony, and I was laughing a little bit, but really it moved me because of what Suzanne was talking about and what Marita said about that man and the way that y'all are just tuned in to the masculine. Like that says so much. It's such a complicated situation, and going through it with Morgan, or I would imagine any couple, it's not always, you can't always understand it. It's no different than an individual journey. So you're looking at this mirror going, hey, how come you don't see this? And then I remember right before this happened, she started channeling right before it happened. And what she was channeling was basically, and again, it was an energetic message. It was a message for the energy being spoken through us, right? Like we were the example. And what they said was, you are now able to look at the mirror and not separate from it. In other words, you look at the mirror and actually really see that is something in yourself instead of putting it on the other person. It was spoken beautifully, and then that's when all the fireworks started. So
Wow.
what did it feel like? I've had in sacred sexuality, like my leg will start shaking, or my arms, or I'll have like multiple soulgasms. What happened with this one, when he came, my crown opened up and started to have soulgasms. It started going, rah, 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 and then it went down into my body. And by the time I got to my lower chakra, I was so surrendered, and so I was just like, oh my God, whatever you want to do to me, you can do.
Wow.
And I actually heard.
It sounds like you're both because you've been together for
5 years yesterday.
Years.
5 years yesterday.
Well, it sounds like you kind of have fast tracks together, whereas Shane and I have been together 20 years.
Yeah.
And we've kind of noticed over that period of time that lately we've been saying quite often, he's brushing his teeth and listening to me at the moment. We've been saying to each other quite often that, oh my God, I'm turning into you. The amount of times we're saying this lately, because I'm noticing, he's noticing he's saying something or feeling something or doing something that's just like me. And then I'm going, oh my God, I'm turning into you, honey. I'm organized, or I'm this, or I'm, and it's actually, we're not doing it in that same way. We do energy work at nights, and we do, but it's different, but I'm seeing it over time. We've done it for, so it's just a different example of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But,
of course. I mean,
you're going through a lot at the moment. Yeah.
there's no linear. So, there's no linear. So,
yeah.
And I think that, I'm like, so a lot of stuff has been coming in. I think for a lot of people this month, a lot of stuff's been coming in. And it's a very important month for us because our at 3:33 yesterday on 9/3 is when we met. 3:33 in the morning, and we merged the heart immediately. And so the cyclical nature of the months and the years of what's happening, like the energy that's available every month is the same. It's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger for all of us. So 9 is completion, and 10 is new beginning, and we're going to Sedona in 10 days. And that wasn't planned. It just happened. And I feel like a lot of things are happening, not just for us, but for everybody. But I think that the big key, the big key is for me to hear women, 6 women talking about how they understand the masculine. And it not be just fluffy, BS. I mean, you actually get it. And then for like Marita's story, that's amazing. Like there's no coincidences. That's like the perfect metaphoric physical representation of what's happened. He lost his soul, right? He did. I wrote something the other day that, and I wish I had it in front of me, but it was about how he lost his soul. And then he found it. And then it said in other words, he lost it and found it. And then in regard to her, I wrote this after this experience. She never left, but he found her. He left, and then found himself, or found the masculine. She never left, but he didn't know she was there, because how could he know she was there when he was out to lunch, So this is all really good news to me. This is really powerful news. And I was just sitting there purging and I was going, wow, this is such an honor. So many times I look at the work, the body of work, and I say to myself, it's not there yet. It's just not there yet. I see something else. And then I saw this program today, and as I'm listening to it, and I was like, you know what? This is it. It's done. It's the energetics. Energetically, it's done, and to actually watch it materializing, I was just like trying not to cry between purging. I was trying to blow my nose, and I was like, trying not to cry, and I was like, oh my God, this is all. So there's all these things that are aligning, and I think the biggest part of it is the masculine and feminine. The war is over,
Yeah.
and people have talked about the golden child energy is going to be birthed in the winter solstice.
It's been, well, I feel like it's been for us. We had a son very early in our relationship, 20 years ago, and I've been shown that energy for a long time now, and I think for me, what I'm feeling when you're talking is that you're actually feeling this so powerfully, both of you, is that you're actually you're doing it for the collective. I know we all are doing it for the collective, but you guys, and you particularly at the moment, are really feeling all men's, the collective of all men, it's, I'm really feeling that for you. And
plus,
I could be wrong.
No, you're right. And see, plus, I'm married to somebody who made a choice with the universe 20 years ago. The universe came in and said, hey, do you want all this at one time? And she said no. She said no. Her friend said yes. She said no. And she said, because I want to embody everything. So anything that we go through has to be embodied. And that's because you can do this in the energetic field. You know that.
Right.
Y'all play in that. But
we have a body. We have a body.
But we have a body for a reason. That's why we're here.
That's
Otherwise,
right.
he might as well just
I
cosmic.
Totally, I'm happy that she chose that, because that means that I guess I chose that. So I know that we're
there's a dragon here for you, and has a message, because maybe it'll help you assist you with what you're going through right now.
He's tickling
This is
me.
the card.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wow, that's powerful.
When I was painting this, it's a male and a female.
I know. I see. I never saw that card
but
before.
they had the same body. They were not in separate bodies. It was one body, and one was a male and the other one is a female. And so what the message that I got while painting this was, although I didn't understand it then, but then it took me a while, but the message that came through was harmonic convergence, a promise fulfilled.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can take in the frequency, because every painting has the frequency, the colors and the codes, and they're activated. So you can take in the frequency, and it will help you merge even deeper, is what I get.
That sounds good to me. I just need a few days to take a break.
A lot of stuff, A lot of stuff going on.
Nurturing yourself, Todd. Nurturing yourself. Yeah.
I like language.
Hi, Morgan.
Dragon, if you don't mind.
I'm not naked. I just have my shirt off because I was purging.
Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
She's like a ghost.
Thank you for sharing this with us. It was so moving. I'm listening to you and my heart is opening and opening and opening. It's so moving. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you guys for sharing this. This is what it's all about. You don't know what you're going to do. You don't know what's going to happen. And you just go in there and do it. And then look what happens. I saw the comments and I listened to it, and it's amazing. I can't wait to the next one. And I will get my shift together. I do have a tendency to bite off more than I can chew, but I can do this, and I'm going to set it up. I just have to figure out a way to set it up so you guys can come in and do it. And Monique actually said that she would do it. So
okay, perfect.
As a backup, yeah. Since we have,
I'm sure we're all pretty flexible, aren't we, ladies? We've got no
yeah.
attachment to any of it. So
I know you guys
need to do. Yeah,
you guys are perfect. So
I have, excuse me, I have a language, and since urgent, can I
yes.
bring it forth?
Yes.
Hare akana makare ko solo te achoro kama hare kana hare arika mokare hare karo mare hara soroto hani aha kiatoro hi ahari amakata Arakoto shiara ha makare kasala arikana machoro kiana ha hori karika mahale halamakate halamokatashi ha hari ahari haramaaki ha amo ahiana machalako o iano hoa o iana makala kia sete achuti kia no mo ahiaso I akana maha o shi ama hale ga e anoso.
Man.
Perfect.
That was the dragon that you brought out.
I was going to say, I just sat there, I closed my eyes and I saw you as a dragon humanoid, and you were yellow, and you were like a very tall man, like my height, and you had this beautiful dragon face. You were talking to me, and I knew who you were. I'm like going, who is this?
Yeah.
That's
this is
the cosmic ladies for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd, for opening up Soulology for the collective. I mean, thank you for the cosmic ladies from the collective also, the wide
Do you
collective.
mind if I just quickly share one more little bit of language?
Yes.
Is that okay? Just
No, I
because
don't
otherwise
mind.
I'll just burst.
I'm okay. I'm drinking.
You're not getting rid of us yet.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Hai to ina kai so takiam bale to shini ka shela kuiti ndera kia kula ma te sane kia toro to shiti. Dai kore tania kore te sai kia kore tanea o le te kashunu kuita i tata kuina lia po shiti kale ma. Desare tu kushiti. E to kusiendi ara tu male takai siniki ara tu. Al hemai katare sa tu kore te sini ara tore te siti ki ara tore tai kara mure te la pashiti ki antur tuta etia. Tu ita maleta satikia. Tu ne ta se shite kela. Ai ki andore ta setia na mule ti sitara tu no pashitu kurti. Tare te titia naka tu shite.
Wow. You guys
Oh,
are
wow.
amazing. You guys
That
are
was
amazing.
powerful.
Look at that cat. Look at that Lyrian.
Yes.
Lyrians are
Todd?
incredible. Yes.
Can I
Yes.
tell you what that light language did for you?
Yes.
So every time Suzanne speaks the light language, I can see the visuals, and very often a medicine woman, an aspect of her, the shaman, the medicine woman comes forward. So she was standing in front of you, and you had both your hands open, and she was putting balm onto your palms, like she was soothing your wounds and telling you your story, and at the same time offering you a healing to let go of the times where you have not been able to understand yourself.
Yeah. I got about a third of that, yes. But you filled in the blanks. And I also feel like my digestive tract has just been totally cleaned out. as she was doing it from the bottom up. It was weird.
Oh, wow.
You can't make this shift up, ladies.
Thank you, Todd. Have a nice rest.
Perfect.
Yeah, you guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to go lay down and chill out with you guys. I love you.
You
Thank
have a
you.
good day. Thank you.
Love you too.
Until the
Bye.
next time.
Love you.
Let's see y'all.
Next time. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Here we are with you, Marie. 3 minutes, 33 seconds. I'll pull you up. All right.
That we all share. Got a little soul speak on the ascension that we all share. This unveiling, this apocalypse. You know, all this discussion of what is reality, conspiracy, heresy, truth that's stranger than fiction. Doesn't get any better than this. It's not just time to bring on the apocalypse, it's time to start riding it. It's not going to hurt us. Because one thing's for sure, in our conscious mind and even in our subconscious, if that's what you want to call it, we have always survived. And the reason for that is because we never die. So when it comes to ascension, what else is there to talk about? This ascension, unveiling, is not complicated. It's just a microcosm of the state of our being from any point, from this present moment to any point in our past. And in regard to the past, now we can look back to see, to awaken without the element of linear time. Yeah. Because the wisdom still comes. Because the universe is never late. That means we can take from our past the powerful wisdom of the eternal moments, seen when we unveil the hurts and the blame given and received. You know, we've reached a point where forgiveness will cease to exist. Because perfection did not create forgiveness, but as a path to a higher perfection, a new reflection of itself, of ourselves. Yeah, it's true. It's just not necessary forgiveness, and neither is earth love. So we can stop chasing both right now and all the false securities and failed searches that go with the lofty goals of a moral world. But the things that they put beyond our reach and the reasons they gave us for not being able to reach them, it's time to re-enter the fold of the immortal, the fold of the I Am soul.
How's it going, everybody? We're going to pull up our beloved sister, guest, Marie Batchelor, in just 1 second. Hello, Marie.
Hello there, Todd. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's nice to hear your accent. I live with one of those, so that's a very comforting feeling.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in and sharing space with us today.
Oh, I'm very excited and very happy to do so. And thank you so much for inviting me on your show. It's great to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in Sedona at the end of last year, and I just realized today when I was looking for your stuff that Tolik, my friend Tolik, he had told me about you. I I covered his conference, one of his couple of his functions over there last year, and yeah, you got to meet this lady. You got to meet this lady. So here we are, perfect timing.
Excellent, and another example of the synchronicities that come through this matrix reality to assist us to connect up. So that's brilliant.
Yeah, it's the cookie crumb trail home, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, and yeah, what a cookie crumble it is.
And things are getting really interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And I must mention too, before we sort of get into the interview, that I had a client contact me by email a few weeks ago requesting to have a session because she'd seen the interview on Soulology that she loved of us together on interview.
What?
She comes online a couple of days ago. She's in America. Here I am in Australia. She says, yeah, that was a great interview with Todd Medina. I said, I haven't done it. She said, no way. I saw the whole thing. It was great. I took down your details. But what was interesting is I couldn't find the interview when I went back to look for it. And I said, honey, this interview hasn't taken place yet. It was a timeline jump, and I am seeing this more and more with people having these experiences as we're collapsing down timelines, timeline jumping, experiencing parallel timelines and realities, and incredible. So there's an example. The interview has taken place in some other reality, and she saw it.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's validation right there. Let me give everyone a little bio on you. I know a little bit about you through Morgan and Tolik, but I forgot to do the bio introduction on the last show. So let me make sure I get it done on this one. Dr. Marie Batchelor, MD, new human physician and energy medicine DNA healer. Dr. Marie Batchelor worked in mainstream medicine as a GP for over 20 years, as well as her medical degree. She has a diploma of I can't pronounce it.
Obstetrics and gynecology.
Gynecology, and is a fellow of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. She was also a mother of 5 children. After the tragic death of her son in 2008, she experienced an awakening and went on to study and practice with a holistic approach to her patients. Spiritual counseling, meditative self-inquiry, and energy healing form the basis of the practice. A further profound experience in India in 2014 propelled her even deeper into the realms of energy medicine and the holographic field. Now, using embodied light frequencies, she removes behavioral triggers and energetic blocks from a patient's physical, emotional, and energetic body. Working as deeply as the DNA level to clean, clear, and activate full potential. This releases past life karma and trauma, dysfunctional family lineage patterns, and the effects of the conditional matrix we all live in today. Her work is multidimensional and consists of energetic counseling and hands-on healing. The relief from her sessions, both in person and by Skype, is life-changing. Sounds, again, you have the same accent, and you and Morgan seem to speak the same language as well.
Very good.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Really is. I was excited we were able to finally connect. So, like many of us, you had a life-changing traumatic event, some of the successive ones. You were a little bit early, it looks like. Now, before 2012, were you aware of the energetic field, so to speak, and were you able to see or sense that prior to 2008?
Absolutely not. I was completely 3D, completely believing in the material existence as the only existence. There was no consideration of an afterlife, of past lives, of an energetic being. And I lived a very comfortable, very functional existence. And in fact, I was very blessed to have that 3D existence. But of course, it doesn't prompt you to wake up because everything was fairly perfect in my world. And it was through that, the tragic death of my 4-year-old son in 2008, that profound things started to happen. And I needed to really investigate what was going on. And it was really the only way I could get relief from the death of my son. It was obviously such a horrific experience, and it's often through those sorts of traumas that people do crack open to the reality that we're living in here. And so I was being downloaded and upgraded right from the moment of his accident.
Wow. Did you have a sense of him from the other side, so to speak? Was he part of it?
Absolutely. So at the time of the accident, well, even leading up to the accident, at the age of 4, my son had said to me many times, "I love you more than you, Mum. I love you." And at the time I thought it was 4-year-old sort of, you know, gobbledygook. And then it was only after the effect that I realized he was saying that he was here to bring forth that big energetic being of me, and that he was actually, I guess, sacrificing his life for that to take place. And of course that's had a profound trickle down effect. It's woken up my children, it's, you know, assisted me with my work, and it's having a profound effect on many people across the world. So, you know, this little man with his gift to me, which of course came through such a tragedy, but actually has unfolded in the way that I was downloaded very early on, that there was some big reason for this taking place. I was also receiving a lot of light at the time, and that didn't make sense to me. I was trying to handle the grief, and even right from the start of the accident, I just got there's something more going on. When he was airlifted off to the hospital and was having open cardiac surgery, unbeknown to me, open cardiac massage, because he died on the table, a light came to me. I was packing to leave to travel up in the car to get to the hospital, and a light came to me and into my third eye. I thought I was getting a migraine because I had no reference point for this, but that's when he had actually died on the table. He then recovered back into ICU, was unconscious for another 11 days and then died. And throughout that period, I was going through the trauma, the grief, the loss, but also having these profound experiences of energy that were supporting me. And it goes with that saying of the peace beyond understanding. And that was really, you know, hard for me to understand, but it prompted me to keep investigating. Wow. After his death, I got downloads of there's more going on. I could hear voices. I actually was calling out, God, you have to help me, having not been religious or spiritual at all in the past, but I heard voices, you know, you need to be still. You need to meditate. You need to clear out the clutter, simplify. And it was then that I shut the gates of my, you know, very nice house that I lived in, and shut the gates and really started self-inquiry and researching what was going on. So I then went down to the site that he was actually killed, where a car had actually driven by an underage driver out of control and crushed him on a fence on a family walk that we were on. And I went down to the site, which would normally activate sheer anxiety and fear, but a great ball of light came out from the site where he was killed and immersed me. And I had, you know, half an hour of this complete expansion and peace. And I was going, it's all okay, everything's unfolding as it should. But of course, by the time I got home from that experience, I was like, how could this possibly be okay? So I was going from 3D human experience and loss and grief and trauma to this experience of light that was really assisting me. And so I just kept following that light.
Wow. Talk about fast tracking and integrating polarities. That's an amazing, powerful. I mean, I can hear the emotion in it. You know, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what was very difficult was it was a path that I was led to, but not everybody, well, in fact, no one else in my family was actually experiencing any of that. So from their perspective, when I try and talk about it, it sounded ludicrous. I come from a very intellectual, 3D, scientific-based family background, and my family of origin couldn't understand it. My husband at the time thought that I was, was really sort of struggling, but in fact I was actually finding answers and cracking open into this awakening experience.
When did you realize that it wasn't just a personal thing, but that it was collective? Was it early on?
Look, it was really when I was guided to Eckhart Tolle's book, The Power of Now, and reading that was such a relief. Not only did the frequencies of his writing, help me get activated and align, but the truth in that book made me realize there were other people that knew about this. And then that made me sort of further look at religion and the mysticism at the height of religion. And it was fortunate that in my local area there was an ashram that was running meditation courses and based in a Hindu philosophy. And I went there initially, and that's where I started really deeply looking at things and was supported. And that's what guided me to go to India. The guy who was running the ashram locally had his awakening through doing work in an Indian ashram under a realized being. And that took me to India, where in 2014 I had that profound experience in the temple in the little village in India there.
And what was that like? What happened there?
Oh, look, the minute I got to India, I felt completely different. I could feel a vibration just of the whole country. And then when I got closer and closer to the village, I could feel this energy. And I was there for 2 weeks, and I'd sit in the temple and I'd just be immersed in this peace and light and felt the most amazing I'd ever felt in my life. And then on one particular occasion, I was just asking, well, how come you get to be a realized being? This great being who'd been a human, in human form, had been a healer and an energetic conduit for the years of his life in this little village in Ganeshbury, and then was buried in the temple there. And he radiates out a frequency from where he's buried. And I was asking, well, how do you get to be realized? You're a human being and the rest of us are humans, but why aren't we accessing that? And then boom, this frequency, this zap really on the head, which ran through my body, which profoundly changed me and rewired me after that event. And a lot of my programming stripped off, and I came back from India and I really was in cosmic consciousness and remained in that state for probably about 18 months. It was great for many reasons as things were stripping off, but everybody thought I was going mad. And I was coming back and telling everybody, oh, we're not alone. We're surrounded by galactic beings, that we're in a matrix here, that we're, being controlled and conditioned, and things are evolving and we're all awakening. And the people around me thought I was mad and actually sent me off to see a psychiatrist to be assessed.
Well, there's quite a few of us here. You're not alone in that one.
Yeah,
oh my God. It's also very refreshing to hear the candor that you have in regard to that you were totally 3D when it started.
Yeah,
that's pretty. And then the occurrence in the ashram. You talk about the epitome of the answer is in the question.
Yeah.
You got hit immediately with it.
Yeah.
So how did you start to convert your practice?
So initially after William's death, I didn't work for some years. I actually just researched and tried to work out what was going on. I was looking at anthropology, archaeology, astrology. I was looking at the mysticism of religions and really trying to get a grasp on what was happening. And so I started to use that understanding as a form of counseling for people, and that was very helpful. And then I noticed people were having energetic experiences. So I knew then that something was going on, but it was only after India that I really stepped up and started incorporating these energies in the sessions. And I was able to embody this light and actually somehow activate that in somebody else, and they would feel this profound expansion and peace. And people would report that things were going on in the room. They could see beings coming in. They could feel energies. At times I was shape-shifting. I was actually looking like something else, other human forms. I'd shape-shift into the great being that had zapped me on the head, and people would say, you're sitting there as an Indian man in a loincloth. And, these things were happening. So I had to really from the feedback I was getting, sort of investigate further what's really going on here. But what I noticed is that with or without the visuals, because some people don't see, but they would feel, and everybody having an experience. And I just got downloaded with more understandings and more ways to work with it, to clear off what I see as the sabotaging programming that goes on in this reality, and clear off the technologies, the devices, the infections, the biological warfare, the heavy metals, the, you know, the conditionings that all needed to be released. And that was being downloaded to me in a process that I could then apply to people to help them.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like Morgan's story, you know, where she was downloading for 18 years, specific stuff about, you know, DNA and talking to your DNA, changing your DNA to just all different types of things. And then, you know, after I met her and she said, well, you know, there's a lot of people around the world this is happening to, particularly feminine, and they're just quiet doing it. And that's really that's what's happened as we've expanded the show the last couple of years. We've heard from so many of them. So it's incredibly validating and intriguing.
Absolutely. And, you know, the validation for me comes from so many people that contact me who can relate to the work, who understand the work, who feel the frequency and have a resonance and tell their stories to me of their awakening. And we just can see this is happening. This is happening. Yeah. We are being assisted. The veil is thinning. We're able to access these energies, and more and more of us are able to do that. And it's, you know, it's evident, you know, I'm seeing the evidence of it.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I love sitting in this seat and expanding through these discussions, real-time intel. So from your perspective, where are we at now? You know,
wow.
I mean, you know, like I was talking the other day to somebody, and we said, you know, it was like phase one was disclosure, or, you know, 9/11 was, you know, could have been something that, you know, and all that stuff started crumbling. And then all of the kind of the connections started occurring, people getting downloads, channelings, dealing with that good pressure on our ego and our whole experience. And now, I don't know, have we got to a point now where we can actually actualize our power? I mean, is that what's happening?
Yeah. Well, look, I think we are, and I'm seeing this more and more with people, and particularly with myself. I'm accessing my power, and I'm accessing more and more as linear time goes on, and getting more understandings and downloads. But I think, you know, we have to keep ourselves very open, very receptive, and really learn from each other and connect with each other to actually bring in pieces of the puzzle. I don't believe that anybody's got the full story. I think we're bringing in pieces of the puzzle. Yeah. I think what's going on now is really people deeply looking at what they've learned in the past and actually working out what really is true for them. I think we've been under a new age sedative where we've been told lots of misinformation, even through the New Age movement of the so-called sort of awakening, where we've been told we're all here learning lessons and it's all part of a, you know, a soul growth, and we've got to know the dark before we know the light, and we've all been good and bad in past lives. And you know, I've actually looked at all that information, and most of it doesn't resonate with me anymore. I've come to the conclusion that we've been in a controlled matrix. We've been soul harvested, used and depleted. We've been manipulated and had programs inserted into us from past lives or parallel lives, or even virtual reality experiences that have energetically imprinted in our mental and emotional body to set us up with this fear and anxiety that's so easily activated in this reality. And so, you know, really clearing some of the misinformation that's been spread in, you know, throughout this movement. And that's where I think we're at, is we're really starting to work out what's really true for us.
Yeah. Quick announcement, everybody, we've been getting knocked off Facebook in the audience for the last couple of weeks. This is going to be a great show. You might want to go over to the Zoom room. I pinned the link. Yeah, I love what you're saying. I mean, the whole question, everything, you know, I mean, to me, everything potentially is a program. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And what I've come to the conclusion, and one of the teachings or one of the things that I share with the people that come to me for sessions, is all self-concern is a program. All self-concern. If we know our truth, which is peace, love, joy, well-being, self-healing, infinite energy connected to source, we wouldn't have fear, we wouldn't have anxiety, we certainly wouldn't be projecting into time, which I believe time is also set up to hook us into this future, what's going to happen, will I be okay, will my children be okay, will I have enough money? And that anxiety then sets us up to travel in different timelines, if you like, creating further sabotage and manipulation. And it's only sitting in the present moment, releasing that self-concern, getting out of the past, which of course was all programmed, and I don't believe we have free will until we wake up. So running guilt and shame for past experiences doesn't, serve us. So we need to become very present. And Eckhart Tolle talks about that a lot, and I love his work in terms of the power of now. But I needed to look at why. Why can't we sit in the present moment? Why is it that we can read his book, feel fantastic, but then 2 hours later, we're caught up in time again and in that self-concern and running those programs? And then I realized these are being manipulated and reactivated by, external sources. It's not us. And we need to do the deep work and take self-responsibility and get rid of the deep programs. But I'm also aware that they keep reinfecting us. They keep reactivating us. They keep implanting virtual reality scenarios in our dream state to make us feel like we haven't actually completed, certain areas of release. But in fact, I think part of that is trickery as well. So really dropping all self-concern, dropping the projection into time, sitting in the present moment, and really being aware that these parasitic thought forms are being activated to take us out of that present moment and to keep clearing yourself whenever these things arise.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's I find it interesting, and I obviously I keep my eye on the global stage.
Yeah,
and I look at it and I think, just another life preserver, just another savior, just another narrative. It's all the same thing. So whether it's white hats, cabal, Trump, Q, Clintons, or whatever it may be, to me it seems now it's gotten to the point, 2 points I'd want to make. One, that it's a distraction and it's a doorway to distortion. And two, do you feel, I guess this is more of a question, do you feel we've hit a point recently where the spiritual confidence is expanding in the collective, even if it's a small minority, and the doubts are starting to leave and our power is being realized at the molecular, cellular DNA level?
Absolutely. And I love what you're saying about the distractions that are going on in this sort of awakening movement. And it really means that we need to go inwards even further and take further self-responsibility and connect up with who we really are, keeping an eye on what's going on in the outside world, but really going deep within and realizing that a lot of things that are coming up in this movement are distractions and are trying to take us off our path and mislead us somehow. So really becoming the observer of the experience, or what, is often taught to be in the world and not of it, to become that energetic being of confidence, knowing that you're okay, that you're safe, that this is a virtual reality set up here, and the way out of it is to go deep within.
Yeah, and it's getting interesting too, because especially over the last 8 months, like since the 11/11 last year, or what was it, the solstice in December, has been in these light worker circles, or whatever you want to call them, the ebb and flow of projection, anchoring, embodying, the new cycle. And it's interesting because things seem to be getting louder and easier to see. And also what you're saying to me speaks to me, because it's like part of, I guess, a measure maybe for me as I'm reflecting with you is how the triggers, the ability to personalize what's coming at you. It's nothing personal. Not to say the protection, but the holding your field. Everything seems to be like pushing us to ourselves, I guess. And I think it can't just be happening in my world. Are you seeing this with your clients? Are you seeing a change collectively or as a whole?
Absolutely. And I think people are recognizing that they can't attach themselves to, sort of a savior, as you say, or an event happening at a certain time. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not getting energies coming in that are assisting us, and there are waves supporting us, and there are benevolent beings coming in, and we've got our access to our higher self. But we don't want to get caught up in the narratives that are being projected at us, understanding that a lot of these narratives are coming to control us. So the idea is that we are these light beings, and we are manifestors and creators of our reality. But the controllers of this matrix system want us to be creators from default programming.
Yeah.
So as soon as we're bringing in the light, they're trying to bring in further programming so that we get distracted and off our path. So we need to remember that the light that we are is able to create and manifest, but unclutter the mind of all the perceptions that are not assisting us, and really know the truth to be this peace, love, joy, well-being, self-healing, self-regulating. And anything that's not that is a distortion.
Yeah. And so much of this journey is about remaining open to anything, things that we gravitate to, things that we don't. And on that note, about there is assistance coming in from the light, metaphorically and otherwise. So you have the potentiality also of somebody's channeling or something you receive yourself one-on-one. I mean, the narrative is the potential narrative. The narrative is the potential narrative, just like we were talking about earlier. But I mean, we really do have to learn this. And I know it's probably not even the right word anymore, discernment, this confidence, this spiritual confidence, this reliance on ourselves as being or having the ability to align or at least be in that trajectory.
Absolutely. Discernment and being willing to evolve and change your beliefs and your opinions as things unfold. I mean, I'm sure you've experienced the same as I have. You think you've got a handle on something, and then it expands further and you've got more questions. There seems to be more questions than answers coming in, and you're just going, okay, we need to expand further. What's actually going on here? And feeling that confidence in what you're understanding and seeing how that makes you feel. And as I said, for me, when I realized that a lot of these new age stories of who we've been in the past, and that life's a lesson here and we're all in school, and where to blame for all that's going on here. And I just realized that just doesn't resonate with me, does not work for me.
No, the guilt trips over.
Oh, absolutely. And that's it. We have to recognize how often it is projected onto us that it's our fault. This is our doing. And in fact, it's not. We have been hoodwinked, we have been tricked, vows, contracts, spells, curses, black magic that have come in. We've been naive, wanting to come in and experience really heaven on earth in a physical earth suit, and through being naive got caught by these darker beings. And it's time to really no longer consent to this manipulation and sabotage,
which is really being drilled down to our moment-by-moment existence. And like a young kid in England said on the show one day, 23 years old, he said, if I'm in any type of connection or relationship and I see myself as a victim or the other person, then I am basically feeding that monster. I'm feeding that programming, that false programming, distorted programming. So really, we have all these multi-dimensional channelings, downloads, transmissions, relationships, connections, memories coming in. But it all gets, I don't know, I'm seeing it as it's all this beautiful simplicity, this beautiful infinite flow of it's all up to me. It's literally our contribution, my contribution, if I use myself as an example, I can contribute the most by handling my shift, you know?
Without a doubt. And that's where we're all stepping up. It doesn't mean that we have to all have the same mission here, but have that common, the commonality of embodying the light and emanating those frequencies wherever and whatever you're doing is the path. This is the mission, is to be that light, and to, through that light, to start to dissolve the fixed paradigms of the darker agenda here.
Yeah, which is all the control. And like I heard for years and years when I woke up, and I haven't heard a lot compared to most people, was whatever you're creating in your role in Soulogy, you can't do anything like it's been done before, because it's all tainted, basically. It's all been massaged a little bit. You've got to stay in that pure, spontaneous flow. If it's one video production or show or some concept or whatever, is to stay in this present flow. And that's this, you know, what you're talking about with this conditioning and the programming, and then you're talking about you elevate and you feel kind of smart, and then you have this higher awareness and you start to see these things you didn't see before. This stuff has gone as deep can go, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Although I think we're going deeper. I think we're going even further. And as I said when we started the program today, you know, people experiencing these different timelines, and this is becoming more and more evident. And this is really waking people up. Wow. You know, I had a woman contact me the other day after listening to some of my work, and she woke up to go to work. She was in a different house. She was driving a different car to a different job. She had a dog that she didn't have in her other. She really had this experience. Then throughout the day, there was this sort of explosion, and next thing she's back in her bathroom of her original house, driving her original car to her original job. Now she's experienced some other parallel timeline, and it was very evident to her. And this is happening to people that aren't even that awake, who have been, you know, they haven't necessarily had other things happen. This was just a sort of one-off, oh my gosh, that sets them off researching what's really happening. And this particular person also then received a phone call from her mother on a landline to see how she was going. Her mobile phone rang. She said to her mother, I'm just answering the mobile phone. And it was her mother on the mobile phone ringing to see how she was. And she said, well, you're on the other line, Mum. And the mum's going, what are you talking about? Her son arrived and actually, her son actually came into the room and actually confirmed what she was experiencing. She was so shocked she didn't ask her mum on each phone line, where are you, what time is it, what are you wearing, and what day is it? So she was just profoundly shocked by that. But, you know, these experiences are happening for people. We are seeing evidence of this, you know, this matrix system, or this virtual reality, or this construct. And we just, again, have to take pieces of this puzzle and actually start bringing them in and learning from people's experiences and seeing, what does this mean? What does this mean for us all?
That's
what
exactly
are we
right.
capable of?
Yeah, so that's what I was getting at earlier. Like, you know, it's now we know, and what do we do now? We know what's going on, and is it as simple as we take responsibility, we take ownership, we embody, and apply all this stuff, and forget about the past life memories, and forget about my connection with Kuan Yin and this and that. This was all to wake us up, to bring us to this point, to be present, but to be present with all of this at our disposal for the highest good. How do we do that? How do we do that? Joseph Campbell said, follow your bliss, but I mean, is there...
Yeah, well, for me, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is drop self-concern. It's the self-concern that takes us out of the present moment. It's the continual rumination in guilt and fear and shame and anxiety that actually, you know, takes us out of the present moment. We're projected into time, so we're not in that present now moment. So for me, the minute self-concern arises, recognize that it's a program or it's an interference. It's not you, it's not yours. And actually tell it to, you know, go away. And really, you know, even emotions that come up. I mean, I have experiences where I'm feeling great, drop my kids off at school, turn the car around, and then to get hit with an energy of anxiety. Now, nothing's changed, nothing's gone on, and I'm going, what is this? Have I picked up a collective consciousness of anxiety and fears? Have I been, zapped with some negative energy? Is there some entity? And just going, hang on, this isn't mine. There's nothing going on. There's no problem here. And getting back to the present moment, and it dissolves. And it doesn't mean, oh, I haven't done the work. I'm not, clear enough, understanding that these things are coming at us to try and sabotage us, and then push back on it and not be caught in the, oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. Look, I haven't done enough work. And recognize, no, you are strong. Sit in that present moment and reject most of this stuff now.
So this is cool. This is like a slight twist on what we might call inner work or shadow work, where through your explanation, I can see the importance of the shadow work. Obviously, I mean, living with Morgan, it's a lifestyle, but what I'm saying is that the reason that was important was to remove the program's ability to trigger you or activate you, however you want to say it. But you kind of put a twist on it to where you can actually, I don't want to say bypass it, but when it comes in, recognize, period, it's just not yours.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've all done a lot of work to get to this point. We've looked at our shadows, we've looked at our programs, and then when things get reactivated, we have to move away from, oh, I haven't, done enough deep inner work. It's actually no way. This is set up. This is virtual reality implants of experiences or activations of timelines that bleed in, creating these anxieties and fears. And this is endless. So we need to get to a point where we just go, enough now.
Yeah. I'm
okay. I'm worthwhile. I'm an infinite particle, infinite energy connected to source. And I'm a sovereign being, and it's cosmic law that I should be able to experience who I really am and bring in my gifts, bring in my frequencies, and live a life of peace and joy. And anything that's not that, I don't want to be bothered with.
Yeah. Yeah. That's sovereignty.
Absolutely. So, returning to this sovereignty and not consenting to continuously being sabotaged and manipulated through whatever method that they're doing. And I think, again, we need to move away from the guilt and shame. I've seen a lot of people that have done a lot of work who are very awakened, who have been hit with diseases, neurological disorders that have been coming in because of the biological warfare and the toxins in the environment. And perhaps in years gone by, you could actually connect it with, oh, yes, I've got anger issues, or I've got this, or I've got that. But now it's just a matter of like paintball. People are just literally being sprayed with this stuff. And regardless, whereas they're caught up in the guilt of, oh, I'm not clean enough, I'm still inadequate, I'm not aligned. In fact, if they start claiming their sovereignty, aligning with their truth, get rid of their guilt, they'll find that their disease process will actually start to settle down.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of evidence come through on these shows of people, to a lesser degree, healing, physical healing, other types of healing, but also these fairy tales. There's a lot of fairy tales happening too now. Be it couples, be it individuals, being, displaced or ejected, however you want to look at it, from jobs, relationships, homes, hearing this, or heeding the higher self guidance, and walking miracles are formulated around the world, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's amazing where people are being guided and cleaned and deprogrammed by this organic process that's taking place. But be mindful of the fact that this is not going to be welcomed by the dark agenda, and that's where the sabotage will ramp up for people as the light comes in. They'll be isolated as they lose their jobs and their partners and, go through some financial turmoil. But just hold fast to who they are and know the synchronicities are being set up. And as we hold on to those frequencies, you start connecting with people that are able to support your journey. And so, it's difficult. And as I say to people, if you haven't really been brought to your knees a few times on this journey, from my opinion, you're really not on the journey, because it's difficult. It is not easy. We've got other humans or even so-called soulless bots that are around us, and they're the first level of policing. Oh, you're mad, you're not right, this is wrong, stop what you're doing, because it makes them feel uncomfortable. It's bringing up things that they're going to need to look at, and people don't want that.
That's right. Yeah. So we can look at, are we projecting? Are we blaming, shaming, externalizing? Because when you said concern. Well, not or to align with that frequency, not having self-concern. I totally get that, which also means maybe removing the distraction and potential distortion of when you concern yourself with others.
Absolutely. So self-concern can extend to the concern of your loved ones. It's concern for your children, concern for getting into a deeper level of trust, remembering who we are. We're not from here. We're multidimensional galactic beings of light. We're peace, love, joy, and well-being. There's this small aspect that's trapped here, and we're now getting access to these higher frequencies to pour into this physicality, to deprogram, and just keep trusting the process.
Yeah. And the level of what we might in the past have called paranormal experiences, visitations, seems to be increasing rapidly as well. I guess everything's paralleling.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And people are, opening up to more and more, seeing this, experiencing this, having off-world experiences, having beings visit them, having, in my healing sessions, beings coming in that they can see. People who have never been able to see before will start to see as we increase our frequencies and go into different dimensions. And so the assistance is there, and keep trusting that. And keep, remembering that as you sit in that place of peace, love, and joy, and create from the light that you are, you're no longer being programmed into these scenarios, these default programs of reactivity that then set up ripple effects into your reality that are difficult to deal with. It's through the peace in the present moment that you actually become like a knife cutting through water, not creating distortions in your field.
Yeah. Wow. This is good. This is intense. This is a great session. So it's like, this year especially, things have moved so fast. Almost like, I would look at it this way, almost like up until the end of last year, we were kind of on the defense. And then now it seems like our offensive or forward motion, conscious, being in conscious compatibility or control of it. I don't want to use that word, but working with it, aligning with it, seems to really be speaking louder and louder every day. And it's just moving so fast. Some people come on here and they'll channel or deliver a message and they'll say, wow, the whole universe is sitting on the edge of its seat. Can't believe how fast y'all have come and how far you've come, and they're wondering how far you'll take it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I think that we are seeing this acceleration of this ascension process. And what I see is the more that we align with it and the more that we absorb this light, then the more we can absorb. It's an exponential growth. And so it gets more and more rapid, and the assistance can come in and the veils thin, and we get support from each other as we're connecting. And so I think it is accelerating, and I think that's very exciting because we're seeing evidence of the work that we've put in, and that we actually are doing a great job here, even though people feel sometimes they're not contributing. But simply by bringing in the frequencies, sitting in the present moment and radiating out that light is actually assisting this greatly. And so I do see an acceleration happening, and I see more and more people, they're contacting me saying, I get what you're saying. And I didn't understand any of this a year ago, but now I understand it. It resonates. And, they come and they're very receptive. I'm noticing people more easily shift in my sessions. They seem to be more open. I'm also working with a group of people in Korea. I've got through a conference I did in Hong Kong, a connection with Korea. There's a group of Koreans that are coming online with me having these sessions, and they're blowing my mind how receptive they are. Now, they've been doing spiritual work for various number of years for various individuals, but their receptivity, and they're shifting and they're changing, and they all look different and they feel different, and profound things are happening in their lives. And so this is, you know, this is very real. I'm seeing the evidence of it, and it's great. It's very heartening, and we can have this positive outlook for this future that we are co-creating, instead of having the negative beings, the negative entities, the energies manipulating and controlling that future for us.
Yeah, that's a great point. And energetically speaking, not literally, because there's so many points of contention and we get lost in semantics. There's been quite a bit written and spoken about over the last, I want to say, at least 8 months, maybe a year, where there's the story of, say, such a quarantine around the earth for a period of time, but that, I guess, in other words, a lot of this energy that we might refer to as dark, that was controlling, that held secreted esoteric knowledge, has been moved out of the, what are your thoughts on that?
Look, I think a lot of it has been shut down because we're not feeding into it, because these negative entities and beings need our energy. We are the fuel source for these beings, for them to be present in this dimension. So when we're not coming from those lower frequency emotions, reactions, and triggers, they're losing their fuel. And so their power is actually being, is waning. And when we remember we are more powerful, we are more connected, and they need us. So
Yes.
when we stop feeding into them, with our negativity and our reactivity, they're being starved. And so this is shutting them down. They're no longer as powerful. And, this is happening in the reality that people are switching off the mainstream news. They're switching off their televisions. They're no longer engaging in the mainstream narratives that have been being produced by this negative agenda. So the more of us that are pulling back from that, the more that we're actually fueling up a higher frequency environment around us and starving the dark agenda.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. So much of what was deeply embedded in our DNA and cellular and all that, was the fight. We got to fight this. We got to fight that. And the beautiful thing about this, I tell Morgan every other day, so this is our job. Is it that simple? Because it's been such a complicated existence that we just work on ourselves, and that we focus on our direct environment and be present. And you're right. Even if you go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they talk about the archons, that they can't create, they can only